Well, ladies and gentlemen, the moment has finally arrived. Oh boy. Now, hold on. I forgot to do something again because we had some people come over and, do some things concerning the house. So I kind of had to, do some things. So let me just take care of this one thing real quick. And let me do this. Jujutsu Kaisen. And there we go. All right. Good to see you, Ogata-san. Let's go ahead and get the formalities out of the way, shall we? And let me go ahead and get this background out of the way. Yes. Okay. Here we are. And I got to show off my Jujutsu High School shirt that I like to wear for these. We have finally reached the point where I can no longer read physical volumes of Jujutsu Kaisen. Now we are here where I can go to Viz and read every single chapter until I catch up to the most recent one. The last one we left out on was basically Maki massacring almost everyone in the Zenin stronghold, butchering Jinichi, butchering Ogi, gaining so much power that she looks to be like a brand new Toji Zenin. And in the process, gain power after losing her sister Mai. So it's like, and then we also have everyone else preparing to get into this like death game in order to try and figure out what's going on and rescue everyone. And we have all these different people who are fighting and dying, and like Yaga was up against Principal Gakuganji, and he apparently met his end with Panda crying over him, not having any animosity towards Gakuganji, and the other guy, forget his name, I don't think he was even mentioned. So there's a lot of things going on right now. So now, today, in my biggest Jujutsu Kaisen stream to date, I'm going to catch up with all 43 chapters that are currently out right now. All 43 chapters I haven't read yet, because I stopped at chapter 152. 153 all the way to 196 is going to be at least roughly about 43 chapters to go through. So yeah, let's get started, shall we? Let's go ahead. And mind you, don't even feel like this is going to be a lot for me to go through. I mean, if I can spend 9 hours straight through, save for a short break to eat dinner with family, to go through the entire arcs of Zou, Whole Cake Island, The Reverie, and Wano, yeah, I can spend like an hour or two going through all these chapters. So, let's get started with chapter 153, Underground Fight Club. And we have Tengen right here, and since my arms are free, I can, move around a lot more. So it's really good. We have Tengen saying, Kinji Haraki is currently making money as a bookie for an underground fight club at an abandoned multi-story parking garage in Tochigi Prefecture. And then, well, actually, hold on. Let me go back a chapter to make sure that I'm not reading out of turn here. Because it has it stopped right here at chapter 152, which was Perfect Preparation Epilogue. Oh, ooh. Oh, no. This is the same one. This is the one we left out on, where it says, those from the Zenin clan who were absent that day would soon die violent deaths. 6 members of the Hei and 21 members of the Kukuru unit. No residuals were found where they died, but trace amounts of cursed energy thought to originate from a cursed tool weapon were detected in the body's wounds. Days later, the Gojo clan and Kamo clan proposed removing the Zenin clan from the big three families, but Jujutsu headquarters is keeping their verdict on hold. And then it had next chapter coming soon, and that was the end of chapter 152. So moving on to 153, and after Tengen said what he said, Yuji says, "Underground Fight Club? Hand-to-hand combat between sorcerers." And then Fushiguro says, "So the spectators are... They are mostly non-sorcerers. Doesn't that clearly violate Article 8 in the Jujutsu regulations regarding secrecy? There must also be curse users among the fighters. So be careful." And then it cuts to Yuji and Fushiguro changing clothes as they go, "Why are we changing clothes?" "Hakari clashed with the authorities and got suspended from school, and now he's currently engaged in illegal jujutsu activities. So if he realizes we're from the Jujutsu High, he might bolt. It's like we're the cops and he's the robber." "Huh? So we're on Jujutsu High's side?" "That's a gray area, but to Hakari we might as well be." "Do you think he'll cooperate?" "Given what he's involved in, I'm not sure. All the senpai say he's a good for nothing, but Okotsu senpai says Akari's stronger than him. We need his strength." So they walk into an underground passage, and a big burly guy with another short guy goes, "Scram, this ain't no place for kids. Go back now or I'll clobber you." And then Fushiguro ignores him and goes, "We need money, so let us join the fights." And then as soon as that happens, this dude tries to punch Megumi, and he stops right before he hits him, and he goes, "Rule 1 is no one says anything about the club, so tell me who told you. Then I'll beat the snot out of you." "I didn't get his name before I killed him." Clearly, Fushiguro is lying, and this gets like a surprise from the big bodyguard, the big bouncer dude. "It was about a month ago. Remember that scumbag who was full of it?" And then it cuts to the guy thinking, "Kondo disappeared a month ago. Let me take his place, or shall I lay you flat in front of the bookie?" And then it cuts to the bookie going, "No, we can't confirm it, but you don't... No, we can't confirm it, but you don't mind?" And then Yuji is thinking to himself, "Good to see you, Ryan. Psycho, Ogata-san, let me just acknowledge everyone who's here." As I go back to these pages, I don't see chat on the side, so that way I can focus on reading. I'll read your chats later. "Oh, I get it. If we simply asked to meet, Hakari would be on his guard, and we're not supposed to know his name. I should keep quiet." And then Yuji just zips his mouth. And then the bookie goes, "That's enough. Boss says it's okay. We'll throw him in as today's seated fighter. But he's the one who has to fight." "Good. Itadori is better suited for that." And then Megumi goes, "No, it has to be me." And then the bookie goes, "Boss don't like you. If you don't like it, then the deal's off." And then it shows a video camera, a security cam, staring down at Fushiguro, and he doesn't say anything. And then he goes, "Understood. We accept." "Fushiguro, all that bluffing was risky." "Not really. If curse users are fighting, then there must be turnover. Besides..." "Yeah, he's around. If he was watching us through the security cameras, then it's likely that he's here. Although he could be located far away." "You'll join the fights and get a good look from the inside. Meanwhile, I'll sneak into the parking garage. Maybe." "Maybe?" "I think they want to see what I'm up to. If they catch me trying to sneak in, there's no chance of getting them to trust you, and we won't get to meet Akari. If that happens, we can just use force." "Sure, but only as a last resort. We've only come to request Akari's cooperation. I want to avoid anything that might have a lasting effect on relations, as much as possible. To be honest, I should just lie low tonight, but I don't want to waste any more time before Sumiki's deadline to declare participation in the culling game. Right now, it's 5 p.m. on the 10th, which leaves us 9 days, goes Yuji. It took longer than I thought to get this far. Hoofing it to where transportation is still running, stopping along the way to beat down cursed spirits. So I'll sneak in to look for Akari, but if things get dicey, I'm out. That's what I meant by maybe. Okay, got it! And then it cuts to a building where Yuji is in the same room as the big bouncer guy. I need to turn this fan away from my nose before it starts to get too dried out. Nope, that's not better either. How come every time I move this? Oh. No wonder it didn't feel like anything was moving. I kept the dial to make it so that it wasn't moving too much. Was it put in the right place? That's what I meant by maybe. Okay, got it. Then it cuts to Yuji inside the room with the bouncer. There's 2 rules. No running away and no cursed techniques. Huh? Why? I'm fine if someone wants to use them. I don't mind. The spectators are non-sorcerers who can't see them. An invisible fight ain't fun to watch. Okay, then why no running away? You gotta fight where the spectators can see. So it's all about the spectators, huh? Yeah, this is business. What's the boss like? Curious? Sort of. You'll see if you meet him. Will I? Listen, there are 2 types of game. Unscripted matches like today's tournament and scripted matches. Boss fixes those. Look sharp today and he may speak to you. In other words, I gotta make sure to put on a show. Now we're talking, goes Yuji. And then we enter into a rundown, slightly dismantled parking garage where a ginormous portion of the roofing is caved out in order to make room for people to see and fight. Yeah. And people are just looking down, and a lot of them are in a lot of suits, like underground types. And then a couple of guys are looking down, and Yuji goes, "You removed a floor, huh? Spectators above and fights below?" "Yup. And there's your opponent. Shocked me the first time I saw him, too." "Yeah, it's all about attracting the crowd, huh?" And then we get the announcer. "Welcome to the Gachinko Fight Club Tournament. I'm your announcer, John Bobby. And now I'll introduce the fighters. We have a surprise challenger. These assassins just keep on coming. The dangerous fireball kid, Yuji Itadori. It stands like a panda, sits like a panda, and walks like a panda. It's Panda! Have you placed your bets? Let's get ready to rumble!" And then it cuts to one guy going, "I can feel things starting to cool down." And then a woman next to him goes, "Why is that, Kin?" "Luck is nothing if you don't test it. It's boring knowing who's gonna win. No stray sorcerer is tough enough to beat Panda." "You sure about that?" "Huh?" And then it shows Yuji fighting Panda. It's Panda. It's our Panda. And he's fighting Yuji. And then John Bobby goes, "Holy smokes, this is the best bout in my entire tenure as an announcer. I've only been at this a couple of weeks, though." And then Yuji's thinking, "Panda-senpai, have you met Akari-senpai?" And they're both whispering to each other. "No, he isn't suspicious because he knows me, but he's avoiding me. The other third-year sorcerer is also a problem." "Are you hiding that you're a Jujutsu High student?" "Are you hiding that you're a Jujutsu High student?" "Yes." "Good. Then you know what to do next." And it shows Yuji bodying Panda and launching him. "Oh, what a punch!" "I can't move. The Animal Welfare Society won't stand for this." And the winner is Itadori! And then it cuts to someone on a phone going, "After the tournament, bring Itadori to the roof." "After the tournament, bring Itadori to the roof." Huh? I'm certain he'll keep winning. He fights in 3 dimensions to dazzle the spectators up top. I can write a good script with him. And like I'm always saying, I want to do it while the iron's hot. Jujutsu High 3rd year Kinji Hakari. Oh, this is Hakari. Also, for everyone here, if you guys want to see what I am seeing, either go to the official site on Vids or go to the website of your choice that has these chapters. But as I always say, support the official release. So we get introduced to Jujutsu High 3rd year Kinji Hakari. And then we get introduced to this one girl going, "That sounds so dumb, just stop. Jujutsu High 3rd year Kirara Hoshi." And then the guy who's on the phone with Kinji goes, "Understood, but what should we do about the other kid?" And in this guy's shadow is Megumi. He's hiding in this guy's shadow. And then Kinji goes, "Stay vigilant. Kirara will provide security too." Huh? And then Yuji goes, this is Kinji going, "This is thrilling. I haven't been this on edge since the days of my old girlfriend and maxed out credit cards." Don't talk about her! And that's the end of chapter 153. Onwards to chapter 154. Whew, it's gonna be a long one, but I'm prepared. Let's go! Chapter 154, Sneaking In. And it cuts to Panda outside.
"Oh, there you are. Hey, Fushiguro."
"Panda-senpai."
"So you think Itadori can meet Hakari?"
"Yeah, but why haven't you met him yet?"
"Well, I know where he is. He's always in the monitor room on the roof. But I can't get close."
"Why not?"
"It doesn't matter if I walk or run towards the door on the roof, because the distance never decreases. It feels sort of like Satoru's curse technique. It's probably Kirara's curse technique, but I'm not sure."
"Kirara, the other 3rd year's a boy, right?"
"Yeah, a boy."
"Does that phenomenon only occur when Kirara is in the monitor room?"
"I don't know. Hakari and Kirara are never apart."
Wait. Hold up. Hold up a sec. Okay. It kind of threw me for a loop when he was saying like the other 3rd year's a boy. I thought he was meaning Kirara.
"It's probably Kirara's curse technique, but I'm not sure."
"Kirara, the other 3rd year's a boy, right?"
"Yeah, a boy."
"Does that phenomenon only occur when Kirara is on the roof?"
"I don't know. Hakari and Kirara are never apart. Instead of trying too hard and scaring off Hakari, I decided to attract spectators like a circus bear. Good thing you two showed up."
"I'm not so sure. Do you think Itadori can convince Hakari?"
"It might be hard. The problem is more Hakari than Itadori."
But
I also think it's just a matter of time. Itadori's really friendly and charming, which should work on Hakari, but he sucks at lying."
Rather, lying isn't really an option for him.
Lying isn't really an option for him, but I did give him some pointers. Worst case scenario, Hakari realizes Itadori is from Jujutsu High and tosses him out without listening, or calls in some bruiser. Which means that as soon as Itadori gets in, I think we should seize control of the area and guard the door so they can talk."
I don't think...
"Don't worry, I won't kill anybody. I'll just knock them out."
"But there are security cameras, so if the negotiation happens in the monitor room, they'd see anything we do."
"I know the camera's positions and blind spots. Besides, it's no problem if someone sees me. I hang around a lot. The only serious sorcerers are Hakari and Kirara."
"How many lookouts are there?"
4 at the entrance, 2 on every floor but the roof."
"This just might work," says Megumi. "This just might work. I'm concerned about Kirara's curse technique, but we can't do anything about that." "If they warp Itadori outside or bring in some muscle, we'll give up on Hakari." And then we get someone on his phone at Sunday, November 11th, saying, Itadori, I'm meeting him at 1, and then the message is deleted. Then it cuts to people around the floor. And then it cuts to Itadori walking with Kirara.
You're first year in high school. That's young, you.
You?
Hakari had to repeat a year in junior high. You seem cheerful.
And then, Yuji goes, you seem cheerful.
Yeah, that's because Kin feels hot again, and I love it when Kin feels hot.
And then, as soon as Kirara walks through the door, the door closes, and then Megumi comes out of a dude's shadow, grabs him from behind, and then knocks him out, and then gags him. And then he slips into the shadow of the other guy. He looks into the shadow of the other guy and knocks him out as well. All while in the blind spot of the cameras that they can't see. Then it cuts to two people. Then it cuts to two other guards, one with the unibrow looking in the direction of Panda going, hey, look over there. And it shows Panda messing with like some sort of tire, messing with a tire. And he goes, think he eats fish sausage?
Hold up, that Panda was in the tournament.
And then Panda looks and proceeds to body both of them at the exact same time. Where Panda takes the guy's fish sausage and goes,
thanks for the sausage. No camera in the emergency stairs.
And then it cuts to Panda coming out of the stairway going,
yo!
Panda-senpai, will things be alright? Won't this cause trouble later?
Nah, it's all good.
And then they get to the roof.
Now to guard that door.
And as they say this, Kirara sees them and goes, Panda?
Gah! Kirara! Why isn't Kirara with Akari?
And the kid with spiky hair. If Panda snuck him in here, does that mean he's from Jujutsu High? Then that means you is from Jujutsu High too. Kin is in danger!
And then, Fushiguro uses Divine Dog, Totality, and launches it at Kirara. And as it launches at Kirara, it gets yanked back and repelled towards Fushiguro.
Fushiguro!
Was my Divine Dog repelled? No. If what Panda-senpai says is true, Divine Dog just couldn't get close. And then something pops up over the Divine Dog and over Panda.
Panda is already marked.
And then it shows Kirara running away.
The monitor room! Kirara's going back to Akari! Wait, Kirara, we're not your enemy. We just have a request for Akari.
I can't believe it. How could you do this, Panda?
I can't get close to you either.
Divine Dog. And it shows Divine Dog launching in front of Kirara. So Kirara can't approach either. And then, Fushiguro gets pulled towards Divine Dog.
Fushiguro?
We can't get close, but there's more to it. Divine Dog and I can't separate? What kind of curse technique is that? And then it shows a mark on the back of Panda. And then it cuts to the monitor room. It cuts to the monitor room where Kinji is, and he goes, Itadori, would you believe me if I said you could work 1 hour a day and make 1 million yen a month? Huh? And that's the end of the chapter. That's the end of chapter 154. Let's move on to 155. Fever. And he's in the room with Kinji right now. He's in the room with Kinji. Itadori, would you believe me if I said you could work 1 hour a day and make 1 million yen a month? Huh? That depends on what I have to do. Well, for that info, you gotta pay 200,000 yen. And this surprises Yuji. Nah, I don't trust that. You guessed it, it's a classic con. The swindler rakes it in by pretending to be rich and selling tips on how to get rich. It's pretty obvious, but there's a stupid number of stupid people out there. It all has to do with the fever. Fever? Both the deceiver and the deceived are in a fever to change their lives. People get high on the fever and make mistakes. However, without it, people can't even fall in love. And me, I love the fever. Do you know a more direct way of dealing with the fever? Gambling? Yeah, you do know. Life itself is a gamble. Lots of girls have dumped me because they hate gambling, but they don't understand. Society tramples on guys who can't bet big and guys who don't know when to quit. Everyone gambles. What they hate is losing and going to ruin. Don't some people just want peaceful lives? I don't know anyone like that. I love the fever, and the fever is gambling, and gambling is life, and love is control. I want to control this country's fever through this fight club. Now that the existence of cursed spirits is public knowledge, and Jujutsu headquarters is barely functioning, this is my chance to expand the business. I want to take care of all obstacles so that I can take advantage of the coming revision of Jujutsu regulations, and make them publicly acknowledge the existence of the fight club. Anyway, I need a strong piece on the board. Itadori. Wanna get high on my fever? And then it's Yuji thinking back to when Megami goes, bring up Jujutsu High last. And then Yuji goes, boss, I need to ask you. And then his phone goes off. Boom, chaka chaka. Boom, chaka. Ooga chaka, ooga, ooga, ooga chaka, ooga, ooga. It doesn't go that. It doesn't do that. It doesn't do that. Hi. It doesn't do that. But Kenji's phone is going off. And Kenji intentionally ignores it. And he goes, Itadori, you want a drink? Sure, but no alcohol. Why not? Can't handle your liquor? It's not that, it's just, I'm underage. You don't look like the type to care. Did you know Satoru Gojo can't drink either? Oh? Who's Gojo? Besides, it's more like I can't. Come on now. All sorcerers know Satoru Gojo. Why pretend you don't? And then Kenji downs his liquor and slams his cup on the table as Yuji is just holding his lip, sweating bullets because, he knows Gojo! And then Kenji glares at him going, are you a spy from Jujutsu High? No, wait, And then it shows Kenji throwing a glass at him. And then he uses his curse technique to bring some doors or some thin plates in between Yuji's midsection. I don't know, to either crush him or cut him in half. But Yuji dodges it and goes, hey, listen to... And then it shows Kenji launching at Yuji. Just listen up! And then it shows Yuji get hit in the neck. Hit directly in the neck by these same plates that Kenji apparently lifted up, and it causes Yuji to cough. And he goes, when I get a call from Kirara, it means something's up. And he kicks Yuji directly in the chin. And then Yuji throws up his hands, and we go back to Fushiguro telling him, we've only come to request Akari's cooperation. And Yuji grabs Kenji by the collar, and then headbutts him. And he goes, listen to me! No, because now I feel cold. And then it cuts to the outside where Fushiguro and Panda are dealing with Kirara. We're at a deadlock. Perfect. Kirara, we aren't necessarily on Jujutsu High's side. You know the current situation in Tokyo, right? The barriers appearing all over are related. There was an unprecedented Jujutsu terrorist attack. We need Hakari's cooperation. And then it cuts to Kirara going, you excluded us first, so it's your own fault. We're not with Jujutsu High. What happened between you and the higher-ups?
They fought with the conservative faction, and conservative doesn't just mean with regard to no regulations. They have specific ideas about what Jujutsu should be like. They like conventional Jujutsu that's easy to understand, like Fujisaki's curse technique. Over time, Jujutsu has blended with tech, like those cursed videos that were popular a while back. And when it starts affecting cursed techniques, the conservatives start to grumble.
And of course, this is Panda who's saying all this. Buggy Day Gaming, yo, what's going on? We are currently on chapter 155 of Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm done with physical volumes. I'm now going through all chapters until I fully catch up to its most recent chapter. So we got 40 to go through. Well, less than 40 now. But Kirara says,
Kin's curse technique is a perfect example. The big shots have it all backwards. That's why they lost. But Satoru Gojo always cleans up your messes. So why do you need us? Maybe you're lying and came here for some other purpose.
Gojo-sensei got sealed. That's why we lost.
And this shocks. And this gives Kirara like an appearance on their face that's all like,
Don't believe you.
And then both Panda and Fushiguro come to the realization that Kirara,
Kirara doesn't believe us. I know the feeling, but Kirara's the person closest to Akari.
And then Fushiguro uses rabbit escape, which pretty much causes an eruption of rabbits to appear on top of the roof. And Kirara goes,
Rabbits?
If we convince Kirara, negotiations with Akari will go more smoothly.
And that's the end of chapter 155. Onwards to chapter 156. I feel like I'm going through these chapters a lot easier with these chapters in front of me instead of me like turning the pages. It's working out a lot. It's working out good for me. And then it shows a lot of rabbits with a crux on the back sides of them. And then it shows a word on the door in this next chapter. We don't get the title yet, with it called Gakrux. Chapter 156, Twinkling Stars. And then Kirara's thinking,
That's a lot of rabbits, but why? My curse technique marks cursed energy, so it considers Shikigami the same as sorcerers. If this keeps up, you'll attract these Shikigami just like that doggy earlier, and you'll suffocate to death.
Then it shows the rabbits exploding back into shadows, which kind of surprises Kirara.
Panda-senpai, how was rabbit escape?
It was almost as cute as me. I'm asking what it got close to and what it couldn't get close to.
It got close to me in the second floor, but not Kirara in the door to the monitor room.
Is there a star and a word on your body anywhere?
Huh? What? Imai?
And he notices the mark that is on his lower backside.
Am I marked too?
Imai? Who's Imai?
Found it. Just like rabbit escape, it says a crux. I bet Divine Dog has a mark too. I still haven't got a clue, but I know one thing. The basis of the curse technique is a constellation.
With that much information, they should be able to figure it out.
Constellation? And I think that constellation is the Southern Cross.
And this kind of causes Kirara to give an expression towards Fushiguro figuring this information out. And then Kirara goes,
Darn it! We both gave it away with our reactions. We had this look that said, seriously? He wasn't sure if my curse technique's motif is the Southern Cross, but my face gave it away, so now he's certain. If he keeps figuring it out, he'll be able to enter the monitor room. I gotta hold him here.
And then Fushiguro goes, thinking to himself,
it really is the Southern Cross, so I'm grateful to Sumiki. But that's all I know. Besides, doesn't the Southern Cross have 4 points?
Fushiguro! What's going on?
I knew it. Panda and I can get close to each other. Senpai, aren't there 4 stars in the Southern Cross?
Yeah. After all, it's a cross.
Oh, that's right, but I thought Kirara's curse technique had assigned each of us a star in the Southern Cross to maintain a certain distance between each point. But Kirara can go near the door, and Panda-senpai and I can go near each other. I suspect this curse technique is like a stamp rally or a board game with a determined route, meaning there's a sequential order for who can go near what, and the same stars attract each other.
Maybe the technique doesn't include the casting sorcerer?
That can't be, because Divine Dog couldn't get near Kirara.
That
Then maybe our stars and Kirara's and the door stars repel each other.
In that case, why hasn't Kirara fled inside the room?
Oh, right. They could stand by the door to keep us away.
Kirara's standing guard to make sure we don't satisfy certain conditions and sneak into the monitor room unseen.
Which suggests there are 5 or more stars.
Yup. If the stamp rally theory is correct, there's a lot of terminology in regards to describing all of these curse techniques. I hope you guys don't mind. If the stamp rally theory is correct and there are only 4 stars, either you or I should be able to approach Kirara. But if there's a 5th star between us, we have to go through it to reach Kirara and the door.
What if there's 6 or 7?
I hope there aren't, because even 5 doesn't make sense for a cross.
If my secret's out,
And then it shows Kirara jumping on top of a car, causing it to launch upwards.
then I'll attack.
And it shows the car launching upwards next to Panda. And the car itself launches towards Panda. Panda-senpai! And Panda gets hit by the car.
No problem, Fushiguro. Find the other star.
Huh! And he just throws the car off of him. And then it cuts to and then it cuts to Fushiguro going, "Don't throw the car! Kirara put the same Imai star on it as you." And then it shows the car coming back and hitting Panda. Kind of like, what is her name? From JoJo, who is able to magnetize people together with different objects, specifically different metallic objects. She was in Diamond is Unbreakable. Or Star Crusaders, Stardust Crusaders. I think it's Diamond is Unbreakable. Whichever one had Joseph and Avdol going up against this female stand user. I forget her name. Her name is Mary something? Marie? But it kind of functioned this way. This curse technique allows objects to attract one another regardless of distance. That's kind of what it reminds me of. Hope you guys don't mind if I describe these different terminologies to you. Kirara put the same Imai star on it as you. It's like me and Divine Dog. If you throw it, it'll come back or pull you. I think contact must be made to place a star, but Kirara never touched me or a rabbit escape, only with Divine Dog. So instead of marking objects themselves, Kirara's marking cursed energy. To mark objects like the door or car with a star, maybe Kirara has to charge them beforehand with someone's cursed energy. That's it! The car has residual cursed energy from someone other than Kirara. Assuming that curse technique doesn't have much range, there must be one more such star. There it is! The 5th star! And it's on like a parking block, like one of those little cement parking blocks you see in front of parking spaces in parking garages, and it has the name on it. I don't see any more residuals aside from us 3. Kirara's cursed energy is marked with a star, so they can't use energy to mark objects with the crux star that's also on me. Which means Kirara can't throw objects at me like that car earlier. And as he jumps down next to it, he sees multiple parking blocks launching at him. And it has, and then we get a description of Kirara's curse technique. Fushiguro's hypothesis is correct. Kirara's curse technique is called Love Rendezvous. It apportions 5 stars with a Southern Cross motif to target cursed energy. For one star to approach another star, it must follow a determined order, or one of the targets with the same star as another will attract it. The order follows the stars from nearest to furthest. Constellations may look flat, but they actually have depth, because each star is a different distance from the Earth. Kirara marked Fushiguro with the crux star, so he must go through Mimosa and then Ginan to reach the door.
I'm impressed. You figured out my curse technique, but you were too quick to conclude I can't throw more objects. I can simply remove the Ginan star on my cursed energy and mark things with the crux star. That's also on you.
And it shows like all those parking blocks hitting where Fushiguro is. And then it shows Divine Dog coming out from behind Kirara, surprising Kirara.
What?
And then it grabs Kirara And then Kirara's thinking,
how'd that doggy get here? Oh, I get it. That punk never canceled his doggy Shikigami. Did he guess which one of them marked with the same star would attract the other? If he maneuvered so the wall was between them, thereby jamming his Shikigami, which he was attracting against the wall, before setting it loose when I was directly between them.
And then it shows Kirara held by Divine Dog being attracted and pulled towards Fushiguro.
Love rendezvous cancel!
And in that instant, Fushiguro grabs Kirara and just simply says, please, just listen, and gets Kirara in an armbar. And that's the end of chapter 156. Onwards to chapter 157. Oh, I'm having so much fun reading through all of these for all of you. I really am. I had to double check and make sure my mic was unmuted. I sometimes scare myself just to make sure. Like, I would hate to look down and see that the mute button has been on this whole time. That scares me. Chapter 157, Cog. Please, just listen. And in that instance, he dispels Divine Dog.
Did you really plan that? You couldn't have known whether the doggy or you would get pulled.
I took a gamble, but I just realized that the one with higher cursed energy output does the pulling. At first, Divine Dog pulled me, but when I reinforced my cursed energy to guard against your attacks, the opposite occurred.
And then Kirara's just grumbling.
For a first year, you're not very cute.
And then Fushiguro lets go of the armbar and gets up. And then he bows before Kirara goes, I'm begging you, there's no time. So please hear us out. And then Kirara goes,
fine, go ahead.
And then there's a explosion that happens. And the door from the monitor room bursts open. And it's Yuji who gets launched out.
Itadori? Oh well, I wasn't very useful.
As it shows Panda sitting up next to the car that he was attracted to. And then it shows Yuji slowly getting up as we hear footsteps coming out of the doorway. As Kinji comes up with his jacket off and like he's very, very muscular and he's walking towards Itadori. And then Yuji goes, Fushiguro, Panda-senpai, don't interfere.
Oh, not taking me seriously?
And then it shows him bearing his arm as if he's about to, do a lariat on Yuji. It wasn't even a lariat. He just brings his fist back and slams his fist like this. Like not even a punch. Just directly lands his fist in Yuji's face and sends him flying backwards with extreme force and looking like he almost broke his nose in the process. Then it cuts to Fushiguro as he goes, Itadori's getting destroyed. And even Kirara's looking like, Eee! And then Panda's just looking on. And then it cuts to Kinji going, this punk's not even resisting. Then it cuts to Yuji, who gets himself right back up, standing directly in front of Shinji, and he blows the blood out of his nose.
He doesn't intend to dodge? You're nuts. This isn't like the fight in Shibuya. This is all for making him accept me.
This isn't like the fight in Shibuya. This is all for making him accept me. So I won't dodge again, and I won't fight back again.
Cool. I'll listen to your spiel.
Not until...
As long as you remain standing.
Not until this guy breaks. And then it shows Shinji imbuing himself with cursed energy. And then it cuts to Kirara going,
Kin! They say they want your help, so listen to them.
Didn't I just say I would?
And then they all just stop. All three of them, Panda, Fushiguro, and Kirara are just like, oh. And then Panda goes,
so we're good here?
And then Kinji, not Shinji, Kinji. I'm thinking of Shinji Hirako from Bleach. I'm sorry. Kinji goes,
why me, Itadori? This is the first time we've met. So why put your faith in me?
Because all my senpais say you're strong.
That's what I thought.
And he punches away Yuji, causing more blood to shoot out.
What's with his punches? No matter how much or how little strength he puts behind them, they just hurt. It's like he's hitting me with a serrated bat.
When a sorcerer asks for a sorcerer for a favor, it's understood that they'll be putting their lives on the line.
So you had to show me right here and now that you've got the fever to make me do that. Instead, you came here on someone else's orders. What's old man Yaga doing? He should be weeding out weaklings like you. And then Yuji goes, I don't have any fever. Huh? I'm just a cog. I'm a cog in the machine that sorcerers need to eradicate curses. Hey, are you for real? 'Cause that's darn boring! And then it cuts to Fushiguro thinking, oh no, if he takes any more damage, Itadori, that's enough! And then it cuts to Kinji punching Yuji once again, sending him flying to the opposite end of the parking garage on the roof. Hurts, right? According to Gojo, my cursed energy's got an edge. You dead yet? Yo, Panda, sea urchin head. Take Itadori and get lost. Don't come, and then it shows that Yuji's back up right behind Kinji. And this alerts Kinji. And then he looks back and he jumps away from Yuji. Huh? He took 3 unguarded blows, and I roughed him up before that, too. What are you? I'm just a cog, and cogs have a function. My function is getting rid of curses, and if you're necessary for that, I won't give up until you agree. But Senpai, what's your function? This kid. Are these the eyes of a cog in fever? Fine, I'll just keep punching. And then it cuts to Kirara going, Kin, isn't he hot enough for you yet? And then it causes Kinji to stop. It's true, and the fever never lies. Get down here, you two. And then he motions for both Fushiguro and Panda, and he goes, let's cut a deal. Huh? Is this all resolved now? Did you get him to agree?
Yeah.
Thanks.
No problem.
I still hate the big shots, but Kin's fever. I still hate the big shots, but Kin's fever burned the hottest.
Oh, I still hate the big shots, but Kin's fever burned the hottest when he was helping people while at Jujutsu High.
And then it shows Kinji just hitting Yuji over the head. And Panda just goes, huh? And that's the end of chapter 157. Onwards to chapter 158. Chapter 158, Kogane! For real? Gojo got sealed? For real.
Yeah.
No way, man. And I'm sorry, but the principal died. This surprises Yuji because he didn't know about Principal Yaga. He didn't know about him at all. Panda-senpai. Sorry I didn't tell you earlier, but it's true. Panda-senpai? Sorry I didn't tell you earlier, but it's true. It's all right, Itadori. It didn't happen in Shibuya. He died fighting a higher-up later on. It doesn't make it okay. After all, the principal was your... Even so, it's all right, but thanks. And then it cuts to Kinji going, Well, if you say so, then there's not much we can say. Yeah, goes Kirara. But all the people who ever took care of me. I haven't been this bummed out since an arrow stuck Yakul in the butt. What a nice life he must lead. Okay, fine. I'll help you handle the culling game. But don't get the wrong idea. This is more than personal. We're cutting a deal. Understand? After we handle the culling game, you guys gotta help me. You want the Jujutsu regulations revised, right? Now that the existence of cursed spirit is out, change of some sort is inevitable. What exactly do you want? And then Fushiguro goes, Whatever it is, I doubt it's that difficult. Huh? What would you know, sea And then it cuts to Kinji going, Huh? What would you know, sea urchin head? I'm asking. I'm the head of the Zenin clan. Whatever, I might as well take advantage of it. And then it cuts to Kinji going, Whoa, really? Hold on, for real? I feel sorry for those two, but this is the biggest shock today. With the backing of the big 3 families, changing the rules should be easy. The problems come later. How can I keep the Zenin clan from taking over the Fight Club?
Sea urchin head. The name's Fushiguro. Okay, Fushiguro. Let's be buds.
And then he just starts trying to buddy up to Fushiguro because of the pull that Fushiguro can have as the head of the Zenin clan.
Sure.
Let's be buds.
Sure.
The next day, the Zenin clan is annihilated. Oh, wow. This was happening before Maki pretty much just eradicated the entire Zenin clan. This was before. Oh, this was before. Because it has this one little tidbit in between the panel that shows Maki's face with her hair short and that look in her eye after she massacred everyone. Let's be buds.
Sure.
The next day, the Zenin clan is annihilated. And then it cuts to Panda going,
Now we just have to decide who goes to which colony. Yuta's got Miyagi, right?
and then Ashiki, some cursed spirit is above Yuji going, and it starts ringing, and he goes, "What the?" And then it's a cursed spirit that is, I guess, part of the culling game.
A player has added a new rule to the culling game. Rule 9. Players shall have access to information on other players, such as name, points, numbers of such as name, points, number of rules added, and current colony.
And it cuts to the image of that one cursed user that had like the halo over her head and the angel wings in like a shroud of like darkness. Oh, it's not a shroud. It is a hole in someone's. It's a hole in someone's stomach. That's not a shroud. That's the gored out midsection of a person's body that she's looking through. And you can even see the spine kind of down. You can see the ribs coming through. Wow, she completely bodied this person. Whoever this person was, she hit them so hard that she punched straight through them and cratered the wall that they're laying dead behind. And then one of the cursed spirit goes, "You just scored 5 points."
Of course, I killed him. They're all too weak. They were just much tougher. They were much tougher 400 years ago. Where is Sukuna?
You have reached 200 points. Do you want to spend 100 points to add a rule to the culling game?
Oh, right. The rules. Name and points as an indication of strength, but adding rules decreases points, so also indicate the number of rules added and what colony they're in. Kogane. Kogane, add a rule that discloses that information on all players.
Hajime Kashimo, player in the culling game.
I'm a Kogane, a liaison between players and the game.
And then it cuts to Kinji going, "Why do you sound different all of a sudden?"
That was an announcement from the culling game. Now I'm speaking as a liaison assigned to player Yuji Itadori.
That's right. Tengen said something about...
That's right, Tengen said something about that. And then Fushiguro says, "Strange. Why is it already counting Itadori among the players? Aside from the players who receive cursed techniques and cursed objects from Kenjaku, people only become players upon entering a colony." And then it cuts to back when Geto, Nori Toshikamo was in control of Geto's body, saying, "The people who I had ingest cursed objects like Yuji Itadori. The cursed objects that I provided are what's left of sorcerers I painstakingly made vows with a millennium ago. However, I did not only enter into contracts with sorcerers." And then it cuts back to words. It cuts back to words going, "He was a human who actually existed, but that was over 1,000 years ago." Sukuna. So, Yuji's a part of the game because of Sukuna's past. What he, binding vows and stuff in the past that Geto is referring to. Sukuna. Maybe Sukuna is one of the sorcerers who entered a contract with Kenjaku and became a cursed object. Is participation in the culling game part of the contract? But it's still strange. You ingested Sukuna's finger of your own will. I witnessed it. And this is going back to when Yuji first ate Sukuna's finger at the beginning of the series. We'll discuss this later. Itadori, have your Kogane show player info right now. And then Kogane opens up and he goes, yep, and he shows the player lists. That one. And it shows the names of these different people. Kashimo Hajime. Points, 100. Rules, 1. Current colony, Tokyo number 2. So this player previously had 200 points. I wonder why they added an additional rule. They must have killed at least 40 people in the last few days. So I doubt the reasons are nice. But maybe now we can continue the culling game without killing anyone. Kogane, show me only players with 100 points or more. Huh? Well, I'm assigned to Yuji Itadori, so... Oh, it's alright. Do what Fushiguro says. And then it shows Kogane in like this little data screen and it's searching. And Fushiguro goes, unless people caught in this like Sumiki rush to get out of the barriers, each past sorcerer in a new body must have had an incentive for entering a contract with Kenjaku. But I doubt they have much motivation to participate in the culling game. So if there are other players with plenty of points like Kashimo... Oh, I get it. We find somebody with 100 or more points who isn't otherwise interested in adding rules, and press that player to make a rule allowing Sumiki to get out of the culling game. And then Kogane is searching, and then Kogane goes, here you go, and it shows Kashimo Hajime, and it shows Higuruma Hiromi, which I remember as another person that was shown earlier in the chapters as well. Higuruma Hiromi has 102 points, no rules, and is currently in Tokyo number 1's current colony. There's another one. Nice. The problem is Rule 8, so first we offset that. And then both Panda and Yuji go, what rule was it again? Rule 8. If a player's score remains the same for 19 days, that player shall be subject to curse technique removal. We could add a rule allowing players to transfer points among themselves. Points exchanges are allowed, goes Kogane. Then if friends keep passing around points, they won't lose their curse techniques and die. If possible, we could add another rule, allowing players to spend points to get out of the game. And then Kinji goes, why do I keep wanting to call him Shinji? Kinji goes, doesn't that conflict with the rule about long-lasting effect on the game? I think so, but... maybe it'd work on the condition that the player drags a substitute non-player into the game. But that'd be the Kogane's call, right? And then Yuji goes, anyway, we have a plan of action. Yeah, so as we look for the angel to break the prison realm seal, we'll target Hajime Kashimo and Hirumi Higuruma, and hunt them down. And it shows the face of Hirumi Higuruma, and he has like this almost blank stare on his face. And that's the end of chapter 158. Onwards to chapter 159. I'm enjoying all of these chapters, I really am. Let me step away and get some water. This is going to be a long read, so let me get some water. Sorry for the wait. Chapter 159, Judgment. In Japan, 99.9% of criminal trials end in a guilty verdict. And it cuts to someone sitting in front of a Hiromi going, I had a cat. Continue. And he has like this blank stare in his face. But the police started talking to me all of a sudden. More joined until there were 2 or 3. But if they arrested me, my cat would have died.
You can't have a cat. That's a rule.
You can't have a cat. That's a rule. So no one knows I have one.
In March 2016, a mother and her young daughter were found stabbed to death in their home in Morioka City, Iwate Prefecture. The prosecutor's office suspected local resident Keita Oe, so they arrested and charged him on suspicion of murder and robbery. Oe had fled during questioning by patrol officers. They followed him to his home and found a bloody blade. They practically caught him red-handed. Later analysis showed that the blood's DNA on the blade matched that of the victim. Yet Oe insisted he was innocent. Regarding the blade, he said, I picked it up. It wasn't mine. First of all, you should not be picking up any bloody blades, period. Why would you? That's just common sense. If a blade's got blood on it, why are you touching it? Why would you touch it? For what purpose would you touch it? That's just asking for trouble. And then someone in the office goes,
Oh, give me a break. He fled the interrogation because he was guilty, right?
Not quite. The authorities once illegally questioned him because he had an acquaintance who was using drugs.
So you're saying it's trauma? Even so, he just happened to pick up a bloody knife? Why?
He claims he planned to give it to the police later.
Later?
I know his reasons defy belief. But there's his circumstances. When I consider how he worked a live-in job for a non-profit, it isn't implausible.
What non-profit?
It mostly runs a shelter and supports independent living for the elderly who have no place to go. He had a job caring for the people there. However, they didn't pay wages. Instead, he received pocket money at New Year's, boxed lunches, and groceries. Nonetheless, they forced him to pay 50,000 yen each month in rent.
Gross.
More than a few of the residents had a record, and as for why he didn't immediately turn in the weapon.
You can't call the police or an ambulance. It's a rule because it's bothering the neighbors. It sounds suspicious.
Yes, very suspicious. Ever since earthquake relief money started pouring into the Tohoku region, there have been more and more shady nonprofits. So it's no surprise the weapon was lying around and there's a good possibility Oe is innocent. First, we look into the nonprofit's activities and taxes and run background checks on all the residents.
This is going into some serious law and orderness I was not expecting from a jujutsu world where cursed spirits and unworldly powers exist. I didn't think I was going to be getting a law and order episode. Sensei Nam, what's going on?
First, we look into the non-profit's activities and taxes and run background checks on all the residents. I'll ask around about Oe. Shimizu, you handle the rest.
Hey, aren't I doing most of the work?
And can you take care of the cat?
Cat? As a public defender for these state-assigned cases, the pay sucks and you're overworked. The public assumes Oe is guilty. With murder, there's no chance of a suspended sentence. He could even get the death penalty. So why bother? Why did you take this case, Mr. Higuruma?
It's all right to take these cases sometimes. Easy work dulls one's skills.
It isn't sometimes. It isn't sometimes.
You're thinking out loud.
Higuruma never changes. It's awful when your boss isn't interested in money. Yeah, but not so awful that I have to start a cafe on the side like you, Takaki. You said he never changes. Was he always like that? Well, he may have gotten worse. Huh? When he was at my office, he handled a case involving reckless driving, specifically drunk driving. The defendant was 19. His workplace forced him to drink and drive, and everyone agreed to tell the same story. He couldn't pay to settle, nor could he get probation.
Liar! You said they'd find me innocent!
And it shows this guy back then talking to Higuruma.
Look at the way he treated you even though you never said they'd find him.
Look at the way he treated you even though you never said they'd find him innocent, only that his sentence could be suspended. Now have you learned your lesson? Being a criminal lawyer isn't worth it. Saving the weak and powerless is admirable. But what can we do against the court and prosecutors? Why keep going when even our clients despise us?
They're just up against a wall financially and emotionally, so they take it out on us.
But what about your mental state, Higuruma?
And then it cuts to him working, being at bus stops, and him working again. The court finds the defendant innocent! And this causes people in the room to murmur, including the guy being shocked that he was found innocent. And then his attendant, what is her name? Shimizu, whispers and goes,
We actually won.
And then Higuruma goes,
No, not yet. They'll immediately repeal.
and then it cuts to the verdict, and people are saying everything they want, saying all this stuff about how much money did they offer, wrong verdict, money gets killers off the hook, the law's dead, and prosecutors regarding the suspicious verdict, former says that was bought, so everyone is immediately suspicious that this dude is found innocent. And then it cuts to Higuruma talking to the guy, going, Nothing stolen was found in your room, and someone went missing from the non-profit soon after the crime. Above all, you showed up in the convenience store security footage at the same time as the estimated time of death. Oh wait, this is Shimizu saying,
Above all, you showed up in the convenience store security camera footage at the same time as the estimated time of death. Good thing you don't cook, huh?
And then it cuts to the guy saying,
Thank you so much, Counselor Higuruma. Counselor isn't necessary. Anyway, there will be a second trial.
I helped you too, you know.
No, I don't mean that.
Oh wait, no, I don't mean that. Thank you for believing me. Appeal hearing, second trial. Guilty, life imprisonment. While independent defense lawyers rely on limited funding and small staffs, public prosecutors have access to tax money and manpower in gathering evidence. That's to be expected because it's simply the way the system works. But prosecutors failed to provide new evidence at the second trial. The court passed a sentence based on the shoddy argument that there was no reason to suspect the missing person, thereby overturning the previous ruling. A third trial before the highest court is unlikely because it refuses to hear most cases. Even getting a fair hearing is improbable. The system branded him guilty from the very start. And then it shows the guy glaring back at Higuruma, and Higuruma's looking back at him like, dude, what did I do?
Why do they look at me like that?
But what about your mental state, Higuruma?
I'm trying to save the weak and powerless. Ever since I was a kid, I couldn't leave things alone if something wasn't right, and that hasn't changed. Lady Justice wears a blindfold to represent the law's impartiality, and people close their eyes to spare themselves the truth. But even so, in order not to shake off the hands that cling to me, even if I'm the only one, I want to keep my eyes open.
And then it cuts to some prosecutors and some judges going, If there are any objections to this decision, you must petition for a final appeal within 15 days. And then the gavel comes down, and everyone starts to adjourn, and then Shimizu goes,
Mr. Higuruma?
And then Higuruma stands up, and then there's like this field that emanates off him as he goes,
Everyone come back. We're having a retrial.
And then it shows Hiromi Higuruma culling game player. And it shows a cursed spirit behind him as he picks up the gavel, and it has like the scales as it hovers behind him. Ooh. You take this character is based on Perry Mason, which is a popular court drama show from the late 50s and 60s. He even looks like the main character. I see a little bit of it because I've been watching the Djibouti show where they're going through previous and old commercials and like their reactions to it. And I saw a Perry Mason commercial, and yeah, you know what? I can see it. I can see it. This has got to be the most law stuff. The most law-laden exposition I have ever seen in a series before, like the intricate parts of it. Like, I hear my sisters and them watching Judge Judy and a lot of judge shows, but this is the one where I actually had to read it for my eyes and see that all that type of terminology, because I don't get really into that, but this was the most law I have read about in any chapter of any series I've ever been through. But that's the end of chapter 156, onwards to chapter 160, which means 36 more chapters to go. Chapter 160, Colony. And then it cuts to Gato. And he goes, sorry. And then a girl laying in bed going,
Who are you?
I'm the sorcerer who placed a barrier here. This place was chosen for people to kill each other in the culling game. Unfortunately, that is not an honor.
Kill each other? Could you not do that in my house?
You're funny. The remains of an execution site are not far away. That is the center of the barrier, with a radius of about 5 to 6 kilometers. Creating it requires immense effort. I cannot impose unreasonable conditions. Those of you who begin inside the barrier have the right to leave, but only once. If you wish, you will awaken outside the barrier. Do you so desire?
When I awaken, am I dreaming?
The space between dream and reality is a curse. So be careful. The hasty ones are already outside. And then it shows... Wait. I don't want to assume that this is a girl. This might be a dude. You can't really tell. But Gato takes this person's hand and takes them outside. And as they're outside, it shows like a cursed spirit, gerbil type creature just outside. And for whatever reasons, the shape, it makes it look like there's pterodactyls flying around. I don't know why. But there's like this cursed spirit that looks like half hamster or half gerbil just outside. And then it cuts to Gato saying, "Oh, right. I almost forgot to tell you. Thank you for getting along with my son." And then Sasaki, this person's name is, wakes up. And someone is calling for them. And they wake up and it's like they're standing in a crowd. Or at least Sasaki comes out of a daze. Sasaki!
Iguchi!
I'm glad I know someone here. Where are we?
Where are we?
Somewhere between Kododai and Hirose Street. But check that out.
Oh, wait, yo, this is the girl. This is the girl from the beginning of the series. They're part of the occult club. The two people, how did I not recognize her? How did I not recognize her? Oh my goodness, it's been so long. It's been so long. It's been so long. It's been so long. But this is the girl. This is the girl that Yuji saved when they first found Sukuna's finger. Where are we?
Somewhere between Kododai and Hirose Street. But check that out.
Occult club-wise, how's that look?
How's it look? And there's just a massive black wall that's almost slightly see-through in front in one section of the city. Oh, it's not a wall. It's a massive barrier. You can see from like, I want to say from like kind of from the atmosphere or the stratosphere, whichever one is close enough where everything looks, you can see the topography of a location, but it's not exactly too close to space. There's a massive dark barrier that has enveloped the entire city. November 1st, 6:02 a.m., the Sendai Colony. Wait, are those the kids Itadori was hanging out with from the beginning? Yes, it is, Ogata-san, it is. Those are the same ones. As soon as they said a cult club, I was like, oh, snap, it's them. But they're caught in it, or at least they're on the outside. And then Sasaki goes,
Can I tell you about the dream I had?
is it about a long-haired guy in a kessa? Everyone saw him.
You saw him too, Iguchi? And did he mention his son?
No, he didn't.
Itadori?
And then... Wait, does he mean Itadori? What in the world? And then it cuts back to everyone else. It cuts back to Yuji and everyone else looking at the culling game listings. And then it cuts to Fushiguro going,
Nope, there's no listing. No angel. It's probably not their real name, like you and Sukuna.
Master Tengen mentioned colony number 2 in East Tokyo as a location.
And then Kinji goes,
You know what that person looks like? You know what that person looks like? Supposedly we'll know on sight. You sure that's all right? Whatever. Me and Panda'll take Tokyo number 2.
and this is Kinji, still.
Fushiguro and Itadori, you take number 1. Hirata, you wait outside the barriers. Sound good?
What's your reasoning?
Judging from the points, Kashimo is the strongest, so I should handle that player. Huh? I'm not included?
Panda.
You have a good nose, so focus on finding the angel. Okotsu probably hasn't been in touch because cell phones don't work inside barriers, so we need someone outside to keep an eye on things.
And then Hikari just goes, Kirata! Why did I say Hikari? Kirata goes, where did I get Hikari from? But Kirata goes,
Fine.
And then Yuji goes,
Wait, maybe Fushiguro and I shouldn't be together. 'Cause Sukuna.
Shut up.
Shut up? The 3 senpai can't change their roles, so don't be so self-centered.
Self-centered? And then they start bickering back and forth. I'm just worried.
Are you gonna say that every time? It's annoying and it's a waste of time.
And then Panda's in the background going,
No fighting.
November 12th, 12 o'clock, Tokyo. Remaining time until Sumiki must declare participation in the culling game. 7 days, 12 hours. Hi, I'm a Kogane. Inside this barrier, a lethal contest called the Culling Game has begun. Step inside and you too become a player. Are you willing to enter? And then it cuts to Kinji, Panda, Fushiguro, and Yuji, as Kinji and Panda go, yeah. And then Fushiguro and he goes, no problem. And then Yuji doesn't say anything. And that is the end of chapter 160. Onwards to chapter 161. Chapter 161, Tokyo number 1 colony, part 1. And then it cuts to someone going, a woman going, I'm waiting for the signal.
Yeah, I know, but what can I do if no one shows up?
Huh? Are you talking back to me?
No, but... forgive me.
Start mouthing off and I'll run you over.
And this woman's hair turns into, like, jet wings and a jet engine in the back. What?
Huh?
And then it cuts to Fushiguro and Yuji as Fushiguro goes, had to crack the back.
We need to be aware of incarnated sorcerers from the past. I couldn't agree more. But explain it to me, Fushiguro. You don't get it, huh? Some are from 1,000 years ago, but even people from 100 or 200 years ago value life differently. Plus, they're sorcerers. Fighting to the death used to be a normal thing. In fact, they desired it. That may be why they entered into contracts with Kenjaku. It's entirely possible that Kashimo, and Higuruma are past sorcerers, so don't expect any negotiations.
So aside from them, the cursed spirits are the most aggressive, especially at night.
But a modern-day sorcerer embroiled in this like Sumiki would probably be happy to exchange information.
And then it cuts to Yuji and Fushiguro coming to the barrier as a Kogane pops up. Hi, I'm a Kogane! Inside this barrier, a lethal contest called the Culling Game has begun. Step inside and you too become a player. Are you willing to enter?
Yeah, no problem.
Megumi Fushiguro has joined the Culling Game. Would you like to consult the rules?
No, that isn't necessary.
Tch, And then the Kogane actually gets upset that he doesn't get to explain the rules.
Itadori, first we need information on Higuruma. Let's go.
Yeah! As both Fushiguro and Megumi enter into the barrier, they all immediately start falling from the air. They immediately start falling through the air. They go in on foot on the ground through the barrier, but they're above the barrier. What is this, a mirror dimension? Where's Fushiguro? When a player passes through a culling game barrier, the game randomly transfers that player to one of 9 pre-established locations. According to an unofficial barrier rule that came about, certain individuals are positioned at those 9 locations. And then it cuts to Amai, who says, "Here comes one." And he holds up like a guidance light. Is that a player with a light for guidance? Jacket says sugar on Amai's jacket. They target players confused by phenomena that aren't addressed in the rules. And it shows the same woman that had like the jet parts in her hair. She comes blasting and hits Itadori in the midsection and completely drives him through a couple of buildings. Just dive bombs him. And they pick off the newbies. Oh. So they're here to pick off the newbies and get them out. And then it cuts to the woman going,
This one's tough. That would have pulverized most guys.
And then Yuji rights himself and lands on a nearby roof as she's still flying in the air.
This kid's got grit. He's ready to go. To me, darling.
And then it shows the jet engines in her hair, like steadily going. And then Yuji prepares to punch in her direction. And he throws something and hits her in the side.
Debris? He must have grabbed it earlier and he charged it with cursed energy.
And it shows this woman got hit in the side and she actually falls. She actually falls into like a glass roof.
She fell easily, but I need to ask about Higuruma.
And I gotta find Fushiguro. And then this one other guy with a propeller in his head, like an actual helicopter propeller, is just, what I should not be surprised by any of this anymore. He goes, "What the heck? What'd you do to my woman?"
All right, I'll ask him.
And then Yuji. And then it cuts to Yuji. Well, it doesn't cut to Yuji. It cuts back to the guy who was using the guidance light. And he goes, "Haba flew in. Did that kid defeat Hanyu? I know him from somewhere. Itadori?" And then it cuts to Megumi, who's face to face with some woman with a long braid that kind of looks like it ends in like a scorpion's tail. And she goes,
"Ouch, that hurt, you know. Why would you do that?"
"Because you attacked me. Darn it, we unexpectedly got split up."
"Anything?" And then his Nue Shikigami shakes his head no.
"If even Nue can't locate him, then this culling game colony spans an area far larger than Shibuya. We could be over 2 kilometers apart, but we know what to look for."
And then it cuts to Megumi asking,
"Do you know a sorcerer named Higuruma?"
You think I'm gonna tell you just 'cause you beat me?
"Just answer."
Okay, sorry. Higuruma. He's the guy with 100 points.
"Yeah, so where is he?"
"Oh, I got it. I can tell you, but you gotta do something for me in return."
"All right, say it."
"Say it?" "What?"
"Say it."
"Say it, please?"
"Just spit it out."
Okay, fine. Will you be my knight?
"Yeah, whatever."
Aw, you're no fun.
"I'm in a hurry. Walk ahead of me."
Huh? As my knight, you gotta protect me.
Ugh.
I will if you're
I will if you're telling the truth. Listen, you. If you're lying, you know what'll happen, right? I'm not like Itadori. I have no qualms scoring 100 points.
Stop calling me you. Call me Remy.
And that is the end of chapter 161. Onwards to chapter 162. I'm just getting through all these chapters. I'm enjoying them thus far. How's everyone doing? Y'all doing all right? Y'all holding up okay? Let me get myself another sip of water. Let me get myself another sip of water. I gotta make this last 30 more chapters. This one bottle of water, and then I'm gonna get myself a big lunch. I'm hungry. Chapter 162, Tokyo Number 1 Colony, Part 2. And it shows Yuji fighting the guy with the helicopter blades coming out of his head. And it just shows Yuji jumping towards him and launching and grabbing onto his arm and proceeding to drag him through the side of a building with extreme force.
Darn punk, his physical abilities are incredible.
And then it shows one of the helicopter blades almost hit Yuji, but he dodges out of the way and then jumps out of the building and lands on another roof. I thought he'd keep the advantage of higher ground, but he only attacks with his propeller, which means he has to come down to get me. In that case, I'll lure him indoors.
Huh, does he think this'll negate my propeller? I'll just adjust its length and angle while increasing rotation speed and toughness. My propeller can even cut through steel rods!
And it shows him turning his body perpendicular and burrowing through the tunnel, helicopter propeller first, and he's just cutting up the entire hallway instantly.
I'll make a smoothie out of ya!
He's coming this way, and head first. That airplane woman earlier was tough enough to drive me through a building, but a simple projectile knocked her down. I bet their hair is the key to their curse technique, so they're more vulnerable the further away from that part of their body. A binding vow, perhaps? But no matter how tough it is, the head remains a vital spot, so if I can hit him there, I'll bust him open. And it shows Yuji imbuing himself with cursed energy as he proceeds to punch this guy directly in his head right where the propeller is, hitting him so hard causing blood to shoot out of his nose. And the guy's head to be extremely bloody. But it also shows Yuji's hand being bloody from, punching spinning propeller blades. And then it shows the guy, Habu, or is his name Haba? Haba laughing, going,
Did your fist break? Looks like you're the loser of this fight.
And he's saying this like he's massively tired and beaten, like,
looks like you're the loser of this fight.
And then Yuji, without batting an eye, proceeds to kick him in his midsection with extreme force, knocking him out completely. And then he just shakes his hand going, nah, it's not broken. And then he goes over to the guy saying, I need to ask about a sorcerer named Higurama. Sheesh, in these types of situations, when's a good time to ask questions? And then it cuts to someone going, hey, Itadori. I know that player, the one named Higuruma. A long time no see. Remember me? How does he know? Who are you? How does he know my name? The Kogane? No, it doesn't show faces. Do we really know each other? I tend to remember faces, but... Oh, he's suspicious. That makes sense. Sorry, guess I only know you, because you're famous. You're the Tiger of West Junior High. Oh, you're from back home. What a dumb nickname. I didn't pick it myself. And then it cuts to, Fushiguro as he goes, hey, you're not a sorcerer from the past.
Why? Do I seem frumpy? Stop calling me you.
Like I care. What's your reason for choosing to fight?
Well, non-sorcerers who are non-players got to leave the colony. But for players in the colony from the start, today's their 12th day of the culling game.
Huh.
I'm not doing this because I wanna. It's kill or be killed. Spend time pondering the reasons to fight and you're dead. You learn that after 12 days. I've seen some players go mad with power, so stop thinking in terms of past and present sorcerers.
Apparently, past sorcerers have inspired today's sorcerers to go into battle mode. That means I misled Itadori. Wait, tell me where you're going.
Nuh-uh, what's to stop you from bumping me off as soon as I do?
But what if you die before we get there?
Like I said, you gotta protect me and stop calling me you!
Yeah, but just in case.
And then it cuts back to Yuji and this one guy talking to him. Is this okay? You weren't with those? Is this okay? You weren't with those two? I'm just a gopher. I'd have been killed soon anyway. Oh, I'm Amai. Rinamai. Amai? Where's Higuruma?
Okay, fine, I'll give you a rough idea.
The stronger ones gather where the city used to prosper, because there's plenty of supplies. And both, what is her name? I completely forgot her name. Both Amai and the other chick say, Higuruma's in Shinjuku, Ikebukuro Shinjuku. Yeah, Shinjuku Ikebukuro. Got it. And then Fushiguro says, Shinjuku. I hope Itadori's on his way there too. Ikebukuro? Is Fushiguro there too? And then it cuts to a man just sitting in front of, like, I don't know, receipts? Like, just in his boxers going, what's taking so long? When is that kid gonna bring me the next sucker? And that's the end of chapter 162. Onwards to chapter 163. Who this? Who this? Who is this? Who is this person? Rima. Thank you, Remy. Thank you, Ogata-san. Remy and Amai say like Higuruma is inside of Shinjuku in Ikebukuro. Now we cut to chapter 163. Then it cuts to someone going, huh? What? No, not like that. Do it like this. What? Don't stay silent, you gotta laugh. I told you, actually I didn't, but why don't you get it? Are you dumb? And it cuts to I guess Amai in the past apparently. Chapter 163, Tokyo Number 1 Colony Part 3. These guys aren't smart or athletic, but they're sure full of themselves. Just smile and go with the flow so you don't tick them off. Then other guys don't see you as a target, and sometimes good things will happen. And then it cuts to someone going, knock it off. Another idiot shows up. That uniform, West Junior High? Junior High? Watch your mouth, or else we gotta teach you a lesson. And the person standing here is Yuji. And it cuts to one guy preparing to hit Yuji, and Yuji pretty much just bodies everyone. Hey, no violence! And then they all get bodied by Yuji, just instantly, huh? And then one guy gets kicked in the back of the neck. And they're all just flayed out. And then Yuji glares at the guy known as Amai. And he just looks at him and goes, what about you? Me? So this is from way back early in Yuji's high school days. Culling game players Yuji Itadori and Rin Amai. Then it cuts to Fushiguro. Hey.
What?
If you're planning on going through Ikebukuro, if you're planning on going through Ikebukuro towards Shinjuku, don't. This area has lots of supplies, so we'll run into other players.
And then Remy says, there are 2 reasons to go this way. The route is simple, and I have a base nearby. So at least let me take a shower. I've barely rested since yesterday.
And then it cuts to Amai. It cuts to Amai and Yuji as he goes, Higuruma uses this theater as a base. If he hasn't moved, that is. Nice! This was really helpful. Thanks. Hey, wait! Yeah? You're seriously going in? Well, I need to meet up with a friend, so I'm in a hurry. I'd never met Higuruma, but he once beat Haba to a pulp. And Haba is the guy with the propeller on his head. Oh, then I'll be fine. I beat up Helicopter Head too, so I should be able to run away if I have to.
I guess.
See ya!
Say it. You gotta say it. This can't happen. I'm sorry, Itadori.
I'm sorry, Itadori. And then it shows... Oh, he led Yuji into a trap. It was a lie just to get him to go into that place. And it cuts to the man we saw sitting down earlier that had all these receipts everywhere, or tabs or whatever, sitting around, and he says, Higuruma, sorry, but I'm Reggie. She fooled ya. Oh, wait, this is not the same spot. This is not the same spot that Yuji's gone into. Remy has lured Fushiguro into where this Reggie guy is. She fooled ya. And then Fushiguro starts glaring at Remy.
Why the harsh glare? You don't scare me. I'm warning you, Reggie's tough as...
Shut up. And no, wait, Fushiguro goes, shut up. And then Reggie's laughing, and then he goes, we're wasting time. And then he summons Divine Dog. And then it shows Higuruma in the theater. He's actually in the theater, laying in like a tub. He's just in a tub. There's water in it. And he's just laying in it. A bathtub?
Who are you, and what are you doing here?
Same to you.
Have you ever taken a bath in your clothes?
Nope.
It feels better than I expected. Oh, right. When I was in elementary school, I liked the swimming classes where we had to wear clothes.
I know what you mean. This is Yuji thinking to himself.
These days, I don't care about much, so I'm challenging myself to do things I previously thought I shouldn't. Basically, I went off the rails in my 30s. Do you find that funny?
Yeah, I do. A little. You're Higuruma, right?
In the flesh.
I want to talk.
No, wait, not so fast. I'm a lawyer, so talking to me costs 5,000 yen every half hour. I'm joking. I just wanted to play the money-grubbing lawyer for a change.
Oh. There's something weird about this guy. You scored 100 points, right? He isn't an incarnated sorcerer. He's a modern-day sorcerer whose curse technique has awakened. That means he'll listen to me. We can make a deal. To be blunt, we want to put an end to the culling game. Or rather, we want to negate the forced killing. Can we use your 100 points to add a rule?
Okay. I'll be blunt too. No.
Is that a joke too?
No. The culling game presents possibilities. Sometimes the law is powerless. But what about the culling game rules? If the power I have received is real, then so are the rules. What if rule breakers got punished according to natural law, without any charges, prosecutions, or trials? Wouldn't that be wonderful? I recognize the rules aren't perfect, but I want to preserve the culling game's basic mechanics, so I don't want it to end so soon. Especially when it comes to rules 2 and 8. I'd like to see curse technique removal at least once.
That's part of the culling game ritual. If we wait too long, everyone in this country will die.
I doubt it. The culling game celebrates permanence.
I don't really get that part either. And then Yuji's trying to figure this guy out. Let me rephrase. Let me use your 100 points, Higuruma. And then it shows Yuji imbuing himself with cursed energy. And then it cuts to Higuruma. Here's the thing about Higuruma. He's always looking with this, like, disheveled eyebrow look, but his eyes are all the way up in his head. Like, he's not looking at Yuji. He's got like, his eyes is, like, up in his head, like, weird, really weird, like. And he's just looking up, and as he gets out of the tub, and he goes,
have you ever killed someone who ticks you off? It feels better than I expected.
And he gets up with a gavel in his hand. This dude is killed, and he actually enjoys it.
It feels better than I expected.
That's the end of chapter 164. Onwards to chapter 165. Let's keep going. I feel like I'm moving faster going through the chapters this way than physical ones. Chapter 164. Wait, did I say chapter 165? I meant to say that was the end of chapter 163. Onwards to chapter 164. My mistake. Let's continue. Chapter 164, Tokyo Number 1 Colony, Part 4.
A Shikigami? Higuruma holds 100 points. He may have killed 20 sorcerers, so instead of charging, I'll start on the defensive. But I'll be ready for any attack.
And it shows Yuji in a defensive stance. And then Higuruma goes,
Domain expansion. Deadly sentencing.
and the whole area just erupts into a domain expansion that is surrounded by guillotines. And Yuji and Higuruma are in like witness stand bars.
This dude knows how to do domain expansions. A domain before he can activate his curse technique. A domain before he can activate his curse technique. I gotta take him out.
And it shows Yuji jumping the bar and launching towards Higuruma, and his foot is stopped. And then this surprises Yuji as Higuruma explains his domain.
This domain forbids the use of violence for both of us.
Both of us? I'm back where I started.
And Yuji is right back at the witness stand again.
Yes, but verbal violence is another matter. Judgment, please begin.
And then Judgment, which is the Shikigami that's holding the scales behind Higuruma, says,
Yuji Itadori lies under suspicion of entering the Maji Vegas pachinko parlor on July 16, 2007 in Sendai City, Miyagi Prefecture, despite being under 18 years of age at the time.
Huh?
No, wait,
Judgment knows everything about everyone inside the domain. But don't worry, I do not have that information. The verdict depends solely upon the arguments that you and I present. And this evidence.
What the? And then evidence, an envelope just appears in Higuruma's hands.
What the?
Judgment has submitted this for deliberation. The evidence is not necessarily conclusive, and you will not be told what is inside. You must state your case to dispel all doubt.
We're 25% done. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. That was Kenzo. He came in. Apparently, he's learned a new trick. He's learned how to get up on the windowsill and look out the window, apparently. But, back to it.
The evidence is not necessarily conclusive, and you will not be told what's inside. You must state your case to dispel all doubt, and thereby win a pronouncement of innocence from judgment.
Is this a curse technique for trials? He's wearing a badge. He's a real lawyer, and he's prosecuting me. Higuruma is a modern man, but this domain reminds me of something Master Tengen said.
Domains used to be a more common technique for sorcerers in the past. The reason is that many domains now involve deadly can't-miss attacks, but they weren't always that way. They merely forced targets inside to obey the curse technique's rules. That was how most domains functioned. Constructing a domain that is meant to be lethal requires immense skill, so the number of users decreased.
That means this domain isn't necessarily fatal and can't physically harm me. Plus, it relies on a binding vow that requires an explanation of the rules.
You have one chance to make a statement, as do I. After your statement, I will offer a rebuttal based on this evidence. Then judgment will deliver a lawful verdict.
What happens if he says I'm guilty?
Sorry, but I don't have to answer that. But I will tell you this instead. You have 3 options: silence, confession, denial. A denial may include false statements.
So I can lie? In court?
If everyone told the truth, there'd be no need for trials. Begin your defense.
Judgment isn't very patient. And then it cuts to the trial going. It cuts to the trial. And Yuji's thinking, I really did go to that pachinko parlor and play the machines. I think I even won, so lying is the only way to get off. The problem is, I don't know what the evidence is.
The evidence is not necessarily conclusive.
Say it with like a memory echo. 1. If the evidence doesn't prove I entered the pachinko parlor, I just need to stay silent or deny it. If the evidence only proves I entered the parlor, can I say it was for another reason? But if the evidence is 1, then wouldn't I be admitting I went in, thereby digging my own grave? If the evidence proves I not only went in, but also played, then I'm basically screwed. I could try confessing in hopes of a lighter sentence, but does this court even do that kind of thing? And then an idea comes to mind. Yes, I went into the pachinko parlor at Maki Vegas, but only to take a dump. I refuse to choose I don't know if I can plead extenuating circumstances here. But I think it'll make the best impression. And then it cuts to Higuruma opening up the envelope and going,
Oh, is that so? Now it's my turn. This is an image from a security camera at a cash exchange window near Maki Vegas on the day in question.
And it shows him in front of the pachinko area.
Does this not individual exhibit the appearance and build of the accused? Pairing this photo with his own admission of entering the premises casts his story about the restroom into doubt. It is certain that despite being underage, he entered with the intent of playing the machines.
I cannot believe we are actually going through an actual court case where Yuji is the accused, while we're trying to also figure out how to stop this culling game. This series.
It is certain that despite being underage, he entered with the intent of playing the machines.
So what am I guilty of?
The establishment expressly forbids entry to minors. So, unlawful entry. Article 130 of the Penal Code. After all, laws specifically for entertainment establishments don't allow punishing minors.
That's not fair. Then there's nothing I could have said.
On the contrary, Japan forbids gambling, so parlors and cash exchanges are separate legal entities. In some cases, multiple parlors share one exchange, but you're only on trial for the parlor. You just needed to deny it by saying I never seen that pachinko parlor. Now for the verdict.
And then Higuruma bangs his gavel, and judgment goes, guilty, confiscation. And then both Yuji and Higuruma get imbued with suddenly have like auras of cursed energy around them. And then it cuts to Yuji going, I'm out of the domain, but judgment found me guilty. I don't feel any different. And then Higuruma throws his gavel at Yuji, and it hits him in the arm. And then it shows Higuruma running towards Yuji, and he prepares to punch him. And then all of a sudden, that same gavel enlarges itself to a massive gavel, which Higuruma hits Yuji in the side with. It turned into it went from being a gavel to a big old mallet. I'm getting me mallet. He must have seen Courage the Cowardly Dog. And he hits Yuji and sends him flying into some chairs. The gavel. He can make it appear and disappear and can even change its size. But what's worse?
You're tough.
I can't control my cursed energy. Yeah, that's one thing I got going for me. And that's the end of chapter 164. Onwards to chapter 165. We're making good progress. Chapter 165. Tokyo Number 1 Colony. Tokyo Number 1 Colony Part 5. Ugh. Couldn't breathe there. Hiromi Higuruma, 36, Iwate Bar Association, Legal Apprenticeship Period 59. He readily overcame such challenges as the entrance exam for the law department at T University and the old national bar exam that preceded the law school system. To him, it was easy. A simple matter of applying the necessary effort to acquire the required knowledge. His peers refer to him as a genius, but what stands out most about him, and it shows him steadily trying to hit Yuji with the same gavel as it shifts from different positions in his hands as he tries to repeatedly hit where Yuji is, like with both hands, and it keeps shifting in between. It's almost as, it pretty much moves about as fast as Aoi Toto's clap switching. But it shows Yuji preparing to hit Higuruma. But as he swings, the gavel changes shape and then hooks Yuji around the arm, causing him to flip Yuji over, flip him over and throw him. And we go back with the continuation of the sentence. But what stands out most about him is his talent as a sorcerer. And it just shows Higuruma with this really Shikamaru-level stare in his eyes. Through analyzing the curse technique that came by default with his domain, he learned the basics of barrier techniques. Then, by working backwards from barrier techniques, he acquired an instinctive grasp of reinforcement techniques derived from cursed energy control. Within 12 days of awakening to his cursed technique, Higuruma reached a level comparable to a grade 1 sorcerer. Within 12 days of him gaining the abilities of cursed technique, he's already gotten himself to grade 1. Because he's just that much of a genius. This man literally is Shikamaru, when you think about it. Before entering the colony, he defeated many cursed spirits and defeated at least 20 players who attacked him. Can't use your cursed energy? Huh? Yeah, thanks to you. The penalty of confiscation temporarily makes it impossible to use cursed techniques. But I suspect you don't have one. What a frightening thing to think about. So the effect must have switched to preventing use of cursed energy. How can he stand against me without cursed energy? Confiscation is usually an additional punishment accompanying another punishment. It's because of his physical prowess. His raw strength must be immense. When sorcerers lose the ability to wield cursed techniques, usually their foundational cursed energy control also weakens. Maybe it goes against long-ingrained instincts. Maybe because it goes against long-ingrained instincts. A complete inability to wield cursed energy is even more disadvantageous. Yet he has lasted this long, when a single blow would be enough to defeat the average opponent. If I'm not careful, he'll trip me up, so I'll crush him with my full might. And then he extends the length of his gavel into like a massive staff, which he uses and flips around with a lot of skill to try and hit Yuji, which Yuji just keeps dodging. And then Yuji catches the staff and tries to twist it away from Higuruma, but Higuruma makes it disappear to throw Yuji off, which causes him to kind of launch backwards a little bit, and then in the process, he kicks the bathtub that Higuruma was in and launches it towards him, and Higuruma uses his mallet to completely obliterate the entire bath, causing Yuji to cover his face, as it shows Higuruma bringing a massive mallet, he's enlarged the head of the gavel to extreme size in order to bring it down on Yuji, causing the stage to kind of buckle underneath his weight just a little bit. And Yuji braces himself against it. Incredible. It's like I'm fighting an unbreakable doll. Oh, no, this is bad. How long can I last? I need my cursed energy back and fast. He was so powerful, but that means there must be some compensatory weakness, right? Think. His cursed technique is for trials. Court trials! Higuruma! I want a retrial! And as soon as Yuji says this, the domain expansion returns, and both Yuji and Higuruma are back at their witness stands. And then Higuruma looks at him going, starting to get it, huh? That was close. I get a second trial, right? Judgment was the one who declared my guilty and sentenced me. If I don't admit my guilt, I can request a retrial, and Judgment can't refuse. I demand a do-over.
Yuji Itadori stands accused of mass murder in Shibuya on October 31st, 2008.
Oh no, he's about to bring it up. He's about to bring up when Sukuna took over his body, and then Sukuna used Malevolent Shrine, and then with that, killed I don't know how many people inside of the domain expansion's radius. And even then, the scary thing is, when Sukuna used that domain expansion, he reduced its size, so who knows how big he can make that domain. I cannot wait to go to the Jujutsu Kaisen wiki just so I can read on how powerful everyone is. Once I read the final chapter, I can finally look up all these curse techniques and how cool they are in great detail. I can't wait. I'm so glad I get to do this.
Yuji Itadori stands accused of mass murder in Shibuya on October 31st, 2018.
And then Yuji goes, yeah, I did that. I'm not lying, and I won't deny it. And then this kind of gives a wide-eyed look from Higuruma, and then Judgment grits his teeth and opens its mouth wide, and even opens its eyes. Now, mind you, Judgment, the Shikigami that is behind Higuruma, has its eyes stitched shut. But it responds with anger and even opens it to the point where its eyes start to bleed from forcing its eyes open, going, "Guilty! Confiscation! Death penalty!" And then Yuji just glares on, and that's the end of chapter 165. Onwards to chapter 166. We're going through all of them. Every single one of them. We're not stopping! We're doing it live! Chapter 166, Tokyo Number 1 Colony, Part 6. And then it cuts to a person going, and it must be a younger Higuruma.
Mr. Higuruma.
Mr. Yoshizawa, if this is about the proposal, I submitted it earlier.
No, it's not about that. Your proposal looks great, so good it can be used as is for the sentencing. You want to be a public prosecutor or defense lawyer, right?
Yes.
Are you sure? How about trying to become a judge?
And then it cuts back to Higuruma. As we cut back to the domain expansion, as Judgment says,
"Guilty! Confiscation! Death penalty!"
And then the gavel that is usually in Higuruma's hands starts to change shape. Executioner's Sword. The harshest sentence Judgment can give is the death penalty with confiscation. First, confiscation removes the ability to use a cursed technique, cursed energy in Itadori's case. Then Higuruma receives the Executioner's Sword. Without exception, anyone cut by the Executioner's Sword will die. And then it cuts to the domain expansion dissipates, and it cuts to Higuruma holding the Executioner's Sword in front of Yuji. To empathize with human emotions means to understand their weaknesses. Oh wait, this is Higuruma talking about it. To empathize with human emotions means to understand their weaknesses. The weakness of the victim. The weakness of the accused. Day after day after day after day, I was fed up with it. Ugly. That's what I thought every time I tried to help another person. And that includes you, Itadori. All people are weak and ugly, no matter how high-minded a soul you aspire to. There's nothing more to it. The darkness before your eyes is just darkness. Even if you shine a light, all you see is more emptiness before you. And then it cuts to Yuji running and then throwing multiple chairs at Higuruma. And then in the shadow of one of these chairs, he sees the coat. He sees the coat of Yuji, who's taken it off. And then he throws it at Higuruma, he throws his shirt. Like he had his jacket, and he did that to distract Higuruma. Then he comes up and takes off his shirt and throws it in front of Higuruma's face in order to blind him even more, and then goes to sweep the leg. This man must have played Sifu. He sweeps the leg, which Higuruma dodges and prepares to bring his sword down on Itadori. And then it cuts back to the past of Higuruma's past, as he's speaking to Mr. Yoshizawa. Sorry, but I can't become a judge.
Oh? May I ask why?
People are weak and ugly. I'm not cut out for it. Not ambitious enough. Until that point, at the very least, I thought I should value that very depravity, which other animals don't have. Why, Yuji Itadori? Why did you confess to the crime? The information judgment submits as evidence is shared with the sorcerer himself before opening. The evidence was submitted about the demon inside you, about Sukuna. You weren't the one who killed them. So why? Why?
Then Higuruma closes his eyes and the executioner's sword disappears. And he allows himself to be punched full force by Yuji. Sent flying. What? Hey!
Article 39, Clause 1 of the Penal Code. The absence of reason and or control signifies non compos mentis. Sukuna possessed your body in Shibuya.
How do you know about...
In other words, you couldn't control yourself, and you didn't abandon self-control voluntarily. So, you're innocent. You didn't commit that crime.
Even so, it's my fault. Because I'm too weak. And then Higuruma just laying there, lays there and goes,
I see.
Higuruma, why did you dispel your curse technique?
I remembered why I got into law in the first place. Itadori, there may still be lots of people who are weak like you. Put on your clothes and sit down. I'll give you 100 points.
And then it cuts to him not saying anything, and Yuji goes, my hoodie. There it is!
Itadori.
Huh?
Have you ever killed anyone of your own will?
Yes.
I see. Didn't it feel awful?
So yeah, he did not actually like killing people at all. Using his gavel. Because it shows him in front of the two people he killed. And he did not like it. And that's the end of chapter 166, onwards to chapter 167. We're making good time. Making very good time. Chapter 167, Tokyo Number 1 Colony, Part 7. I'm enjoying this whole story. You guys don't even know.
Kogane, add a rule. Make possible the transfer of points between players. This will, of course, affect the calculation of scores for Rule 8.
Approved! Rule 10. Players may transfer a number of points of their choosing to another player.
Whew,
goes Yuji. Kogane, give one of my points to Itadori.
As you wish.
And then Yuji gets some points.
Hiromi Higuruma has transferred 1 point.
Now neither of us will be subject to curse technique removal for 19 days.
Goodbye.
And then it shows Higuruma just leaving. Higuruma, what are you gonna do now? If you don't mind, will you help us?
My 2 leftover points are for the judge and prosecutor I killed before coming to Tokyo. When the barrier opens, I'll turn myself in.
Wow. Wow. So when he manifested judgment and said that we're going to have a retrial, when the judge and the prosecutor made that person guilty during the second retrial, way back when we got his backstory, he killed those 2 people before coming to Tokyo. Those 2 bodies that were laying on the ground were the judge and prosecutor that gave that one accused the bad rap. He killed them both that very same day. Okay.
When the barrier opens, I'll turn myself in. Until then, I'll ponder my course of action. Besides, if I stay with you, I'll just hate myself more. Sorry, I wasn't criticizing you. See you later.
And then Higuruma leaves. And then Yuji just thinks about it. Then we cut back to the building where Remy has lured Fushiguro in front of this dude named Reggie. Not bad. You pass. Huh? That's enough. Your Shikigami is sufficient. I can see you're strong. Otherwise, I'd just kill you.
Huh? I never knew that.
What do you mean?
How much do you know about the culling game? You should join us.
It's a ritual for using the cursed energy of players inside the barriers. Maybe I shouldn't mention Master Tengen. To take Japanese people to the other side so they're no longer human.
Do you know Kenjaku?
I knew it. A sorcerer with a connection to Kenjaku.
I think what you just said is a bluff.
Huh?
About using players' cursed energy, or rather it's for a second or third plan. I think that for 3 reasons. The number of players, the differing levels of player skill, and the barrier rules. This dude has some luxuriously long hair. Suppose 1,000 players are equally divided among 10 colonies. That means each colony has 100. But among the players, some like Kashimo, is it Kashimo or is it Kashimo? Kashimo. Some, like Kashimo and Higuruma, are much stronger sorcerers. Those 2 alone have already weeded out roughly 60 sorcerers. Each barrier probably has 1 player like that.
The strong weed out the weak early on. I sense that because the colony is too quiet. You're saying the game will reach a deadlock quickly?
Here in Tokyo number 2, that's already happened. The transferal when individuals enter a colony is a way to spread them out, but primarily it's for stimulating early second awakenings in modern-day sorcerers. Some died during the transfer, if the goal was using players' cursed energy. A lengthy melee among many sorcerers would be best. That bit about long-lasting in the rules is just a cover for the real plan. You can be certain that Kenjaku will drop a bomb when only the strong remain, and then the culling game will have served its purpose. And it shows Gato in front of this circular table that other people are sitting in front of, and he's speaking an unknown language. They're speaking an unknown language, and he's speaking another language too. It's not translated. He's just speaking some sort of language to them. I can't tell if it's Chinese or Japanese. I don't know what that bomb will be, but it may drop any day, any time now, so I'm preparing by gathering strong allies and storing up points.
I have some questions, says Fushiguro. She isn't strong.
People let down their guard around women, so she tricks her marks and lures them in.
And when you're done using her, you'll kill her for points, right?
How can you say that? I would never.
Reggie is my true knight. If I do a good job, he protects me.
How lucky for you. Do you and your allies' points total 100?
Yes, of course.
A new rule is going to allow players to give each other points. Give me all of yours, and I'll consider joining you.
Negotiation breakdown. And then it shows a person rushing behind Fushiguro with, like, claws on his nails. And he has Divine Dog around him. And he looks at the guy. And he swipes in the direction of Fushiguro. But Fushiguro is gone. Because Fushiguro has shrunken into the shadow of the man and grabbed him from behind. And proceeds to throw the guy off the roof while Divine Dog launches at Reggie. And then it cuts to the guy falling through the air, and Fushiguro just simply goes,
Nue.
And Nue comes in and using one of its wings, bodies the guy, hits the guy directly into the back, and then craters him into the ground, leaving a massive impact crater.
That bird, he had it out the whole time.
And then Remy goes,
Hey!
And no, Remy is looking at the guy who got bodied, and then Fushiguro goes,
Hey, don't ever let me see you again.
And then it shows Remy sweating bullets as it shows multiple knives go through the mouth of mouth a divine dog, and it drops down. And it kind of dissipates a little bit. Oh, I get it. You were holding back. You want our points so you can't kill us. But if you don't fight to kill, you'll wind up dead. And then something falls past the balcony of the stairwell that they're in for this apartment complex. And it's just an eyeball. And then light flashes and a big boom happens. I don't know if the eye was an explosive, but it ends with a big kaboom from the outside view of the city. And that's the end of chapter 167. Onwards to chapter 168. Oh, this is getting good. And it cuts to, ooh, this is a beautiful panel here. This is a beautiful panel here as it shows Choso and Yuji, and I'm guessing the other death womb paintings along with Yuji and Choso, whose names I don't know. Wait, this is Kechizu and Eso. I've forgotten what they looked like. It's been so long. Chapter 168, Tokyo Number 1 Colony, Part 8. This is going quite well. I'm enjoying myself. An eyeball falls down, and it falls right next to Fushiguro, and then it explodes. And then Reggie covers himself as the explosion happens. And then it cuts to a guy who apparently has taken out his eyeball and used it as an explosive. And then Reggie calls up to the guy going, "Hey, I'm down here too, you know." Is he dead? And it looks like the guy, I can't tell, the dude is pulling out his own teeth. Like, it's like, ow. But we get the name of this guy. Iori Hazenoki, points 35. And then it shows Fushiguro coming out of the smoke as he's coughing. And then that very same braid that I told you looked like a scorpion's tail comes jabbing out, trying to hit Megumi. Trying to hit Fushiguro. And he grabs it and yanks Remy. And then slams her onto the ground and he goes, "Had enough?" And then it shows Iori. Yeah, it shows Hazenoki dropping down, and he throws. He actually did take out his teeth. He threw something. It looks like tags. It looks like wet tags get thrown at Fushiguro, and it splatters. And it splatters all over Fushiguro, and he's close to Remy, and the dude actually does toss his own teeth towards Fushiguro. He tosses 3 teeth towards him, and Fushiguro's thinking, "The smell. Gasoline?" And then the 3 teeth are right next to Fushiguro, and then it explodes. This dude is able to turn the pieces of him into bombs. And it explodes, and it envelops the entire hallway, and then Reggie comes out of a doorway going, "All done?"
Not yet. Like you, he ducked inside of a room before the explosion.
He's good, but... And we get the name of Reggie. Reggie Star, 41 points. He's good, but you've worn him down, right? And Fushiguro protected both himself and Remy from the explosion with a door. Do you understand now? They'll never protect you. If you get that, then get lost. And then it shows Fushiguro getting stabbed in the side by... It shows him getting stabbed in the side by Remy's hair braid spine tail thing. Shows him getting stabbed in the side by her. And then she says,
"Then say it. Reggie said it. Say you'll protect me and that you like me. You gotta say it."
"So you're like that, huh? Trash who cares more about words than deeds. Not bad back there, but you're in rough shape." Oh wait, it cuts to someone else going, "Not bad back there, but you're in rough shape. It wasn't easy clambering back up here." We get the name of the guy that got bodied by the new way earlier into the ground. Chizuru Hari. Should have taken the stairs, moron. 4-on-1 is gonna be rough. But I need their points no matter what. Then a ding sound happens. A player has added a rule to the culling game. A player has added a rule to the culling game.
A player has added a rule to a culling game. To the culling game.
And it's 3 separate Koganes that have found Chizuru, Remy, and Fushiguro. Rule 10. Players may transfer a number of points of their choosing to another player. And then Fushiguro realizes that Itadori was successful. Huh? That rule. And then it shows Fushiguro kicking towards Chizuru before he puts his hand in positions for maximum elephant, having Chizuru getting launched outside by his elephant Shikigami. And then he takes his Nue Shikigami and flies off with a Nue. And then as Chizuru is still in the air, he uses his legs to land on top of Chizuru, and then proceeds with full force to apparently stab Chizuru in the head. Or at least hit him in the head. Yeah, he hits him in the head and causes him to... Yeah, he hits him in the head and takes a piece of debris and hits him in the head with it, causing Chizuru to hit the ground with extreme force. You! How dare you! And then all of a sudden, he hits Chizuru with enough force in the head to actually make his eye almost pop out. What am I doing? We'll need more points in the future, but there's no longer any need for Sumiki to participate in the killing. Don't lose your head. Trust in the others. You don't need these guys' points. All you need to do is wave away any sparks that fly your way. You have won 5 points! And it shows that Megumi has used a curse tool to pretty much take out Chizuru. He's dead. And then Megumi has that look in his eye that Maki had before she went full on the bride in the Zenin stronghold. What a waste of points. And it shows Reggie and the other guy floating down with umbrellas. Killed before even using his curse technique. Appalling! Did Remy leave the fight? But it's still 2-on-1. Darn it. And I'm feeling that first explosion, so I can't flee. Maybe I should use my domain. But it's incomplete, so I can't seal the barrier to trap my opponents. If I expend the effort to bring it out, and they run off only to come back, that'll be really bad. Then it shows Hazenoki spitting out some more teeth towards Fushiguro. As it prepares to explode, someone jumps up in front of Fushiguro, goes, "Hey, be careful!" And this surprises everyone. 2 against 1? Does that really seem fair? There's a word for people like you. Yeah, that's right. Cowards and cowardly attacks don't work. See? 0 damage! Says this man in like this superhero outfit, as it shows him bloodied on the side and a little blood is coming out of his head. Fumihiko Takaba. Points 0. Special bonus chapter available right now to be continued. That is the end of chapter 168. Onwards to chapter 168.1. Jujutsu High School. An unprecedented gourmet boom. And it shows Inumaki, and these are, I want to say, like filler chapters. It's a bonus manga. It has Inumaki carrying some tuna. It has Okotsu preparing some food, Maki preparing some food, Gojo eating some food, and Panda getting some food. Ingredients, outings, cookware. The expenses are piling up. Okotsu and the other first years have gone through all their savings, and it's still 2 weeks until payday. This Mutsui pot costs 50,000 yen. We need a part-time job. Perfect timing. I have a friend who runs a shop, and this is Shoko saying this. Remember, this is a bonus manga. She needs help, so go see her. Cosmetic shops, Tamantina Castle. I mainly handle organic cosmetics, other goods as well. You'll find product descriptions written here. But be polite to the customers and you'll be fine. And then it cuts to Maki fixing Okotsu's collar and Inumaki covering his mouth so that he doesn't accidentally speak. Salmon. Got it. It's like a valet tudo. It's like a valet tudo match. And then in clings the bell of someone entering as they all go, "Irashai!" And then it's Utahime as she goes, "Why so loud? Is this a ramen joint?"
Oh, Utahime.
Because Panda's there too.
Why are you guys here?
Well, we got reasons.
Oh, that makes so much sense. Maybe I should buy Bitcoin.
Please don't. Please don't.
Why are you here? Utahime sensei? I was in Tokyo, so I wanted to use this coupon I got from Shoko.
You're on a mission in Tokyo?
Yeah.
Well, good work.
Are you really related to Gojo? What a nice kid.
3 seconds until ad. And then it cuts to Gojo butts in with a message from Toho Animation. Skip ad. Wow, it's really like he's like a YouTube ad just jumping in all of a sudden. It's kind of weird. Then it cuts to Utahime as she's looking at all the cosmetics.
Utahime, instead of buying several products to mix and match, why not just buy one expensive one?
Pickled mustard leaf. When you're in your 30s, you can't underestimate how much skincare is needed. For example, take this beauty oil. In your 20s, you think oil? Who needs that? It's sticky. But after 30, your skin loves this stuff.
And it's 5,800 yen.
Your skin's moisture is inversely proportional to your age. Remember that.
You mean like a mummy?
You wanna die? And maybe I shouldn't tell you this, but...
There's more, Okotsu thinks to himself. She's like an old guy pontificating about bad health.
Once one's age shows up in one's
Décolletage? Décolletage? What is it?
Décolletage. One's age shows up in one's décolletage.
Is that how you say it? I don't know. It looks like a French word.
One's age shows up in one's décolletage. Maki, what's a décolletage? Seriously? You don't know? It shows up in Castle in the Sky. No, that's Goliath. That's Goliath. They don't even sound alike.
Forget about that. Let's talk about parboiled eel.
Isn't this a cosmetic shop?
We're into food now. Didn't I mention that earlier?
No, you said you had reasons.
I thought this was all about Bitcoin.
Huh? Huh? You cook? Can you clean fish?
And then it cuts to time later as the phone rings.
Hello? Shoko? Was it delivered? Yeah, gift from the hometown tax. I ordered it on impulse and don't really need it, but Okotsu and his friends will handle it. Yeah, for real. Tonight we're dining on Longtooth Grouper.
Never heard of it.
Don't worry, you just have to do the cooking and cleaning. That's everything. I'll go buy booze. What do you want to drink? Let's meet at Shoko's later.
Cola.
That's right, you're just kids. Hit Shoko with any food requests. You're probably not making much, so I'll treat.
Yeah, what is our pay?
And then the phone rings.
Boss, what's our hourly pay? 600 yen?
And then Maki goes,
Yuta, what's minimum wage in Tokyo?
It's 958 yen in 2007.
It's a tough world.
Fish flakes.
Bonus manga, end. This was a nice distraction from the main chapters that we've been getting thus far. Onwards to chapter 169! I did need to stretch there for a moment. And we got like a whole color cover page as it shows Geto on one side and Okotsu with Rika on the other. JUJUTSU Kaisen, Chapter 169, Tokyo Number 1 Colony, Part 9. I'll help you, kid. At the ripe age of 35, I can tell from someone's face whether they're good or... Huh? Yikes, you've got one bad face. Oh well, it's all revisionist. Don't you mean relative? He protected me, so I'll trust him for now. What do you think, Hazenoki? I don't know him. It's faster to just ask. Hey you! Which are you? I see. You want to know whether I'm funny or not. No, I want to know what time period you're... Look at my costume! It's based on the superhero who first got me to laugh my guts out. With this costume at stake, I gotta knock him dead! So here's a joke to impress your crush. And then it shows he's imbuing himself with cursed energy. And then both Hazenoki and Reggie get on the defensive as Reggie says, be ready for an attack. Marry me and be my Wi-Fi! And the joke just falls flat, and even some debris just flows across the scene because his jokes are bad. Wait, this is the guy. This is the comedian guy that was doing stand-up. I just remembered him. Oh my goodness, what are you doing wearing that ridiculous outfit? I'm just now realizing who this guy is. Marry me and be my Wi-Fi! And then a tumbleweed, like metaphysical tumbleweed, just go through the area and the wind just blows and no one says anything. Darn, what a tough crowd! Stiffs like you left your laughs in the wound! And you always sit in the front row. No, you're the problem, goes Fushiguro. Nevertheless! He reminds me of somebody. The boisterousness of this guy reminds Fushiguro of Aoi Todo. Nevertheless, I do what I do for you stiffs too, because I'm an entertainer! And he says this as he drop kicks Hazenoki directly in the face. Like, this dude is already in front of Hazenoki's face as he says entertainer, without anyone being able to fully respond. And sends Hazenoki flying backwards. Just a reminder, Hazenoki is the guy who can take his teeth out and body parts out and just turn them into bombs. And then Reggie thinks, he's fast. The cursed energy increased dramatically. The shift in output is massive. This guy's. And then it cuts to this guy going, be careful. This guy's strong. I'm an old school performer who's pro-violence. Your move, kid. And then Fushiguro is inside the shadow of Reggie as he tries to grab towards him, and Reggie jumps away from him. And Fushiguro goes, now we should split them up. That curse technique involves exploding body parts, and uses a reverse curse technique to, not so close. Uses a reverse curse technique to, not so close, because the guy is directly in front of him. He's all like, Kogane, show me stats on Hiromi Higuruma. All right. And then it shows the stats on him. Itadori was the one who added that rule. I'm done with this colony. Huh? Goes Reggie. Back off and I'll let you go. Don't get uppity. You killed Hari, so I need to make up for lost points. Hey you, call me Takaba. If you're gonna kill the bomb guy, I'd like you to steal his points first, if at all possible. Okay, kid.
Were you talking about me?
I accept your requests, but I'm a performer, so whatever I do has gotta entertain. As long as you win, I don't care. And then Takaba just looks back at him. Takaba just looks back at him, and he goes, sparking! And does like a little weird cartoony pose. And then an eyeball is seen, and then Hazenoki shoots it at Takaba. And Takaba has a fan in his hands as this eyeball is shooting towards him, and he completely deflects the eyeball up into the air where it explodes. How about some fireworks? And it explodes. What a dangerous curse technique. But, and he hits Hazenoki in the eye with this fan. Well, in the face with this fan. Now, mind you, with his curse technique, his body regenerates the body parts he takes off in order to turn into bombs. Because pretty much the majority of his teeth are pretty much regrown, and both of his eyes are back. So his curse technique more than likely allows him to regenerate whatever body parts he turns into a bomb. How about some fireworks? What a dangerous curse technique. But when it comes to variety shows, and he hits Hazenoki in the eye, and he disappears from his sight. He's gone. Red is prohibited. And then hits Hazenoki with 1,000 Years of Death. If you're a Naruto fan, you know what that is. he hits him with 1,000 Years of Death. Red is prohibited! He means blood. This is not any special or official jargon of any kind. Specific or official jargon of any kind. He literally just means blood is prohibited. And he hits Hazenoki directly in the 1,000 Years of Death spot. And this causes Hazenoki to kind of like go, don't mock me! But it also shows Hazenoki getting launched forward with extreme force into a nearby building. I'm glad you aren't my enemy. I've always wanted to hear that. See ya, kid. Stay alive, you hear? And then Takaba just leaves. And then Reggie just goes, well, he's dead. Mock Hazenoki that much and he'll finally go all out. Worry about yourself. Like I said, I've already completed my objective. I already completed my objective in this colony, so I can fight for real without holding back. Now, is it just me, or did Reggie sort of kind of lose his little beard he had around his face? Because it's no longer around his face, unless I'm looking at something completely different here. Yeah, No, it's a goatee. It was a goatee. Sorry, I didn't see it here. I forgot. It wasn't a mustache, but it was just a goatee, and it was kind of obscured in the bottom. That's why I said it. So I can fight for real without holding back. And that's the end of chapter 169. Onwards to chapter 170. Only 26 more chapters to go. Chapter 170, Tokyo #1 Colony, Part 10. You've got that thing too. And it shows Fushiguro using Max Elephant against Reggie as Reggie is just running through the streets. This dude is just covered in tags, and he's not wearing any shoes, and he's dodging. And then it shows Max Elephant shooting water in the direction of where Reggie is, and he jumps away. And then it cuts to Fushiguro jumping off of a roof with all the rabbits down to where Reggie is. And then all of a sudden, a net appears from one of the tags that Reggie has on him. And he manages to dodge being caught in this net and lands on like a little chain that's in between these two posts that you tend to see in certain cities. He lands on that chain and gets back on the ground as we see Reggie use contractual recreation. So he pulls up numerous tags in front of him, which all turn into knives, which launches towards Fushiguro. That rabbit Shikigami is different than the others. More appear, so no matter how many I kill, he combined it with a water attack, so... You figured out my curse technique, and decided water is an easy countermeasure. You manifest what's written on receipts, or something like that. It's hard to put into words, but yes, I recreate contracts. For example, I can do this. Contractual recreation. And then... he burns a tag on him, and his whole body looks like he's rejuvenated himself. Like there's sparkles and, lens flares all around him. The receipt I just used was for 2 nights and 3 days plus 3 days plus an oil treatment at the 5-star Japanese Inn Starry Sky. Which means now I feel as refreshed as I would after relaxing for 2 days at a hot spring. But how about you? You're injured from earlier fights and have deployed multiple Shikigami, so you must be exhausted. I always summon multiple Shikigami. The problem is I usually use Max Elephant alone. You can rapidly... and this is Megumi thinking this to himself. I really need to get myself some food once I'm done with everything here. You can rapidly shuffle through Shikigami, but maybe not once they're injured, right? Your dog can run, attack, and defend, but you can't use it right now, so you're limited in what you can do. We both lack big moves, so we have to peck away at each other. It's a lost cause. You can't kill me. Yeah, in that case, I'll run. And then it shows Fushiguro using Nue to fly away. But you won't get away. And with his contractual recreation, he creates multiple drones that fly after Fushiguro. And then using another one of his receipts, he creates a moped for him to ride. La-di-da-di-da. He's actually singing while he's riding on this moped. And it shows Fushiguro dropping down on the rooftop. And then using his phone and the camera from the drone, he's able to see where Fushiguro is. A gymnasium? Did he flee in there, or is he luring me in? I could burn him out, but I don't want another chase, so what's my move? And then it cuts to Fushiguro inside this gym. Good, it's as spacious as I'd hoped. What are you planning, you foul brat? I bet you're plotting something too. Who knows? A sorcerer is nothing but a con artist. And in that same sentence, 2 full trailer trucks come bursting in from underneath where Reggie is, towards Fushiguro. And this surprises Megumi. This surprises him. 2 hours thus far. Do you want to do an intermission to get some food or keep going? No, I'm going to keep going. I'll get my food after. Because I don't want to keep you guys waiting. Because if there are people who are watching this if there are people who are watching this after I do the stream after the fact who aren't live here right now, I don't want them to have to wait or skip ahead too far in order for them to get to where I continue the story. Plus, I got food downstairs that I can cook up immediately after I'm done here, so this takes priority. I just need water. I'm good. I'm hungry, but not so hungry where I'm gonna take a break from doing this. I'm fine. Don't worry. I'm good. Trust me, if I said I was gonna get something to eat, I would put up my background and say, like, we're going to an intermission. Trust me, I'm good. We like big moves, so we have to peck away at each other. And these 2 trucks come shooting towards Megumi, and he slides underneath it in order to let it go through the other side of the gymnasium. Then 2 potted plants just appear in the air and drop down on Megumi's head, kind of bloodying him a little bit. And then it shows Reggie get like a blade in his hand as he tries to stab at Fushiguro. Well, he doesn't try stabbing at him. He stabs at his back and stabs into his arms multiple times. And then he causes another object to appear with contractual recreation, and it's a daikon. It looks like a carrot of some kind, but it actually has a knife inside, and it hits Fushiguro directly in the arm. It's a butcher knife, and it hits him directly into the arm. And in the moment of distraction, he gets kicked in the face by the possibly very nasty foot of Reggie. Things I recreate act like Shikigami. Knives don't usually fly, but a simple command will suffice. You don't seem cooperative, but I'll ask anyway. Give me your points and I'll give you an easy death. And then it cuts to Fushiguro saying, barrier techniques are difficult. It's hard to place an artificial environment over real space of a different size for very long. So, and then Reggie's thinking, no way, he can do that? I can use the space in this gym as the perfect fit for my domain. Domain expansion. Chimera Shadow Garden. He's a sorcerer at this level? And then Fushiguro says, I never said I don't have any big moves. And that's the end of chapter 170. Onwards to chapter 171. Let's keep going! Chapter 171, Tokyo #1 Colony, Part 11. Domain Expansion. Chimera Shadow Garden. And then the entire area just changes into a domain. And then Reggie does his own hand signs. Esoteric technique. Hollow Wicker Basket. Hollow Wicker Basket is the original form of New Shadow style simple domain and neutralizes a domain to negate the guaranteed hit. Too bad, goes Reggie. But then he gets gripped by the Shikigami tongue, the Toad Shikigami and their tongues, and he's held in place and he can't move. And he releases his hands. When Jogo and Hanami used domain amplification in Shibuya, it was and Reggie just goes, "What?" And he's grabbed on both of his legs. When Jogo and Hanami used domain amplification in Shibuya, it was powerful enough to include a curse technique that was sure to kill, but they refrained from doing so, thereby freeing capacity to pour in Gojo's curse technique and neutralize the limitless curse technique. Hollow Wicker Basket and Simple Domain cannot neutralize curse techniques themselves. How did he hit me? These maneuvers neutralize barriers imbued with a curse technique to nullify the guaranteed hit, which is paying homage back to Ui Ui during the fight with Mei Mei and Ui Ui versus the smallpox curse spirit that Geto left behind. However, Fushiguro's domain is incomplete. Since Fushiguro forcibly enclosed the barrier by converting the gymnasium as his own domain, the enclosed barrier does not incorporate a can't miss attack. As of now, Chimera Shadow Garden serves merely to extend the 10 Shadows technique and expand its potential to 120%. Not snickering anymore, huh? However, that very imperfection caught Reggie Star off guard. You punk! Don't think you've won! And he tries to throw something at Fushiguro, but before anything happens, he gets hit multiple times by shadow clones of some kind, shadow clones of Fushiguro all over his body, and he keeps getting hit all over. And then Reggie summons some knives, which he uses to cut off the tongues of the toad Shikigamis that are holding on to him, and he tries to right himself. And then he summons a big machete in his hand. But before he can do anything, Megumi takes the footing out from right underneath him, because he's in a shadow. And then, as soon as he grabs and tries to jump down on the ground, I didn't notice the hand. A hand comes out of his shadow, and it's Megumi who pulls him upwards. While another clone of Fushiguro prepares to hit Reggie from the side. And they both clash with one another, but another clone of Fushiguro hits him directly in the face. I get it. His clones and his Shikigami took physical form before hitting me, so this barrier doesn't have a can't miss attack. And then it shows Megumi, I keep going between Megumi and Fushiguro. It shows Fushiguro hitting Reggie in the middle. The increased function of the curse technique due to the domain is incredible. This is worse than a can't miss domain. If he brings out that elephant and showers me with water in here, I'll be limited to half of what I can do, and probably lose. But I won't let that happen, and that's so me. And then there's multiple tags all over the place. And he holds it up, and there's multiple tags floating up in the air, and Fushiguro thinks that receipt didn't just come off. He released it. Nue! And then it shows Nue flying towards one of these, multiple Nue flying towards these tags, as Reggie goes, too slow. And then cars erupt out of the ground as a massive flood happens, like cars erupt out of the ground. I knew it. I had to reinforce my footing with cursed energy, so I wouldn't be sucked in. This whole domain is your shadow. Being able to store and take things out must be handy. But I noticed something. You don't have many weapons in stock. I've only seen the one paltry cursed tool. With such a low capacity, maybe you have to always save room for yourself. Or maybe you're forced to bear the weight of what you keep stored in your shadow. That's it, isn't it? I've used the domain's conditions against you. Your current weight is approximately 2.4 tons, equal to 3 passenger vehicles. It seems your clothes couldn't handle it, but maybe you can still bring out a Shikigami, so I won't lose sight of my footing, and keep piling it on until your own weight crushes you. And then it cuts to Fushiguro saying, "You've missed something. An incomplete domain is still a domain. There's a shadow above you." And then he drops and yo, let's go, Megumi Fushiguro! He drops Max Elephant from a shadow in the roof directly on top of Reggie. And then Reggie feels all the weight and he's all like, "Huh! Who's getting crushed first, Reggie?" And that's the end of chapter 161. Onwards to chapter 1. Wait, did I say 161? I said onward. That was chapter 171. Onwards to chapter 172. Okay, there's a lot of background noise going on right now, so hopefully you all can't hear it. Let's move on to the next chapter. Chapter 172. It said the average human being loses consciousness at 5 to 6 units of G-force. That's 2.4 tons. If Fushiguro weighs 60 kilograms, he's currently being subjected to 40 units of G-force. In order to prevent his blood from gathering in his lower limbs and inducing a state of decreased blood flow, Fushiguro lowered his posture and used cursed energy to reinforce his whole body, paying special attention to his lower half. A mature African elephant weighs 3 to 6 tons. The domain increases curse technique precision, so it replicates Max Elephant's weight realistically, as it shows Max Elephant falling directly on top of Reggie. Under that weight, Reggie Star's right femur and heel bone fractured. The pressure that these two combatants are under could crush them to death any second. Chapter 172, Tokyo Number 1 Colony, Part 12. I messed up. If I saved the trucks, I'd have won. Now what can I do? He soaked me with water, but I've still got my ace up my sleeve. I can enter the shadow and recreate my ace card from inside. That'll finish him. No, he isn't dispelling his domain. That means anything the shadow swallows might be trapped inside after it's gone. What if after he dies, I have to spend my life trapped in the shadow? What's it like in there? It's like liquid. Would I even be able to breathe? Would I float? No, it's too risky to go in there. I need to withstand this. And bust out my ace. And then it shows Reggie, under the effects of Max Elephant, going, contractual recreation. And it shows Reggie being pushed deep under, it shows him being pushed into the shadow of underneath Max Elephant right now. And it shows him going into like the shadows itself, no way to breathe, like bubbles escape from his mouth. I was too late, and there's no oxygen down here, and no buoyancy, no resistance at all. I'm just falling and losing consciousness. And then it cuts to Fushiguro as he's thinking, get off of my phone, scams. Not yet. Hang in there. Wait until after you're sure he's dead, to dispel the domain and empty the shadow. Then it shows Reggie being launched upwards by a car. And he's coughing. Ugh. Things I recreate disappear soon after completing my command. I didn't want the cars to disappear, so I didn't give them a command. Because of that, I could still command one to rise and bring me up with that as well. That vehicle's weight no longer registers, but it saved me. I admit, you're strong, but I'm stronger. Contractual recreation. And it shows that he's completely recreated an entire house. An entire house. An entire two-story house. An entire two-story house. What? A 132 square meter two-floor wooden structure. It weighs at least 30 tons. So it's going to smash you too. Huh? And then all of a sudden, then it shows darkness again, and it shows that Reggie has fallen into shadow again, or water. What? What happened? Did I fall back into the shadow? No, this is real water. How? I feel so heavy. Is that punk strangling me? He's strong. No, wait. It's the weight from the 2 vehicles I piled on. Darn it. This time I really am sinking. I'll have to undo contractual recreation. And then it completely disappears. Oh, right. This is a gymnasium, and there's a pool on the basement floor. He fled into the shadow and ended the domain. He had me break the floor so I'd fall into the pool. Wow, smart thinking on Megumi's part. He dispelled his domain so that the house would break through the floor into the pool below. Then he would proceed to hold on. To Reggie and drag him down. He'd had me break the floor so I'd fall into the pool. How was he moving in spite of the weight? By ejecting himself from the shadow? Now your receipts are too wet to use. Even wet, the print on the receipts won't immediately fade, so that alone won't stop me from using contractual recreation to produce things. But I can't fulfill the condition of using cursed energy to burn the contracts. You sure about that? After all, I bet you're out of Shikigami. He waited instead of... There seems to be no shortage of my presents needed out there today. Let's get back to where I left off. Even what the print on the receipts won't immediately fade, so that alone won't stop me from using contractual recreation to produce things, but I can't fulfill the condition of using cursed energy to burn the contracts. You sure about that? He waited instead of immediately attacking again. The domain exhausted him, so he replenished this cursed technique. After all, I bet you're out of Shikigami. Yes, so as you can guess, from this point on. That's right. From this point on, it's a physical fight. I'll deceive him into thinking that I believe that. But he'll use a Shikigami in an attempt to create an opening, and I'll stop it with a counter move. And then it shows him fighting against Fushiguro. The Shikigami will be something other than a dog. And it shows him fighting steadily with Fushiguro. He's tough. After all, he withstood Max Elephant's weight. Plus, his reinforcement technique and martial arts aren't bad. Come on, use it, and when you let up in that moment... All of a sudden, Reggie's entire... Wow! All of a sudden, the entire... A ginormous chunk of Reggie's side of his face and his shoulder get completely just blasted. What speed? And it shows that Diamond Dog, his divine dog, is what completely obliterated Reggie's left side. That wasn't nearly enough to take out Diamond Dog. Because thinking back, he stabbed... why do I keep calling him Diamond Dog? That wasn't nearly enough to take out Divine Dog. Because back when you remember, Reggie stabbed the mouth of Divine Dog with 2 knives. But that wasn't enough to completely dismantle him. And Divine Dog has just basically bored through Reggie's entire side. That wasn't nearly enough to take out Divine Dog. A sorcerer is nothing but a con artist. He was waiting until I completely dispelled the dog. And then it just shows a pool of blood from where apparently Reggie met his end. That is the end of chapter 172. Onwards to chapter 173. Tokyo number 1 Colony, part 13. The domain and the pool concealed that you still had the dog. You didn't flee into this gym. You lured me in. Outsmarted by a modern-day sorcerer. And a kid to boot. I couldn't flee. Niue can't carry people for very long. I've had trouble with that before. What's your relationship to Master Tengen? Tengen? Oh, right. That shut-in would still be alive. Okay, that's enough. Reggie said Master Tengen was bluffing about the objective of the culling game. I had to consider the possibility that Master Tengen lied about that because he's secretly in league with Kenjaku, but Reggie's reaction made it unlikely. Kogane, give this guy all my points. Okay! Reggie Star has transferred 41 points. Why did you do that? You don't sound pleased. Consider it a good deed before death. I'm just a spectator. Kenjaku and I aren't close. I have a feeling it'll be more interesting this way. Just a hunch, really. So please. After all, you're my executioner. Let fate toy with you before you die like a fool. And then it shows all the blood from Reggie just leaking into the pool itself, and then it shows Reggie dead. You have gained 5 points. And then an explosion happens, and then we cut back to Hazenoki as he's fighting Takaba. Did I get him? No, stay sharp, 'cause I'm a tough bugger. What the heck? And then he punches Takaba in the shoulder, and Takaba doesn't respond to it at all. Why are you covered in lotion? Maybe it's on kake juice. Maybe it's on kake sauce. Just shut up and die.
Boy, it really is Ankake. Seriously, what's with this guy?
And he's rubbing his leg.
With how many times I've bogged him, he should be dead 5 times over by now. Why so little damage?
And the only damage that's happened on Takaba's head is, like, really frizzled hair on one side. You don't like Ankake?
And his first wounds have already healed, but I don't think he used a reversed curse technique like me. I don't get it.
Master Hazenoki.
Yes. Oh wait, Master Hazenoki.
Yes, comes a Kokane.
Master Registar has died.
And then Hazenoki opens his eyes wide and he just turns away and starts walking. Huh? What's up? Says Takaba.
I'm going home. I've had enough of this.
Okay, cool. Take a bath and brush your teeth. And then something dawns on Takaba. Hey man, give me your points!
Stop following me.
Come on, just for the fun of it.
Die.
Takaba's power is comedian. When he comes up with something that he's certain will be funny, it becomes reality. It's a curse technique capable of opposing even Satoru Gojo. What? What? That's actually kind of an overpowered curse technique when you think about it. When he thinks of something that he's certain will be funny, it becomes reality. If he thinks that a nuclear hand grenade would be funny, it manifests. A curse technique capable of opposing even Satoru Gojo. Ooh. And Satoru Gojo has the power of infinity. Ooh, that's interesting. Takaba's power is comedian. When he comes up with something that he's certain will be funny, it becomes reality. It's a curse technique capable of opposing even Satoru Gojo. But when it comes to his own curse technique, he's utterly clueless. Wow, so he doesn't even know the scope of the power that he has. And then it cuts to someone running through... the alleyways, but with this braid, it kind of reminds me of Remy.
I am so confused right now. Being an adult is so confusing. They say men are wolves, but it's always a wolf who clears things up for me. If wolves will do everything for me, then I don't have to think about anything. Because I'm cute. The wolves will always...
And then it shows Divine Dog in front of Remy. And it's glaring at her, and it looks like Divine Dog is preparing to eat her. But then we get, I guess, the face of Sumiki appear to Megumi going, "No, Megumi." And then Divine Dog just dissipates.
You're letting me go?
Shut up. Darn it, Sumiki. And then some feathers appear in the area as Fushiguro falls and he's bleeding. And this one player, the one player that has like the angel wings and the halo around her head, she floats down in front of Megumi. Sendai City, Miyagi Prefecture, November 12th, 11:28 a.m. The fighting in Sendai Colony escalated quickly, far surpassing that in Tokyo Colony in its pure viciousness. Dhruv Lakdawala, Dhruv is DHRUV. Lakdawala, points 91. He's a veteran in his second incarnation who once single-handedly conquered the archipelago in the Civil War of Wa. He has 2 types of independent Shikigami, and their orbiting trajectories constitute his own domain. Ryu Ishigori, points 77. He's a hotshot who boasts the highest cursed energy output of all the players. He boasts this, and he's got like a massive pompadour on his head. Takako Uro, points 70. She's the former captain of the Sun, Moon, and Star Squad, a group of assassins directly affiliated with the Toe. Her curse technique allows her to control the sky, and it shows her floating in the air. And I can't tell if she has clothes on or not, because parts of her that is supposed to be covering her unmentionables just shows is see-through and shows the area underneath her where she's floating. So I honestly can't tell if she's fully clothed or not. I can't tell at all. I'm sorry. Then we have Kurourushi. Yeah, Kurourushi. 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 Yeah, that sounds better. Kurourushi. Points 54. A cockroach cursed spirit whom Kenjaku freed from cursed spirit manipulation. Its rank is special grade, registered, and it's lying dormant until certain conditions disappear. Instead of forming an alliance, these four, as a result of their conflicting abilities and complex natures, found themselves in a standoff. Ultimately, one did fall. Yuta Okotsu, points 35. 3 months after the night parade of 100 demons, Yuta came back to become a special grade sorcerer second only to Satoru Gojo in unusual abilities. And the one person that Yuta cuts down is Dhruv Lakdawala, who had 91 points. Yuta's been busy. And that's the end of chapter 173. Onwards to chapter 174. Chapter 174, Sendai Colony, Part 1. And it shows Ryu as he's speaking. Oh, she does have clothes. It's just invisible. It's just see-through. Like, intangible. Yeah, it's intangible. She does have clothes. And it shows Ryu talking to... Dang it, I forgot her name. I just got her name down. Yeah, it is. Takako Uro. It shows Ryu talking to... Ryo talking to Takako. And he's going, Kogane. Well, and it goes, Drew Shikigami is disappearing. Oh, wait! So you mean to tell me that giant gerbil-looking cursed spirit that was outside when Geto was leading that one girl out, the one from the occult club, that was his Shikigami? Huh, interesting.
Drew's Shikigami is disappearing.
And then Ryu goes, Kogane.
Yes?
Show me the player whose points have changed within the last minute in Sendai Colony.
Understood.
And it immediately shows Okotsu.
Okotsu, huh?
He's been racked. And then it cuts to Takako as she thinks,
he's been racking up points. I'm glad that ugly Shikigami is gone. Now the problem is,
I bet I was able to get this close without provoking a reaction, because Okotsu was keeping him preoccupied. But things just got interesting. Kuroushi will make its move.
This is the worst.
And then it cuts to Okotsu walking out, and then someone goes,
Mr. Okotsu?
And then it cuts to regular civilians as he goes, you can come out now. We're heading north for the edge of the barrier. And then it cuts to a mother and child going,
hold me. Hang in there, okay?
And then Okotsu goes, let's take a break. The powerful sorcerer I just defeated had laid claim to the stadium, so no one else will come near for a while. And then there starts to be a sound starts happening, and there starts to be like a rumbling going all around him all of a sudden. And then one dude says, what's that sound?
Look!
And then Okotsu goes, run into the stadium. Hurry! As it shows a massive torrent of locusts. A massive wave of locusts just coming towards Yuta, with some people getting caught up in it, as one dude goes, that one, I can save him. Help! And then these locusts and bugs, no, they're all cockroaches. Just a massive tidal wave of cockroaches is right behind this one guy as Yuta grabs onto him. And then as he grabs onto him, he starts getting ripped apart by these cockroaches down to the very bone. It's like piranhas, but high speed. Darn it. And then the dude is choking and he's coughing as blood just shoots out of every orifice of his face. And then then his whole body just completely gets devoured, completely down to the bone.
Are these cockroaches real? Each one has cursed energy and they're reinforced. A single one is no problem, but a swarm poses a serious threat.
And then it shows the cockroaches making their way towards the stadium.
Hurry!
Hurry, says one person. And then Okotsu goes,
Rika, knock it down! Okay.
And then Rika comes down and smashes the entire bridge, overpass where these people are running through in order to keep the cockroaches from getting close. And then Okotsu, with one wave of his hand, completely eviscerates all the other cockroaches that come out to try it, that survived and were left behind. And with one wave of his sword, he just obliterates them. And then it just shows the cockroaches falling through the... All right, so I'm on a bit of a time clock now because family's talking about getting me food. And it won't be long before they're back. Let's continue on. We'll keep going. We're going to keep going. I am almost there. We're on the home stretch. Once I get into the 90s, that's when we're in the end game, and then I'll fully catch up. But Rio goes,
his output isn't all that. What's surprising is his overall cursed energy.
And then Takako is thinking,
it's bottomless. Is that a Shikigami? It's strong too. No wonder he killed Druve. And Kuryushi is gross. Kogane, is that thing a player?
Yes, its name is Kuroushi. Its name is Kurourushi. Druve Lakdavala would have been a particularly nasty opponent for Kurourushi, so the cockroach had decided to enter a dormant state. And then it shows Kurourushi, and it's this giant... If you ever seen the movie Mimic, it's kind of like that. It's a giant cockroach with whiskers and antennae around its face, like 6 around its face, and it's standing with a big, giant jet black cloak around it. Druve Lakdawala would have been a particularly nasty opponent for Kurourushi, so the cockroach had decided to enter a dormant state. Kurourushi has an endless appetite, and eating stimulates parthenogenesis. Having just awakened, Kurourushi found itself starving. Okotsu interrupted its meal, so Kurourushi's instinct directed it to devour him. So Okotsu's going to be going up against this cockroach. Resources are finite, so in addition to the rules allowing passage in and out of the colony will be necessary at some point, but
a player that's a cursed spirit.
Players like Druve and Kurourushi use broad attacks to attack people indiscriminately. They must not be allowed to leave the barrier. There are probably more players like them in other this is him thinking to himself.
There are probably more players like him in other colonies as well. We can't allow any to leave until they're eliminated, so communication between colonies is also necessary. In addition to the 2 rules that Fushiguro proposed, we need a means of communication and a way to travel in and out of colonies. That's a total of at least 4 rules to get this situation under control. Shibuya exhausted everyone. Physically and emotionally, they've reached their limit. Sensei, I won't let you kill your best friend a second time. I will kill Kenjaku, and by myself I will obtain 400 points.
And then, as he brandishes his sword, Kurourushi manifests a sword that has weird eyes in it.
Festering life sword.
The Festering Life Sword, an enchanted blade that mixes life and death. And that is the end of chapter 174. Onwards to chapter 175. I'm enjoying this entire catch-up. I don't care how long it takes. And it shows Kurourushi swinging the sword, and there's like a weird pupil in one of its eyes. It looks like some sort of weird eye. Chapter 175, Sendai Colony, Part 2. and it shows Okotsu cutting off one of the arms of Kuro Urushi. I'll just call him Kuro. Of cutting off one of the arms of Kuro, and he's dodging all of its moves as it's using the enchanted life, the festering life sword, and he's clashing with Kuro, causing him to launch, knocking him back a ways and causing him to launch underneath the bridge, with Okotsu launching up ahead to try and combat him. And Kuro uses its wings to fly into the air, and Okotsu brings its sword down and slams him back into the water. Okotsu ain't playing! Then, as he brings his sword up, it shows that Kuro has enveloped himself in swarms of bugs in order to protect himself, like a bug shield. And he has himself, and no words are being spoken, it's just a lot of fighting. He has himself enveloped in this vortex of bugs in the air. I'm being watched. It's probably 2 players with high scores. Kuro Urushi is a cursed spirit. Like I did to Itadori before, I can exercise it by driving positive energy from the reverse curse technique into its body. But I don't want the other 2 to know I can use reverse curse technique, and Rika is protecting everyone at the stadium. I want to exercise Kuro Urushi without using reverse curse technique or Rika. And then it cuts to Kuro speaking.
Why are you interfering? Why do you kill us? Why are you killing people? I like the taste of iron. Blinding, blinding, blinding. Earthen insect trance.
And 2 weird little creatures appear right next to Kuro and launch themselves around Okotsu, and then it becomes a vortex, more vortexes, and then the bugs become a vortex surrounding Okotsu, and they start swelling up in the air as they create like a watery vortex around them, and these earthen-laden insects appear right where Okotsu is, and they try to hit him, but he slashes them away. And in that one moment, one of them splashes water in his eyes as Kuro comes up behind him with another knife to try and hit him, which Okotsu manages to block. And then from the infested life sword, halfway done. We're almost there, Okada-san. We're making good time. I'm so glad I get to finally catch up with Jujutsu! But it shows him clashing with the infested sword. But then something pops out of like the little holes that are in the sword, and they hit him in the shoulder. I suspected something like that, but then veins start to pop up over the side of Okotsu's face as bugs come out of those. It's kind of like bot flies? It's kind of like a situation where people have like bot flies in their skin, or animals have bot flies in them. These bugs shoot out of his shoulders from the spots where these pods hit him. And he cuts both of them at the same time. Darn it. Then it shows Kuro using his sword to hit Okotsu directly in the midsection. And this actually hurts Okotsu. And there's blood creaking from his midsection. And then Ryo is just whistling. He's going. And then Takako is thinking, it's all over. All that's left is to devour him. And it shows Kuro preparing to actually eat Okotsu. But then it shows Okotsu grabbing Riko by the face and proceeds to bite Kuro directly in the face. He bites him instead. What? He bites him instead. He bites him instead. And then, I can't even tell from this image if he bites his body in half, but he bites him instead, and then all of a sudden, the body of Kuro splits apart, or just something happens to his body. I can't really make it out and tell from this, because there's a lot of blood and a lot of body parts, it seems. And then this surprises both Ryu, and Takako. And it shows, it shows that Okotsu has completely killed Kuro Urushi just instantly. And then Kogane comes in saying, "You have gained 5 points." And then it cuts to Ryo thinking, reverse curse technique, but converted into output. The mouth is the shortest distance from his palms and brain, so he delivered a mouth-to-mouth blast to Kuro Urushi's head. So that's what he did. Oh, that's what he did. So he bit down on Kuro Urushi's face and then used reverse curse technique to blast his body apart point blank. That's what he did. Ooh, that's devious. The mouth is the shortest distance from his palms and brain, so he delivered a mouth-to-mouth blast to Kuro Urushi's head. I'd never do that, yuck. And then it cuts to Takako going,
"Seems like you can use reverse curse technique."
And then Takako is right next to Okotsu as he looks over in her direction, but then the whole air around him and the area he's in just completely warps. And that's the end of chapter 175. Onwards to chapter 176. Let's keep it going. Chapter 176, Sendai Colony, Part 3. Oh no, forget what I said about her not wearing anything. I think she's completely naked. She's just bending space around her. What I said about Takako, I think she's just bending space around her so you can't see anything. She doesn't have any clothes at all. But then there's an explosion starting from this chapter, and it shows Okotsu laying in a crater where I guess Takako left him. And he's thinking, what caused that destruction? And it shows Takako trying to punch where Okotsu is, but he misses. And then she grabs the air itself and pulls it, and he tries to punch, but his punch gets warped. And she elbows him in the face. The shape of my arm changed. And then she tries to hit him in the chest, and then he gets launched away a bit. My arm is back to normal. It doesn't even hurt. And he starts moving his arm. Her curse technique probably controls space, but maybe it can't actually crush her opponent, kind of like how a lens creates distortion.
My curse technique treats the sky as a surface.
She's disclosing her curse technique.
Like this.
And she grabs onto the air and she completely pulls the air itself, warping space itself. What was it behind her is a whole building, but she pulls it like it's a curtain, and it shows the warped space behind her as if it's on like a sheet of paper. Sky. So space becomes a surface, huh? Both her attacks blew past my guard and sent me flying. If that involves surfaces, there must be some trick. And then she's thinking, come on, attack already. And then Okotsu goes, let me ask you something. You won't complain if you get killed, right? I understand why the powerless get desperate, but someone strong like you can take points whenever they want. So why seek out a fight?
This guy. Huh? Do today's sorcerers treat obtaining flesh that casually? For us, we've come back from the underworld. He irritates me. Someone who completed her first life without regret wouldn't accept Kenjaku's invitation. The culling game is the first step to a second life. Kenjaku leads the way. But anything might happen, so the more points, the better. And then he goes, don't you have a lover or friends? Huh?
I didn't have any friends until recently, but I still can't sympathize.
Yeah, this feeling, he's so close to setting me off.
Even if you have regrets hundreds and thousands of years later, you're spending time killing people. How can you be so desperate for your own sake? And then an image pops up apparently in Takako's memory, and she goes,
are you one of the Fujiwara? What would one of your blood know about it?
And then we cut to Ryo who says granite blast. And a blast builds up from the, the point of his pompadour, and a massive blast comes out and shoots towards both Okotsu and Takako. And the entire area just erupts in a massive blast. And, Okotsu is fine, but the resounding buildings in the entire block are not.
They're flirting so much that it's making me hungry. The rooftop over there, that's fairly close. That was a broad attack range. Is it Ishigori?
I might as well just call him Ishigori.
Rika is protecting the people at the stadium, but a direct attack that big would still result in casualties, so I should start by taking him. Now that Kurourushi and Dhruv are gone, I have no reason to let Ishigori go, so I'll take them both out.
Oh, they both think about taking them both out. And then it shows Okotsu rushing towards where Ishigori is.
He's coming directly to me. He's coming directly at me.
Sweet. Bring it on, Okotsu. And then he shoots out numerous blasts from his pompadour, which branches off into different directions. And as he's running, the space behind Okotsu starts to warp behind him as... No, it doesn't warp behind him. It just shows these blasts hitting where he is with extensive force. And then it shows Okotsu still running as two more beams try to follow him. And then he dodges away from one, and then he flips away from another to keep from getting hit. And he keeps running towards Ishigori. Then more blast starts coming out, and it looks like it hits where Okotsu is. And then Ishigori goes, "Ah, man, you aren't going to disappoint me, are you?" And then he sees that Okotsu's not there. He's gone.
Oh, I get it.
Because it shows Okotsu jumping up to the roof, jumping onto the roof right where Ishigori is, coming up straight to him.
Oh, I get it. That was where he made a hole earlier.
And it shows Okotsu clashing with Ishigori as he goes,
"Let's bring this in close."
"Will that satisfy the hunger, Okotsu?" And that's the end of chapter 176. Onwards to 177. Chapter 177, Sendai Colony, Part 4. You want to get in close. Do you tell a kid in front of a feast to calm down and eat slow? Wouldn't you? Right, that was a bad example. In my first life, I was a moderate eater. I fought worthy opponents and met a good woman, so I don't particularly have any regrets. But I can't stand this vague thirst, Okotsu, and no one understands why I can't get no satisfaction. These cigarettes have a sweet aftertaste. My life never had dessert. Here it comes, says Okotsu, as it shows him clashing multiple times with Ishigori. And he's punching in the direction, and they're punching and clashing with one another. His output's high, and he releases cursed energy with near instantaneous explosiveness. His movements are fast and precise. If I don't guard well, even I'd take damage. He supports his toughness with his cursed energy. It's like I'm knocking against a massive water tank. And it shows them preparing to hit each other in one massive swing, and he's thinking, why am I unsatisfied? And then Kotsu goes, I think you know. And it shows that they clash with each other from the back, but the resounding blow causes Okotsu to get launched in response, and even causes him to bleed a little bit from the mouth. I'm unsatisfied because I ate full. And Okotsu gets launched away as Ishigori keeps up with him. Oh, food's here. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. I am back. But I'm going to finish this chapter, and then I'll take an intermission to eat. I think that would be wiser. That's going to be wise. Is that Wendy's? Yes, I got myself a bourbon bacon meal with a fry and a sweet tea. I'm going to eat this after I'm done with this chapter. We're going to go for a brief intermission. I'm going to eat that, and then we're going to continue once I'm done. But first and foremost, this chapter is a priority. So, let's go ahead and continue. We're not stopping. Okotsu gets launched into the air as Ishigori runs on an adjacent rooftop in order to keep up with him, and he launches towards Okotsu and uses Granite Blast and blasts Okotsu, but Okotsu is blocking it with his bare hands. Now, mind you, the same Granite Blast he did was also one that destroyed an entire city block. But he's blocking the same type of beam with his bare hands. He deflected it with his bare hands? And then it shows Okotsu hitting Ishigori directly in the face as he goes, "Are you my dessert, Okotsu?" And then Okotsu gets blasted away from Ishigori. And then it shows Takako coming up, or Takako, I don't know how to say her name. The sky user comes up behind him after warping the space in order to fly, and she appears behind him. I didn't hit the person, I hit the surface of the sky. I didn't hit the person, I hit the surface of the sky. Oh, wait, she's doing this. She's saying this. She's thinking this. I didn't hit the person, I hit the surface of the sky. And I break that surface like thin ice, and my opponent with it. Thin icebreaker! And she breaks the sky itself, causing Okotsu to be launched into like a nearby building. And then Ishigori looks at her and goes, "You're in my way, you pile of vomit!" And then she uses... And then she sees the beam get shot at her, and she spins the sky around so that the beam curves around her. And then she goes, "Shut up!" And she calls him a name. Calls him a name that I cannot repeat. And she throws the beam back at him. And he looks on as he jumps out of the way of the beam. Well, actually, he doesn't jump out of the way. He gets hit by the beam. And she goes, "Ha!" And then Ishigori is going, "I've never been hit by my own technique before. Sure packs a wallop." And then Okotsu is just standing there, watching these two fight, and she goes, "You're tough, and that's good, because I've decided to toy with you." His reverse curse technique is a problem, but it consumes a lot of cursed energy. He used it every time Kuro Urushi, Uro, and I used our big moves. Her name is Uro. No more am I going to call her Takako. Her name is Uro. He used it every time Kuro Urushi, Uro, and I used our big moves. And I think you're finally bottoming out, Okotsu. It doesn't matter how fancy or delicious a cake shop is. When it's closing time and the windows are empty, it's still a disappointing sight. I guess it ain't you. Ishigori doesn't target normal people, but he wouldn't hesitate to make them collateral damage. And judging from Uro's point total, she has probably only fought sorcerers, perhaps out of pride. I wanted to put more distance between us and the people in the stadium. Oh wait, this is Okotsu thinking this. Ishigori doesn't target normal people, but he wouldn't hesitate to make them collateral damage. And judging from Uro's point total, she has probably only fought sorcerers, perhaps out of pride. I wanted to put more distance between us and the people in the stadium, but that isn't going to happen, so... Come, Rika. Give me everything. And then Okotsu prepares to summon Rika. That's the end of chapter 177. We will begin 178 after I have gone through my intermission of eating food. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to put the background up here. And let me actually move the chat up so it's not just like ain't nothing happening. But now, I'm going to take this moment to eat this food that's in front of me while it's still nice and piping hot. And once I am finished, we will continue with the rest of the chapters of Jujutsu Kaisen. So talks amongst yourselves, do whatever it is that you probably want to do to occupy yourselves. But I'm going to go eat real quick, and then we'll come right back. All right, everyone, back to it. I got to finish the rest of the sandwich later. My sister got me a double instead of a single, which I've never had a double bourbon bacon cheeseburger before, so it's a lot of sandwich. So I only ate half, and I'll finish the rest later. Let's get back to the story. We're almost there. Sorry to hold all of you up. I am so sorry. 6 people here. My apologies for taking so long. I got my other drink here, but I'll handle that later. So, let's start it. Let's get started with this chapter. Chapter 178, Sendai Colony, Part 5. As, well, Okotsu prepares to call Rika. And Rika suddenly appears right next to him. And then it cuts to Udo and Ishigori thinking, with Udo thinking,
Everything? He wasn't using his full power?
I don't get it. Okotsu's own cursed energy is welling up again.
Yuta? What'll it be?
and then Rika opens up like a cavity in her, and out falls a ton of different weapons that he can use. Rika is Okotsu's cursed technique and can store cursed energy for him.
Thank you. That one should be fine.
Rika remained with him after Rika Orimoto passed away. While connected to Rika through his ring, the following is possible. Cursed technique use, Rika's complete manifestation, and cursed energy supply from Rika. He can maintain a sustained connection for 5 minutes. And he puts like a gauntlet over his arm. Like she's humming while she's putting this big old heavy gauntlet on his arm.
All right, let's go.
And then Rika takes off first. And then Udo goes,
I'm first. Don't mess with me.
and she can only focus on Okotsu as Rika gets close. And then on his mouth is the same markings that on his mouth is the same markings of Inumaki with his cursed speech. And he goes,
Don't move.
and she goes, and then Udo goes,
Snake eyes and fangs? Cursed speech. Darn it.
as she gets barraged from both sides from both Rika and Okotsu. Udo, who once had control of the skies, just gets repeatedly rebounded and bodied from both sides. I never knew how good bourbon sauce could be on a sandwich until I had the bourbon bacon cheeseburger. I'm gonna eat that after I'm done here. But she gets barraged on both sides by this technique. Yeah, she's straight up naked. She doesn't have any clothes. She's just been bending the space around her so it looks like she has clothes on, but she is not clothed at all. I wonder how they're gonna censor this in the anime. And she's getting knocked back and forth, and then Okotsu falls to the ground with Ishigori going,
Hey now.
and it shows Okotsu landing on the arms of Rika as he goes,
Rika, ready.
You're way too soft, man. And it shows him firing one of his granite blasts at Okotsu as he leaps away, and Rika sees it and completely blocks it.
That thing deflected it? It might be tougher than Okotsu.
And then Rika looks at her hand and goes,
That hurt.
and proceeds to completely body check Ishigori and send him flying across the roof. And Ishigori comes back and punches Rika, sending her flying across the roof. And she grumbles something under her breath. And Ishigori goes,
I've still got an appetite. That calls for an extra large helping.
and then little bits of hair come out of Okotsu, and they turn into like little bat creatures that fly around Okotsu as he's facing off against Udo.
Hair as a medium for new Shikigami? You Fujiwara are always in my way. Are you that afraid of me becoming somebody?
The Sun, Moon, and Stars Squad is a group of assassins directly affiliated with the Toe. They pursue lives of selfless devotion in darkness, forsaken of the right to bear a name. Yet that person gave me a name to execute me as a proxy for that person's crime of killing a member of the same clan. And it shows Uro getting cut across her body in numerous spots, including the places that were once covered by the sky. So she's getting cut all over her body, including some of the naughty bits.
The trajectories of the Shikigami constitute the domain. That was Drew's curse technique. Okotsu isn't just a curse speech user with Shikigami Jutsu. Okotsu's curse technique is copy.
Wow, so that's what he can do! Wow, that's why his strength, that's why they put him in the same league as Gojo. His curse technique can let him copy other techniques. That's why they put him in the same class as Gojo. That's why he's special grade. Yo, I was just talking about Taskmaster yesterday. in accordance to Monster King Orochi, and now we got another character that functions like Taskmaster in the Jujutsu world. Because this dude can copy any curse technique with his curse. He can copy any other curse technique with his own curse technique. And it shows two other objects landing right near Uro, and it's Rika versus Ishigori. And then it shows Okotsu clashing with Uro. I don't know what my ancestors did to you, but living only for yourself will only get you so far.
Silence! Live for others. You don't need to be anybody special. The only ones who say that are people who have already achieved something.
And then it cuts to Ishiguro, who pounds his chest as he thinks, shut up at this point, words are pointless. And then he bams on his chest, and both Uro, Ishigori, and Okotsu look on as they all activate their domain expansions at the same time. They all call out domain expansion. Yo! Okay! Yo! And that's the end of chapter 178, onwards to chapter 179. Oh! Chapter 179, Sendai Colony, Part 6. Domain expansion. I gotta fix this thing. Domain expansion. And they all unleash their domains. In overlapping domains, the can't miss attacks cancel each other out. In order to avoid getting Okotsu the initiative, Ishiguro and Uro... avoid giving Okotsu the initiative, Ishiguro and Uro, I've been calling them Ishiguro, but it's Ogoro. It's not even Ishiguro, it's Ishigori. Ishigori! I keep mixing up these names, I'm sorry. In order to avoid giving Okotsu the initiative, Ishigori and Uro needed to keep Rika out of the barrier. But it may try to invade later. Gotta be short and sweet. And then it shows their overlapping barriers surrounding each other, while Rika just watches on. Ishigori had just knocked Rika over 20 meters away, so they didn't need to do anything special. Rika would never reach the barrier before construction. However, the last remnants of Rika's Orimoto's will inside Rika could not accept that.
Give back, Yuta!
Rika's gears ratcheted up a notch. At that moment...
I like the taste of iron!
A modern-day black demon had skittered into the barrier. And outside the barrier, reinforced cockroaches were distracting Rika. Wow! So... Kuro Urushi is still alive! Kuro Urushi is still alive! A modern-day black demon had skittered into the barrier, and outside the barrier, reinforced cockroaches were distracting Rika. Before going dormant, Kuro Urushi had reproduced by parthenogenesis. After the parents' exorcism, the cursed energy of fear throughout Japan was once more poured into the child. Even if Kuro Urushi the player died, Kuro Urushi the cursed spirit would still go strong. The clash of three domains is more complex than for two. As they erected their barriers, the internal and external conditions differed, and there was an unexpected intruder, causing the barriers to break. Wow! So, Kuro Urushi interrupted all of these barriers being erected up, just from his presence being there. Kuro Urushi distracted Uro, whom she considered a particularly nasty opponent, and Okotsu didn't miss his opportunity, and proceeds to kick Uro straight into the ground, which she catches herself as Kuro Urushi prepares to fight against her.
Immediately after domain expansion, one's
cursed technique burns away, making it difficult to use. As she tries to grip on to the sky in order to shield herself, her control completely dissipates. She loses her grip as Kuro aims for her.
Darn it!
And it shows him using the infected living sword to cut into her arm. And then it cuts to Rika, who bites down on Uro's arm, who not only bites down on her arm, because her arm actually explodes because a parasite gets in there and blows her arm apart. And then Rika comes up and bites into her arm.
Okotsu's thorough even if Uro uses reverse curse technique. Regenerating a missing arm would be a heck of a feat. Ow, you destroyed my arm! Fujiwara!
That's enough, Uro. Ishigori's curse technique is... I didn't invite you guys to this table. Cursed energy discharge. Granite blast! And he blasts in the same direction of Kuro Urushi and Uro. And he blasts the both of them, apparently. Ishigori is the only sorcerer capable of releasing the same amount of power regardless if he's activated his curse technique. And it shows a heavily damaged Uro in a crater with her arm gone and missing. And it shows Kuro damaged heavily by this blast with some of his arms missing as well. Then it shows Okotsu grabbing the head of Kuro and completely blasting it as he walks towards Ishigori. Welcome to my table, Okotsu. And then it shows like a plate of food everywhere. Okotsu's curse technique still hasn't replenished. So he's about to fight Ishigori without the proper amount of cursed energy that he normally would fight with.
Let's go, Rika.
And that's the end of chapter 179 onwards to chapter 180, meaning there's only 16 more chapters for me to go through, and then I fully catch up to Jujutsu Kaisen. Oh, it's a good day. It's a good day. Jujutsu Kaisen, chapter 180, Sendai Colony, part 7. Yuta can only release a directed high output blast of cursed energy, while Rika is completely manifested. Even at full power, however, it is slightly weaker than Ishigori's blast, so he needed to rapidly build up cursed energy and fire before his opponent reached maximum power. That was his intention, but the intense look in Ishigori's eyes expressed over 400 years of hunger and thirst. Let's use every last drop. Just this once. Though he'd probably never find meaning in fighting, Ishigori's gaze melted Yuta Okotsu's heart. And then there's a massive blast between the two as they fire condensed blasts of cursed energy at each other. Both from each other's fingers. Like in this one go, they're just shooting these concentrated beams of cursed energy out of their fingers. Love this story. I love it. Then there's an explosion over where Okotsu is.
That was seriously sweet, Okotsu.
Then there's a feeling of cursed energy coming out of the direction of Ishigori and also the direction of where Rika and Okotsu are. Here's an idea. Let's go again. And then Rika fires a blast directly at Ishigori. And this actually surprises Ishigori. Okotsu jumped forward at the same moment the blast attack. The blast struck. Okotsu jumped forward at the same moment the blast struck. That big thing can fire on its own. But I can do whatever you can do. And he blocked the blast, just like Rika did earlier in the previous chapter. That wasn't very powerful. In addition to domain expansion and this meal with me, I don't think you can replenish very fast. I'm gonna end this. And then he fires a point-blank granite blast at Yuta. And it says Yuta, as it looks like he's preparing, as Yuta brings his fist up, and when he brings his fist up, he causes the blast to be directed away from him. He just copied Uro's technique. He copied Uro. Ooh! He copied Uro's technique and bent space so that the beam couldn't hit him. Yuta's curse technique had already replenished. The moment he fired the granite blast, Yuta's cursed energy was already back to high, already back to maximum again. Yuta's curse technique had already replenished. Was that Uro's curse technique? I didn't think he was a mere curse speech user. I thought that big thing had a curse technique of its own, but I was wrong. Okotsu's curse technique is copy, but there must be a major condition for it. So when did he satisfy it? When I wasn't looking? Surely it isn't conditionless. And then he thinks back to when Rika ate Uro's arm. The condition is for Rika to eat whoever curse technique causes the technique. I understand it now. Back then. But before Ishigori can do anything, Yuta hits him full force with the same move that Uro used, Thin Icebreaker, and hits him directly in the stomach. And then Rika comes from above and hits Ishigori directly in the head. 5 minutes. The connection between Rika and Okotsu would end. Then it shows Ishigori preparing to punch Rika and sends Rika flying in an opposite direction. And it causes Rika's body to just explode. A single blow that was too much for Rika, even when completely manifested, would cause her to reach her limit. And the pieces of Rika just say, Yuta, as it shows Yuta fighting Ishigori. And they're delivering blow after blow to each other. I had no idea there'd be more even after the last drop. This is my dessert! And then it shows Yuta grabbing on to Ishigori. And Yuta just goes, we're done. And Ishigori just goes, huh? And then all of a sudden something comes down and hits. Oh, I know what it was. He directed the beam upwards, but he pulled them both in one direction and caused the beam to come back down and hit Ishigori full force. And then it shows Ishigori. Standing up where the blast hit him. Was that mine? He used Uro's curse technique to redirect it back at me. Thank you. My stomach's full now. And then it shows an empty plate, and that's the end of chapter 180. Onwards to chapter 181. Oh, I can't wait to see some of this stuff animated. Onwards to chapter 181. Hey, that kid just now. I wonder if he brought in a manga submission.
He's a foreigner. That's unusual.
And then here we have chapter 181, Tokyo number 2. Tokyo number 2 colony, part 1. Oh, we're done with the Sendai colony. Okay. But it shows in this very nice, well-drawn and well-colored page, it shows Ishiguro and it shows Udo in full color and what they actually look like. Interesting. And then it cuts to someone going,
You're reaching your limit. You're reaching your limit. I've seen it. What surpasses the horizons of sorcerers, cursed spirits, and strong fighters is overwhelming aggression that disregards all else like a calamity.
And this is Sukuna. We see Sukuna as he has like a more wild look on himself in his face, and he has like multiple arms apparently. And he has multiple eyes as well.
You're too soft, Okotsu, and I ain't praising you. Uro said the same thing. There's no benefit to sparing an opponent's life.
Oh wait, Uro said the same thing. There's no benefit to sparing an opponent's life.
She was still alive? My blast must have been weaker after domain expansion.
She kept bringing up something. Was it a lover's quarrel?
Something like that.
Stop acting like it's a pain. There's nothing I could have said to her. Whatever I'd say would just lead to violence. Because I'm blessed.
Oh, really? I don't understand.
Anyway, give me your points. Rule 10, players may transfer a number of points of their choosing to another player.
Pops in a Kogane.
Oh, I see. Without that rule, you'd have killed us. Maybe. Anyway, be grateful to my comrade.
Due to point transfer from Takako Uro and Ryu Ishigori, Yuto Kotsu now has 200 points. Includes 20 points for destroying Druve and Kuro Urushi. Then we cut to what appears to be someone that looks like Miwa in one panel. No, it is. It looks like Miwa, and she's walking through the devastated city that Yuta was in. But it doesn't actually show her full face. Interesting. And now we cut to Shueisha. What makes a manga creator? After all, they don't need a license. It's his experience in serialization. That's a bit harsh. Books on shelves. That's old-fashioned. Your Japanese is really good. Please sit in the chair. And this guy at the beginning is sitting on top of the desk. Actually, your Japanese is good.
Huh? I'm Japanese.
Well, I was born and raised in Japan, even though my parents are French.
Well, I was born and raised in Japan, even though my parents are French.
Now you know how I feel.
Sorry.
No worries.
What an odd kid.
Let's try to get along. Once you've read my manga, you'll see that this is the start of a long relationship.
Sure. Basing the story on old tales and classics is common, but that's not a bad thing. However, this is a little too geared towards adult.
Common?
For example, take this scene in which the shogun gives the main character the impossible task of catching the tiger on the screen because it's causing trouble night after night. The tiger is actually a girl with tiger ears, and she has charmed the main character, who instead of using his own wits, comes up with the same answer as in the anime Ikkyu-san. It's hard to grasp and requires too much context. But this is a shonen magazine. And then there's the gore. Is this comedy, horror? The story isn't strong enough for mixing genres. And the art is seriously lacking. Like here, fingers don't bend that much. See that? And look at, and before he says anything, this dude breaks the guy's finger because he's offending him.
Ah! Now it's just like in my manga. If you need realistic art, then watch live-action movies or stare at photographs.
Calling game player Charles Bernard. I didn't think we would actually get a name that wasn't Japanese in this calling game. Interesting.
This is a publishing house, right? So why don't you recognize the impact and passion you can't get from precise art?
Him and Deidara would get along great.
You're wasting my time!
Security!
What exactly is a manga creator? As for the answer,
Do you know? And then Kinji is right in front of Charles. Nope. And he just sits there with Charles.
I'm glad. There's still electricity around here. I'm not. Who wants to ride a Ferris wheel with a dude? Well, you could have refused.
I need to scope out this place in case I ever bring a babe.
I'm amazed. You actually think Tokyo will recover from this? We're exact opposites. I came to gaze upon the end of all. Ever since cursed spirits flooded Tokyo, there hasn't been many outlets for manga. Creators and editors are just giving up. But I respected and loved many creators and their works. Anyway, I need to ask a favor. Give me a reason to fight. The reasons for fighting in the culling game are negative, but a battle manga needs to give readers something positive. Please, make me hate you. So bad that I could kill you.
Oh, and he's French.
Please, make me hate you. So bad that I could kill you. You're a manga creator? Oui. I wouldn't read your manga if you begged me to. Your gloomy disposition might infect me. Quit your whining and fight me, you creepy otaku. Why would you say such a mean thing?
I gotta switch his voice to French in this instance. But that's the end of chapter 181. Onwards to chapter 182! Chapter 182, Tokyo number 2, Colony Part 2. Might need to bump up the brightness. There we go. G War Staff. Chapter 182, Tokyo number 2, Colony Part 2. G War Staff. And then Charles brings up a staff and slices apart the little what do you call it, buggy? I wouldn't call it buggy. What do you call it? Chair? Enclosed space of the Ferris wheel. And he begins to try and fight Kinji. It was my dream to become an astronaut, but it seems like it wasn't meant to be. Instead, I'm thinking about traveling to space inside my head. And then Kinji goes, what are you quoting? A poem in one of the creators' comments by Katsura Hoshino, who I really admire. Creators' comments aren't poems. Manga creators travel to a fictitious space in their minds because they aren't satisfied with reality. But my reality has been taken over by jujutsu. I've lost my motivation as a reader and as a creator. Do you know what that feeling is called? Boredom? Despair. This is a pen tip. Is it all right for a manga creator to use their pen for violence? Wow. So his G War staff is an actual pen tip. This is a pen tip. Is it all right for a manga creator to use their pen for violence? Tsubasa Ozora mashed Kanda's head with a kick. Oh, that's right. Thus, I fulfilled the condition for ink. And then it looks like he jabbed into Kinji and left a spot on Kinji. What the heck is this? And then, all of a sudden, Kinji gets knocked off the roof. Off of a roof that they're fighting on. And off of the short roof that's in front of the Ferris wheel. The way he just moved was more than just a reflex. You've finally taken your hands out from your pockets. Or is it your pockets from your hands? Hands from pockets! That's a manga panel, but a few panels forward from the present. Like how the bottom left panel draws the reader's attention. I'm seeing your very near future, about 1 second in advance. As the fight continues in G War staff fields, we think I'll be able to see even further into the future. So you can see the future, huh? And then it shows Kinji running towards him, which kind of gets Charles on edge. If I hadn't activated G-War staff, I'd have been a goner. And it shows him dodging away from Kinji, and as Kinji tries to punch him, he sees his punches happening a second before. And then Kinji gets hit in the head by the G-War staff. You can really see the future. You can really see the future. Oui. But if that's all you've got, he disappeared. And then Kinji appears right behind Charles and hits him in the back. What? That hurt? You have to look to know, right? Then I'll attack from your blind spots and press you hard. And it shows him fighting Charles evenly now, because he's attacking from his blind spots. What's with this cursed energy? It's rough and hurts like sandpaper. But once I know he's coming from my blind spots. And he looks to try and stab Kinji, but Kinji anticipates it and goes, nice try, and hits Charles in the back again. And then as he prepares to hit Kinji, Kinji is directly next to him once again, preparing to hit him directly in the midsection. I could go easy on you, but otaku like you would just find some selfish reason to start attacking people again. So I have to utterly break you. And he punches away Charles, and he appears behind. Behind Charles, and I'm not going to repeat what he says in French because he could be saying some French profanity word, so I'm not going to say it. And he swipes in the direction of Kinji, and he narrowly manages to hit Kinji over the forehead, and apparently he was able to fulfill the conditions for ink again. The heart is only a vessel once. Is that what you're trying to say? Well, my vessel is already broken. Now I can only spill out of it in a turbid gush of emotion. I know how you move 2 seconds from now. I'll be waiting in my blind spot, so why are you posing? And then Kinji goes... goes... Domain expansion. Idle death gamble. Due to the guaranteed hits effect, Hakari's domain and curse technique rules were revealed to Charles's brain. And that's the end of the chapter. Onwards to chapter 183, a new domain expansion! I love domain expansions. They're so cool. I'm sorry, but they're just cool. Chapter 183, Tokyo number 2, Colony Part 3. Did I ever bring my straw in here? I did not. I need to get my straw for my drink. All right, good. Back to it. Chapter 183, Tokyo number 2 Colony, Part 3. And at 4 o'clock, I gotta feed Kenzo. But I feel I should be done relatively quickly with a vast majority of these chapters before 4 o'clock. This is his curse technique and the domain rules. Introducing the characters of Idle Death Gambit CR Private Pure Love Train version 1-239. Aya Saito. And what the heck am I looking at? We're looking at all these different characters. Aya Saito. Hold on, I gotta actually zoom in just a little bit. I have to zoom in. Aya Saito, Yuki's old friend. She's currently misappropriating money at a local bank. Sayuri Amanogawa, Yuki's boss. She's a project manager by day, but by night... Yume Asagiri, the main heroine. She has no distinguishing characteristics. Hiro Kato, Yuki's college classmate and a job-hopping musician. He can't tell the difference between a guitar and a bass. Suzuka Shimizu, Yuki's co-worker. She is conceited about her academic background and is currently developing heroes. And then we have Sayaka Yamaguchi, Yuki's younger sister. In class, she pretends to be using an electronic dictionary, but is actually playing a DS. As in Nintendo DS? And then lastly, Yuki Yamaguchi, the main hero. He has no distinguishing characteristics. All right, let's zoom this page out and go to it. Wow, there's a whole double spread panel to explain the domain's rules. What? Okay. Rules. Idle Death Gamble, I'm going to try. Idle Death Gamble is a domain based on a real pachinko machine. The rules are easy. Hit the jackpot by getting 3 of the same symbols, and hitting the jackpot means I, Hakari, get a bonus. Just wait till you find out what it is. Game flow. If I generate a visual effect ability once or more, I advance to a Riichi scenario. If this is going to be diving into pachinko terminology, I won't understand it at all. Game flow. Increased probability can go into a jackpot, which then can turn into increased probability. But jackpot can then turn into faster spins, which then can turn into another jackpot. But also those faster spins can turn into normal mode, which normal mode can then turn into a jackpot, which then becomes increased probability or faster spins, which then coincide with one another. I know that sounds like a lot to take in, but trust me, I'm just as confused as you are. In Mahjong, a player declares Riichi when they're one tile away from winning. Okay, doesn't help me understand this anymore. Probability of jackpot, approximately 1 out of 239. Chances of increased probability, approximately 75%. Visual effect indicators. I choose the effect, but its success is up to luck. So reserve ball goes from green, red, and then gold, big chance. Then doors is green, red, and gold, big chance. Rainbow-colored indicators or 4 consecutive effects ensures a jackpot. And then we have consecutive effects, 1, 2, and 3. Chance. CR Private Pure Love Train. Riichi scenarios. Transit card Riichi. Chances 1 star. I'm not going to remember any of this. I'm sorry. Seat Struggle Riichi. 2 stars. Potty Emergency Riichi. 2 stars. And Friday Night Final Train Riichi. 3 stars. When advancing to the final train Riichi, things get hot with chances over 80%. Then we get the chance boosters. My head. There's so much information to take in. Why can't you just be a domain that makes it so that you're in a pachinko machine, and if you land on the wrong spot, you get killed or whatever? I have to learn what these terminology means in order to understand its conditions. You gave up trying to upstand his domain after a while? Like, I'm trying to make heads or tails of it. Firstly, I don't know a single thing about pachinko machines, so that already puts my understanding of this domain in the gutter. It's explaining it to me, but I still don't get it. This is the reason why I'm not a gambling man, nor will I ever go to a place that has gambling, because I would not survive, because I would forget the rules and everything. I'm never gonna get into this. And I haven't even gotten down to the chance boosters. Chance boosters, attention! Chance boosters increase the chances of a jackpot, even in unfavorable Riichi scenarios. Yume background. When advancing a scenario, a tantalizing image of Yume Asagiri appears. Amanagawa's cutscene. Amanagawa-senpai helps during scenario presentations. Group indicators. A jackpot is certain, but not in the train. Draw, and draw some more! And then Charles just comes up and says, "Don't info-dump me with all that garbage." And then they're up in a room, like an empty room, and there's pachinko machines everywhere. This is the starting stage. Back to what I understand. Violence without words. That's what I understand. He throws a pachinko into one machine, and it whizzes past Charles. Clean. And then the doors And then the doors appear, the same doors that he was using to fight Itadori earlier, appear right next to Charles. And he goes, oh, his attack indicators. And when that's over, red, it becomes Riichi. And then he goes, Riichi. I don't understand anything that's going on right now. I really don't. I could read the description of it, and I probably wouldn't even understand. I'll probably look up this domain expansion later, but as it is right now, I'm just going by the panels with no understanding whatsoever. All I know is that this dude is trapped in a gambling machine domain expansion. That's it. And then it cuts to a subway, and Charles goes, Riichi causes the stage to change. This is the Lost Dance Transit card, Riichi. And then it has a cutscene play. If Yuki passes through the gate and arrives at work on time, Hakari hits the jackpot. And he tries to hit Yuki to keep him from going to the subway, but he's just like a visual representation. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Ogata-san, see? There's nothing wrong with explaining something to me. But these sort of things I have to... If you want me to fully understand where you're coming from with this, it's like there's so much information that I couldn't possibly get it all on one go. I would have to look up what his domain expansion actually does on the wiki to get a better understanding of it. Because the way it's described here, I'm lost. So lost. This dude, and he's going through like cutscenes and different things. This is just in the visualization, so obstruction is pointless. All I can do is watch it unfold or defeat the sorcerer before it ends. However, the indicators were weak, so this Riichi is likely to fail. And I can't use my curse technique to predict the indicators or outcome. And then it changes positions again. And it changes locations again. Failure means returning to the start. This will repeat until he draws a winner, or I defeat him, and if he hits the jackpot, I lose. And then Kinji just goes, too bad. So far, so good. No! This isn't good at all! This is an insult to the manga! Huh? Pure Love Train? Private Pure Love Train is a monumental work of youthful romantic comedy by Kenji Nakamura. Appropriating it for gambling is beyond deplorable. Do you even read it? And the chance of a jackpot is only 1 in 239? Do you really think I'll let you keep trying forever? After all, I can see how you move in the immediate future. And then Kinji goes, and you still can't hit me. That's right. Dodging is also... And then doors just close in front of him, and they're golden doors. Gold doors. This indicates a high chance. I have never, says Kinji, gone past 30 times, whether taking it easy or going all out. Riichi! And he punches Charles, and then it changes the scenes again. This is the final chain, Riichi. It has an 80% chance of success. And then it shows Charles defending himself while Kinji is steadily trying to fight him in this whole subway. The train's here. Yume's on the opposite platform. If she doesn't get on after it departs and reappears, then he hits the jackpot. It's a good thing that scanning his brain allows him to understand this domain expansion. So that way it's not like he's trying to figure it out, and then we get more chapters of him trying to explain the whole description of his whole domain expansion to us. At least he already automatically understands, so we don't have to go through a whole exposition chapter. I got to focus on the future. The train at platform 2 will now depart. It's no use. Leave! Get out of here, Yume! Get on the train and go! And then the train goes. The train goes, and it shows Charles hitting Kinji in his side. And Kinji just goes, ugh! And Charles, sweating, goes, if this was a game of skill instead of luck, you might have won. Don't you think? And he looks back at Kinji as the characters in this story. As the characters in this story grab hold of each other, And it turns out that Kinji was the one who actually got the jackpot. Wrong. I use skill to grab a hold of luck. And he kicks why was I about to call him Dave? He kicks Charles directly in the face. And that is the end of chapter 183, onwards to chapter 184. Chapter 184, Tokyo number 2 Colony Part 4. And then it's just Panda.
Just for this moment, I'm not a panda. I'm a teddy bear. What a strong smell of blood. Maybe about 3 people in pieces. The intrinsic cursed energy of whoever did it is weak, but whoever can turn it on and off like that is probably skilled. My role is to find and negotiate with the angel. I intended to leave the fighting to Hakari, but we got separated right away. Dropping us in random places the moment we enter the barrier is just rude. I should get moving, but someone might spot me, so I'll stay a teddy bear. No! Am I not a panda?
And obviously, this is Panda. And he's on top of some shipping containers. And he drops down, he looks both ways, and he's all like, whew. And then someone walks up, and it's the same woman. It's the same woman that completely butchered that one guy. Completely butchered that one guy with a giant gaping hole in his chest.
Did you escape from Ueno Zoo?
That's right.
Oh, walking upright was too hard, huh? Kogane.
Yes!
Is that a player?
That is a player! And it shows this woman. It shows this woman walking up directly to Panda, and he's thinking, you can use Kokane like that? And she punches straight through Panda.
This player is insanely fast and powerful.
And she uses her staff to slam him into some nearby shipping containers.
And that's not all. It's like Fushiguro's Nue. This player's cursed energy is like a current of electricity. They're in a state of constant electrification.
And then he goes into his gorilla form and goes,
in other words, they're impossible to defend against.
Cool, but...
And she blocks his punch.
But so am I.
Unblockable drumming beat.
Going for internal damage. Not bad.
And then she uses her staff to loop around Panda's arm and proceeds to break his arm off completely. Like, literally break his arm off completely.
But not good, but not very good either. You're super average.
And she throws his arm back at him.
Trying to block my vision. I've had enough of that.
And then he grabs the ground and tries to throw something her way, but she just completely barrages Panda's face with punches and sends him flying into a nearby container.
Actually, make that super weak. Do you know where Sukuna is?
What do they want with Sukuna? What do they want Sukuna for? I doubt it's good for Itadori. No.
That pause tells me you do. Tell me and I won't kill you.
I think I might have had an uncle with that name.
Don't mess with me.
Don't you mess with me. My big sister is a shy girl. Anyone who meets her eyes, she kills to hide her embarrassment.
And it shows Panda transforming into some sort of large, giant creature. And electricity resonates between both this woman and Panda. Kashimo separates the cursed energy charges like electricity. When striking an opponent, a positive charge, Kashimo. I forgot her name was Kashimo. Kashimo separates the cursed energy's charges like electricity. When striking an opponent, a positive charge is transferred, and the negative charge in Kashimo is discharged to the target without losing any electricity towards the ground. This results in a massive explosion of Panda's body. See, the thing is, Panda's body transformed into like an almost effeminate-like shape. effeminate-like shape with a large, giant bug-like triceratops-looking head. I don't even know what to call it. It was just an amalgamation of different creatures all at once. But Kashimo's curse technique resonated through Panda's body with such force that it caused a giant, big portion of his body to just explode. In lightning that rends the... Okay. Let me see. When striking an opponent, a positive charge is transferred, and the negative charge in Kashimo is destroyed, or Kashimo is discharged. I don't even know. Is it Kashimo or Kashimo? I'm gonna go with Kashimo. And the negative charge in Kashimo is discharged without the target losing any electricity towards the ground. This results in lightning that rends the air and can't miss without the need to cast a domain. So she is able to use techniques that are basically can't misses without it having to be a domain expansion. And as Panda's body explodes from the force of this electricity current going through his body, Kashimo's goes, now, where's Sukuna? And that's the end of chapter 184. Onwards to chapter 185. And it cuts to some cursed spirits that I guess Yaga created, because we see a gorilla and we see a panda is going,
Your body's wide open. Oh, your body's wide open. Stop it. Your body's wide open. Stop. Big sis. Big Bro's being mean. Yeah. Why are you always picking on Panda? I ain't picking on him. We're fighting like Kusanagi from that game. Oh, so then it's Panda's turn. Oh, so it's Panda's turn next. Fine with me. Go on, try fighting back sometimes.
So these are all the combined bodies, the separate bodies of Panda. Like Panda and Gorilla, and it is a Triceratops. It's a Triceratops! And Panda punches in the direction of Gorilla, and Gorilla punches him with an extreme force, and Panda's just got his mouth open while like, yeah! As Triceratops as the big sis is chasing after the gorilla. Chapter 185, bye-bye.
Stop following me. Can I please join? But you can't ride a bike, you'll get in the way. I can't ride a bike. With training wheels, you're slow.
And then it has these other little animals that are talking with Gorilla to Panda. And one of them is either a raccoon or a tanuki goes,
Okay. If you throw your ball in the river, you can join us. But Santa gave me this. There ain't no Santa. Yeah, he's just a feeble geezer. Okay. Throw it. Oh yeah. Throw it. One more.
And then Gorilla doesn't say anything. And then he throws it. And then he goes, and then one of the fox kids, after he throws the ball in the river, one of the kids goes,
Throwing stuff in the river is illegal.
Huh?
Huh? It hurts the environment. Let's get out of here. We gotta tell the police. Huh? Oh no.
And then Gorilla goes,
Why'd you do that? Huh? That was a precious ball you got from Santa, right? You shouldn't have done that. Are you stupid? But I wanted to play with my big brother!
And it shows Panda crying again, and it shows Big Sis Triceratops growling at Gorilla. Then it cuts to nighttime, and it cuts to Gorilla as she goes,
Gordy, what happened today was a bit over the top. You can pick on him, but when other kids do, you gotta stand up for him. You're his big brother. Big sis, you play with girls, so you don't get it. I can't be free around Panda. He always wants to be on my team, so we end up losing. He never cries till you show up anyway. Huh? He's spoiled, it's so irritating. I think it's the other way around. Huh? No matter how mean you are to him, he cheers up by the time it's time to eat. That kid doesn't dislike you. He doesn't have any hate in him. He still believes that's what brothers are. Panda forgives you for everything. Maybe you're the one who's spoiled. Big bro! Look! There's a giant stag beetle on the screen door! Where's the bug box? This is a Dorcacus titanus stag beetle. And he says, this is a Dorcas titanus stag beetle.
and he throws it outside and goes, and Panda just cries. Then it cuts to a piggy bank. Wow, are we going through Panda's life? What type of chapter is this?
Is a cheap one good enough?
And then Gorilla's just sleeping, thinking,
What color was that ball? That idiot would be fine with any color. Gorilla? Gorilla? Wake up! Gorilla!
and then apparently, he's being carried by some sort of creature.
Dad? Whatever are you doing here? Where's Panda?
And then apparently the dad says, "We can't stay with Panda."
Why?
Never mind that.
For how long?
Forever.
Huh?
And then Panda goes,
Big Bill! Big Sis! Where are you? Where did you go?
and then Panda's running outside crying, and Gorilla goes,
Panda!
"Gorilla,
Let me go!
that's enough.
He can't survive on his own.
Gorilla, do as I tell you.
But he's slow and sucks at video games and soccer, and sometimes he wets to bed. But he needs me. He's helpless. We can't leave him."
And then the dad goes,
You don't understand, Gorilla. We're the ones being left behind.
Huh?
So be a good brother and say goodbye.
and it shows Panda crying.
But, all right, the ball. I was gonna buy one tomorrow. We need him because he's the one who calls out to shopkeepers instead of Big Sis.
And then it shows like a big whale in the middle, like an actual whale in the middle of this double panel here. And then it shows Gorilla crying along with Panda. And then we cut back to the present as we see Panda in a gory mess in front of Kashimo.
I didn't get any points. You must still be alive. It's hard to read your features.
Now tell me, as she uses her staff to prop up the head of, pick up and prop up the head of Panda.
Now tell me about Sukuna.
Sorry, pandas are tight-lipped.
Oh? Then I'll make sure you never open your mouth again.
And right behind, and who comes crashing in with such extreme force that he completely shatters a lot of the shipping containers as he's imbued himself with a bunch of cursed energy? It's Kinji!
Panda, have you lost weight? Hakari!
Hey now, don't get me too excited.
And that's the end of chapter 185. Onwards to chapter 186, and there are 10 more chapters to go. We're almost there. Chapter 186, Tokyo number 2 Colony, Part 5. And it shows Kinji imbuing himself with cursed energy and sending Kashimo flying through a shipping container and out the other side into another one. And then he's already on her preparing to fight, and he tries to hit her with like a double kick, but manages to only hit like a shipping container that's behind him, causing it to get dented massively in the process. And she glares back at him with her nose slightly bleeding as he goes,
"Did you feel a tingle? What's your name? My cursed energy trait barely affects this guy. Combining my trait and cursed technique effect makes it difficult to define with simple physical reinforcement. Makes it difficult to defend with simple physical reinforcement through cursed energy. His cursed energy output is high enough that he can ignore that, and that mysterious music. This is also
Kinji Akari, but you can call me Kin.
This is all so fascinating. I'm Kashimo.
This is Hajime. Hajime Kashimo, the one with 100 points.
"Hey, if I win, let me use your points."
Do as you like. You're with that panda, right? Tell me what you know about Sukuna if you live through this."
And then Kinji just goes,
"Oh yeah, here it comes. Cursed energy bonus. It's time to fly."
And then Hajime tries to kick him, and he blocks it. And she knees him in the face, and he doesn't do anything.
Huh? He's totally caving. Hey,
Don't disappoint. And then before she can finish, Kinji comes back and hits her so hard she goes flying out of the shipping container area. And then he just goes, and then he just disappears from that one spot. He just poses and then he's just gone. He just disappears. He's just gone. And he proceeds to knee Hajime directly. That's not bad at all, she says. And then she grabs onto his leg and loops around and knees and elbows him in the face. And he comes back around and tries to hit where she is with her dodging, but he craters the ground where they're standing. And she jumps backwards and she goes, I've charged up enough. And she sends electricity his way and takes off his left arm. Wow! 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 Kinji just lost his arm. He just lost his left arm instantly right there. He's dead meat. Now to pile on. And as she rushes towards him, Kinji proceeds to kick her directly in the face, despite his arm missing. He counterattacked after that, but it's too... And his arm is back. His arm is back! What the... Hakari hit the jackpot with Idle Death Gamble, resulting in a bonus of unlimited cursed energy throughout the round. Immediately after a jackpot, the Private Pure Love Train theme song Admiring You plays for 4 minutes and 11 seconds. Ah, the effects of his domain persists even when the domain is over with. And now he's under the effects of unlimited mana for... He's basically under video game rules. Since you completed this one condition, you now, for a short time, have unlimited insert gameplay element here. Hakari hit the jackpot with Idle Death Gamble, resulting in a bonus of unlimited cursed energy throughout the round. Immediately after a jackpot, the Private Pure Love Train theme song Admiring You plays for 4 minutes and 11 seconds. Reverse curse technique? Hakari never learned reverse curse technique. However, the unlimited cursed energy causes his body to reflexively perform reverse curse technique to prevent his body from breaking. Which means, in other words, wow! In other words, Hakari is unkillable for 4 minutes and 11 seconds immediately after a jackpot. Furthermore, the music ended and his cursed energy is starting to recede. Domain expansion. Idle Death Gamble. During the round, his cursed energy and expended cursed technique replenish. As long as Hakari keeps hitting the jack point, he can open his domain over and over? What? He's operating on some kill skill ridiculousness right now. What? As long as he keeps hitting jackpots, his cursed energy and expended cursed energy will completely replenish, allowing him to open up his domain expansion over and over and over again. Oh, that is so good. Oh, that is so cool. And that's the end of chapter 186. Oh, where's the chapter 187? Oh! That is so cool. Since the guaranteed hit in Hakari's domain is harmless, he can be aggressive and his curse technique activation is fast. He hit the jackpot earlier, which resulted in unlimited cursed energy? In cursed energy. He was even faster than Mahito in Shibuya. Furthermore, the conditions of his cursed domain are continuing from the last time. The domain apprised Kashimo of the rules of the Idle Death Gamble. Private Pure Love Train isn't the special time type. It's the probability loop type. Last time he lined up 3 odd-numbered 3 symbols. The domain apprised Kashimo of the rules of Idle Death Gamble faster than he could give up on activating Hollow Wicker Basket. So now he's likely to keep hitting the jackpot. Increase probability. And then Kinji takes his shirt off. And then it has like all the appearances of all the characters, all the female characters within Private Pure Love Train. You're doing pretty good for yourself. I am, but what about you?
Give me a break. You aren't unkillable right now.
And then it goes through the rules. I'm not even sure I'm going to try to remember them. A life of gambling always comes with risk.
How admirable. But you can say the same. But can you say the same thing if you're dead?
And it shows them clashing with one another. And she's constantly clashing with him. And then Kinji staggers just a little bit. Continuation! And then everything that happened to Kinji completely reset. Yo, this dude is broken! Hakari is redoing one consecutive effect sequence. For Private Pure Love Train, the probability of hitting the jackpot is over 20% in the first activation, so it's a visual effect with high chances. For that reason, the risk of drawing a dud is greater during normal times, so he usually doesn't use it unless he has increased probability. And then the fighting between Hajime and Kinji continues. Renewal! And then it completely resets again, and he just gets rid of everything that happened to him. Richi! Yoyogi Uehara! This doesn't stop until Shin Yuri, and it's like going through, it's like a place. It's like a place for the characters inside of this game.
This is the potty emergency Riichi, so if the character reaches Shin Yuri Gaoka without an accident, the result is a jackpot Riichi scenario.
And then... So apparently Hajime tries to breaks it in order for it to become Noborito. And then it comes to triple sixes. And then the area around Kinji and Hajime changes. And it's back to the... And then it's back. And then it's back to the real world. The domain is gone. Start. And then Kinji goes start. The music! And then his whole body just implodes with unlimited energy again! Because he hit those triple sixes. He hit the triple sixes, which means he hit the jackpot. Which means Hajime is back to square one again.
It started. The unkillable mode that lasts for 4 minutes and 11 seconds immediately after a jackpot. That means he has no restrictions on cursed energy and fully automatic reverse curse technique. But this jackpot was with an even number. Even if he opens his domain again after 4 minutes and 11 seconds, the increased probability will have ended. That means he won't hit the jackpot again as quickly. If I can get through the next 4 minutes and 11 seconds, I'll win. But that's how losers think.
And then she imbues her entire body with electricity. Now, mind you, one short blast was enough to take Kinji's arm off completely. Which he got back with reverse curse technique.
Turn up the volume, because this is a funeral for the living! For 4 minutes and 11 seconds, you may be unkillable, but I'll kill you anyway!
And then someone steps into the field, and it's... Geito? It's the body of Geito as he walks into a field full of corpses. Lot of differently dismembered corpses. And an old person sitting on a stump going,
Kinjaku?
Well, did you have fun?
Not at all. I should have fought you.
No, spare me. I'm not fit for fighting right now. But I've heard about something intriguing in Michinoku. The great cursed energy output ever happened. The greatest cursed energy output ever happened in Date Province. A veritable cannon.
Michinoku... I heard about something intriguing in Michinoku. The greatest cursed energy output ever happened in Date Province. A veritable cannon.
Michinoku? That's far away.
Besides, it sounds dubious to me. Kenjaku, who is the strongest sorcerer you know?
Sukuna. I'm sorry that it's from 600 years ago, but I'm not changing my mind.
Ah, of course. In that case, I'll entertain what you say. Then I can fight Sukuna.
And this man, whoever this person is, whoever this old guy is from way back then, He has electricity coursing around his body. And that's the end of chapter 187. Onwards to chapter 188. Now, real quick, it is 4 o'clock, so let me go feed Kenzo. All right, back at it. 10 chapters left. Yes, Ogata-san, I am almost there. We've almost caught up. It's been 5 hours for me to go through 43 chapters? No, 43 chapters. It's been 5 hours, and we're almost there. Now, we got, this manga is Jujutsu, and then we get the lyrics for Admiring You as we go into chapter 188, Tokyo number 2, Colony Part 7, as it shows Hajime and Kinji racing through the shipping container area, as apparently she's trying to make him run out the clock for his invincibility. And he punches one shipping container in her direction, and she punches it back at him. And it's just like a tennis exchange between them. And they keep launching it at each other, and it gets to the point where they are point blank to each other, and they're punching each other through the shipping container. In this one massive panel, they're punching at each other through the shipping container. Then it gets to a point where Kinji is preparing to hit Hajime, but Hajime hits him in the face with a full shipping container door, causing a portion of his face to get gouged out. But because, his technique causes, like, his face gets completely caved out from the slash, like it takes a ginormous portion of his face off.
Cursed energy comes from the gut, but you have to use your head to direct reverse curse technique. No matter how powerful his reverse curse technique is, if I crush his head with a single blow, he'll die. So I'll use my lightning to target his head and split it open.
And she aims her lightning directly into the body of Kinji, and he thinks, uh-oh, this fight's getting dangerous. And then the little symbol of one of the characters from Private Pure Love Train goes,
Death!
But I can heal while I break.
And apparently she was aiming for his brain and tried to blow up his brain from the inside, but he directed his curse techniques inside and blew it out of his nose.
As he heals his damaged brain, he ejects my curse technique out of his nose.
I almost died there, Kashimo. Time remaining in the round, 8 seconds. And they both continuously fight each other, but apparently Kinji is getting faster.
He's getting even faster. There must be a trick to that attack, which means Kashimo can't use it right away.
There must be a trick to that attack, which means Kashimo can't use it again right away. So I'll go hard and heavy. And he proceeds to hit Kashimo with extreme force. And they're just exchanging blows with one another.
I'm unkillable, so I can cut loose and totally beat down my opponent.
As for accumulating electrical charge, she causes her charge to go through the body of Kinji as it resonates with her staff that's on the other side of the shipping containers from the point where Kinji came in and knocked her through and started their individual fights from where Panda got blown up.
You're not the only one. As for accumulating electrical charge, you're not the only one, Hakari.
Kashimo retrieved cursed energy as electrical feedback along a chosen route through Hakari. And it shows Kinji getting his entire midsection obliterated. Like the current that passed through his body explodes his lower left half. And Akari's round ended at that moment.
It's over,
goes Hajime. And then he puts his hand in position for a domain expansion. Domain expansion.
He can still do that?
Idle death gamble. And that's the end of chapter 188, onwards to chapter 189. Chapter 189, Tokyo number 2 Colony Part 8. And it shows Kinji with his entire left side of his midsection missing, starting to stagger and teeter. This is going to be a one gory fight if it gets animated. With Hajime going,
how sad. He's making a desperate attempt to cast domain expansion, but all he'll get are faster spins, not increased probability. He'll draw faster, but the chances of a jackpot are only 1 in 239. All you can do is collapse.
And it shows Kinji as he's preparing to hit the ground. But then, inside of his domain, he hits a jackpot. An unexpected jackpot due to hidden probability. And here's a little star here that goes, a pachinko mode that appears similar to faster spins but actually carries increased probability. A player can tell by looking at the segment display. Kinji Akari truly has incredible luck! As it shows his body slowly but surely starting to regenerate again. This dude, oh my goodness, this dude's domain is insane. And his level of probability, also insane. Because he's back to normal again. What looked to be like the end of it, he hit that jackpot again. And he spits out blood. I'm impressed, Kashimo. I never faced death this much in one day.
Thanks to a manga otaku, I got manga brain now. You like manga? No. Oh well, how's this for electric? Up and down R, and then all of a sudden, the whole area where they are just completely shifts around. And it opens up and it shows that they're over the ocean now. I'm over the sea. Did he shift his barrier's coordinates? What a dirty move. But dropping me into the sea is a good idea. My cursed energy is like electricity, so once it starts discharging in water, it won't stop until it's depleted. I can release my cursed energy until it's gone, or shut it off until I return to land. But the sea in Tokyo number 2 colony holds a lot of Tokyo number 2 is the sea, so this should come as no surprise. And it's like, there's tons of cursed spirits in the ocean as well. Kashimo's standing on cursed spirits, but right now, I've got manga brain! And he punches the heads off of a lot of these cursed spirits. And it shows every one of them. It shows every one of them butchering these heads of these different cursed spirits that's in the water as they're continuing their fight. Hold on. I had my microphone way too far in front of me and you guys couldn't see my mouth. And then Kinji comes in and kicks Hajime across the ocean. Then there's a massive discharge of electricity. Darn it. I can't withstand his kicks without cursed energy. My cursed energy is flowing out. I gotta suppress it. I have to! And then as Kinji is holding on to this flying fish cursed spirit, he's thinking, as I suspected, the cursed energy is leaking into the water. If Kashimo comes back up, I'll do it again until it's all gone. And then Kinji notices that something's going on. And then he starts spitting out stuff, and he goes, my breath, my eyes, and that smell. It can't be. Electrolysis and chlorine gas? Chlorine is the first deadly poison humankind developed for use as a chemical weapon. While suppressing cursed energy leakage as much as possible, Kashimo used electrolysis on the seawater to generate chlorine gas. Oh, so she used that to cause chlorine gas vapors to come out of the ocean and knock out Kinji. You can kill a user of reverse curse technique by destroying the brain in one blow. Or with toxins. Unlike simple body regeneration, addressing a toxin requires locating and removing the substance, as well as a higher level of reverse curse technique. Apparently, he can't detoxify fast enough. So now the round ends and he's killable again. But it's been fun. And then Shinji opens up his eyes, and she gets surprised and she goes, what? As Kinji, I call him Shinji again. Kinji opens up his eyes and punches Kashimo in the face, Hajime in the face. Impossible. His reverse curse technique is fully automatic. So he targeted the toxin and removed it unconsciously? The sea temperature is rising. Is it because of Kashimo's cursed energy? I'll just stick to calling her Kashimo. I can't cast my domain before the round stops. But once I'm killable, casting my domain will be dangerous because of the electric shock and scalding water. Only 5 seconds left. Should I go up to the surface? Nah, I'll just attack. And then he lets out a cry underwater that translates to "Come on!" And she grabs onto him and goes, "All right!" And her whole body fills with electricity, and there's a massive explosion underwater as the sea just lights up and the whole place just implodes. And that's the end of chapter 189. Onwards to chapter 90, and then we only have 6 more chapters before I fully catch up to Jujutsu. Whew! And then water starts spraying down. Chapter 90, Tokyo number 2, Colony Part 9. And then it shows Panda, who's very, very small now, seeing this upheaval of water. Hakari!
and then it shows a hand come out of the water from one of the sea barriers, and it's Kashimo, and she gets up. And what Panda sees first, before we switch over to Kashimo, is the hand of apparently Kinji. And she gets up later, and she gets up out of the ocean, and she goes, "I'm out of cursed energy, but now he's..." And she gets up, and we see that Kinji is still alive, and with his available arm, decks her in the face. This dude is a tank! Kashimo had suddenly released the cursed energy whose outflow he'd been suppressing. This is a dude. That's gonna come back to haunt me one day. Kashimo has been a dude this whole time. They never said any type of... They never said whether it was a dude or not. That's my mistake. That's my mistake. Kashimo had suddenly released the cursed energy whose outflow he'd been suppressing. Before the electricity could flow through the seawater, it turned into thermal energy, resulting in an explosion of steam. Why? You should have been ripped to pieces, says Hajime. Kashimo. You didn't want me to open my domain again, because I was hurt. I was headed for increased probability. So in case I somehow survived the explosion, you tried to at least take off my arm. That way, I wouldn't be able to make hand signs. I sacrificed my left arm so the rest of me could live. He survived the explosion through a spur-of-the-moment binding vow, sacrificing his arm and shifting the cursed energy that would normally protect it to the rest of his body. Go on, kill me. I've been giving the wrong type of voice. I was waiting for me to realize it's been this has been one long stream. Yeah, Ogata-san, I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell. I was just that oblivious. I was that stupid. My apologies. I didn't know. I didn't know. And you were just gonna let me find out on my own. That's fine. That's fine. At least I know. It's gonna be entertaining seeing people go through this whole chapter knowing that Kashimo's a dude, and I keep calling Kashimo a she and a her this whole time because I didn't know. It's going to be entertaining getting those comments. Stritzy, this has been one long stream? Yes, it has. I'm completely catching up to every single chapter of Jujutsu, and we only have 6 left. I've been busy. Go on, kill me. No, your 100 points would disappear. Oh, right, my points. Anyway, I don't consider this a win, Kashimo. You never used your curse technique. It's incredible what you can do with just manipulation and the characteristics of your cursed energy. How did you know? Huh? I was right? Call it intuition. I can only use my curse technique once, and I wanted to use it on Sukuna. Let's make a deal, Kashimo. And then it cuts to Panda going, Hakani! Oh, it's Panda. You've gotten cuter. Excellent timing. Kashimo's on our side now.
What?
But not for free. Yeah, I got that already.
What? Why?
Kashimo wants to fight Sukuna.
What?
It's all right.
No, it's not!
He's gotta obey his senpai, right? Anyway, I got someplace to go. You two wait here.
No, I'm scared! Don't leave us alone!
He's Sukuna's senpai?
A player has added a rule to the culling game. Rule 10. Players may transfer a number of points of their choosing to another player.
And then it cuts, I guess Kinji is making his way back to Charles. Why did you come back? And what happened to your arm? Don't worry, I'll fix it later. Is that possible? Anyway, why? I forgot to ask something. Spill me any speeches about life. I've learned everything important from manga. But you feel better after fighting, right? After all, words aren't the answer to everything. The way of killing is also the way of healing. I see. What's it called?
What's what called?
Your manga. Tell me. I'll buy it and read it.
You misunderstand. I'm a noob who hasn't even debuted. I haven't published any graphic novels.
You want any prizes?
Not yet.
Are you kidding me? Oh, that hurts! And he starts just stomping. He starts just stomping on Kinji's head.
Why are you kicking me? A noob shouldn't worry like an established creator. The fight will be over soon, so go draw now. Draw like your life depends on it. Yeah, that's actually a good advice.
And then, as it shows Kinji kicking Charles, Momo shows up.
Hakani!
Nishimiya.
Ooh, a witch girl! Let's cut to the chase. Did you get the points?
Basically, yeah. Make point transference possible to prevent curse technique removal. And that's done because of Yuji versus Higuruma. And then we have allow the use of 100 points to create a substitute so individuals can withdraw from the culling game. The intent of getting Sumiki out of the game. Remove the communications block on colonies to learn what is happening in other colonies. That still needs to be done. And allow going in and out of barriers. That also needs to be done.
The plan calls for 4 new rules, but I want to postpone the 3rd one, establishing communications between colonies.
Huh? We need that before the 4th one. Even Tokyo number 2 had a nasty player.
Maki can pass through the barriers. Cooperation with Mei's younger brother should solve the 3rd rule.
Hold on. Why can Zenin pass through barriers?
Because she turned into
Turned into what?
a monster.
Wow. Whoa. Yo, Maki is going through these different places and she's butchering every single cursed spirit she finds. She has become the brand new Toji Zenin, and she has this crazed look on her eyes. Like her hair's short, she's got a cloak on, she's sleeveless now, and she's using a cursed tool to kill a cursed spirit. November 14th, 3:05 p.m., Sakurajima Colony. Yo. And then it cuts to Maki as she erupts outside of this underpass. You've changed, Maki.
Like you can talk, Noritoshi.
You've gotten stronger, but I just fell from grace. There's another head of the Kamo family, so a bastard like me is unnecessary.
I like you better this way, especially without that awful hairstyle.
Same to you. That blast just took out most of the aggressive sorcerers and cursed spirits. Once you leave the barrier and join Ui Ui, please jump to the next colony.
That person helped me out with some personal business too, but are you sure? Everyone knows those siblings are calculating.
Apparently, it's risk diversification and prior investment.
Say what?
And then they feel something.
Hi, I'm Kogane. Inside this barrier, a lethal contest called the Culling Game has begun. Step inside and you too become a player. Are you willing to enter?
And then it cuts to some sort of cursed spirit that looks like a caterpillar, but it has multiple gun barrels in its face, going,
"Shut up. Do you want to die?"
And then Kogane flies off. And that is the end of chapter 190. Onwards to chapter 191. Oh, I can't believe it. I'm about to fully catch up to Jujutsu Kaisen and know where the story is. Jujutsu Kaisen, chapter 191, Sakurajima Colony, part 1.
I'm back. Is anybody home? Anybody?
November 3rd, 11:05 p.m., Kamo main house in Kyoto.
Oh, good, Shino. I need to reach Principal Gakuganji and the Gojo and Zenin families. Boy, how did you get in here?
Oh, wait. Oh, good. Shino, I need to reach Principal Gakuganji and the Gojo and Zenin families.
Boy, how did you get in here?
Huh?
That darn Kurokichi Ever since he became captain of the guards, the barrier may as well be a sleeve. A save.
What are you talking about? The captain is Heishichi. I don't have time for an old-timer's jokes. Have you forgotten the next head of the family?
A child can't deceive me. I may be old, but I haven't forgotten. You do sort of resemble Master Noritoshi, though.
Listen, and then all of a sudden the doors open, and it cuts to Gato. Shino is wow. Gato's inside of the Kamo main household, just chilling. Shino is adrift in the world of 150 years ago, so don't worry about it. Anyway, you're late. But Tokyo's transportation grid isn't working, so it's understandable. Noritoshi. Sugeru. Gato! I'm done with that name. You learned my true identity in Shibuya. Due to jujutsu terrorism, the sealing of Satoru Gojo and the culling game, you thought that if the main culprit, although dead, is someone from the Kamo clan, then maybe the conservative faction central to Jujutsu headquarters had already become puppets. But I look like Sugeru Gato and there was an order for my execution. So maybe the conservatives were divided and only some were responsible for the corruption. Yoshinobu Gakuganji is trustworthy and has influence with the conservatives, so you wanted to plead with him to retract the notice from headquarters. 2. Satoru Gojo has been deemed an accomplice in the Shibuya incident and is thus permanently exiled from the Jujutsu world. Furthermore, removing his seal will be considered a criminal act. After all, you guys could get in a lot of trouble depending on how they interpret the removing his seal part. You impress me. You're a student, but you can see the big picture and act accordingly. Too bad I already have headquarters in hand. Have you already removed the party responsible for recommending Sugeru Gato's execution? As well as the ones who named Okotsu as Yuji Itadori's executioner. He has already found and crushed every hope I had. The Kamo clan was a conservative seat, and now it's mine, as is the seat of the 25th family head. You have no place here, so we will never meet again. Wow, so Gato just came in and basically just took control of the entire Kamo household. And then markings appears on Kamo's eye. No, not like that. You don't intend to kill me? No, because even if you're alive, nothing will change. And I don't want to mess up the place either. So get lost somewhere else, okay? And then it cuts to the present, where Kamo is there with Maki as they see this giant caterpillar creature in the air. That's a cursed spirit, right?
If that's a human, then Panda's human too. I can understand Noritoshi's confusion. It's a cursed spirit, but I've got a weird feeling.
Aha!
Ma! And then it just jets off towards where Maki and Noritoshi are. It's coming down. Here it comes. And then there's like a bam sound. And it moves so fast. It blasts down and sweeps through the streets. Streaks. It sweeps through the streets with such speed that it rips apart all of the surroundings in its wake. You know how you see the Flash, you know that one point where he moves faster than anything else, and he rips up everything because of the speed he's moving? It moves so fast, it rips up the pavement, it rips out windows, it moves so fast that it just causes everything to just implode in its wake. Kind of like Neo flying in The Matrix Reloaded. And it blasts past Kamo, and I think hits Maki, and sends both whatever this thing is and Maki into the forest. It's too fast. I never even saw it. And then it shows this creature having Maki embedded into a wall, but she's a Oh my goodness, I thought Kinji was a tank. Maki is a tank. Being able to fully tank this thing, moving at such a speed that it was able to destroy the environment just by it whizzing past, and she responds by proceeding to try and hit it. Not even bothered from the fact that she was hit with such extreme force, she went through several buildings and into a nearby wall, deep in the forest, into the mountains. And she just responds like, okay, I'm done. I'm gonna hit it. Like, Maki has ascended! But she tries to hit it and it's just gone. But it sends her into another wall.
It's fast, but I sense something more.
And then it tries to hit Maki, but she dodges. And then it goes to hit Maki with its body and press it up against the wall. And as it goes,
Ma. Hello, Maki.
oh! Oh! Now I know! Now I know why it's so fast! Now I know why it's so fast!
Hello, Maki.
I know why it's so fast, because this cursed spirit is now your Zenin. I know why it's so fast. Only now your Zenin can move that fast. And this cursed spirit is now your Zenin. Has he turned into a cursed spirit now?
Hello, Maki.
Naoya?
I came to this side too.
And that's the end of chapter 191. Onwards to chapter 192. That's now your Zenin. That's now your Zenin. That explains the speed. What did he? What? How is he back? Did he reincarnate? Because we're dealing with some characters that reincarnated. And then okay, let's just continue on. Let's continue on. We'll figure it out later. Chapter 192, Sakurajima Colony Part 2.
I heard Itadori died by suicide. When finishing off a hostile sorcerer, what must you remember, Kabo?
In order to prevent your adversary's transformation into a curse after death, you must kill them with jujutsu. That's what happened to Naoya. He died, but since he wasn't finished with jujutsu, he came back as a cursed spirit. Oh! Because Maki didn't finish him with jujutsu. She just let her mother stab him in the back, which allowed him to die, but also to come back as a cursed spirit. And it shows now Zenin, and his whole body is transformed. Like he's not human, because his face comes out of the front part of this creature, of this big caterpillar creature, but his face is elongated and messed up looking.
I don't have any cursed energy, so I killed him with my fists. I should have known this would happen. I failed to finish you off.
No, you don't understand, Maki. The one who killed me was your mother.
What?
Huh? Could it be? I've upset you. I'm shocked. I'm here to kill you. Do you think you can beat me when you're so distracted?
And then it shows Maki, I guess, launching in the air away from Naoya. No, it's an arrow. An arrow comes down and separates Maki and Naoya.
Noritoshi. I hate that curse technique.
Thanks for the help, but you used your intuition to aim, right?
Good thing I didn't hit you. Unlike Maki, its location is easy to sense. And then he aims more arrows with his intuition in order to hit Naoya again.
Too slow.
And then it shows Maki holding on to Naoya and throwing him in the path of the arrows. And they embed themselves into him. And he goes, yeah. And then Maki proceeds to cut numerous pieces off of Naoya. Did that kill it? As it shows Naoya bloodied all over.
So, Cursed spirits feel pain. I've exorcised so many and they all were hurting, huh? I feel so sorry.
Not! And then his whole body just explodes, which shocks both Kamo and Maki. And Maki thinks,
It's disappearing? No, that form looks like... I knew it! Noritoshi, shoot! It's a cursed womb, and it's metamorphosing! And it's metamorphosing!
And then he tries to aim. He then gets a blood bag out. He puts his bow down, and then he uses like the piercing blood and shoots it straight. He shoots it straight through this ball of yarn, like this cursed womb that Naoya is creating. Piercing blood. And it pierces through it, and we hear someone scream on the inside. And then it burns away. And then Kamo goes, good thing we exorcise it. If it was that fast as a cursed womb, how fast would the final form have? And in the place of this cursed womb floats like a giant figure with like a skull-like shape on the front, but it's like this stationary object.
Noritoshi!
And then it shows this little, I don't know, it's like this little figurine, this little coffin-like figurine with a skull in front. And before Noritoshi can do anything, there's a fist that appears directly in front of him and sends it flying deep into the forest with extreme force.
That trash was so clueless.
So, Naoya was able to complete his transformation. That is the end of chapter 192. Onwards to chapter 193. I'm almost done. Then when I'm done, I'm going to eat the rest of my sandwich and chill for the rest of the day. This has been a big venture. This is an almost 6-hour stream of me catching up to everything dealing with Jujutsu Kaisen. Wow. Jujutsu Kaisen, chapter 193, Sakurajima Colony, part 3. And Naoya has transformed and he looks at his arm.
Impressive. So you're a clan head after all.
And it shows that Noritoshi has survived.
If I hadn't blocked with blood, I'd have lost my head and arm. A momentary misstep could mean death. I need to raise my game. Flowing red scale.
And then it shows Maki making her way towards where Noritoshi is. And before Naoya run, and because in the same panel it shows Maki outpacing Naoya in order to intercept his punch that is meant for Kamo. And she deflects it completely. Crimson binding. And then Noritoshi gets Naoya caught up in bindings and he goes, Maki! And then she slashes at Naoya, but he spins in order to deflect it away.
He spun to deflect, but against a sword? Noritoshi, this is what's become of Naoya Zenin.
I can introduce myself. He fell to a curse, but he retains this much of his own ego. Okotsu Rika Orimoto is easier to understand.
And Maki says,
he can still use his curse technique.
That explains things. With projection sorcery, Naobito Zenin is the fastest.
And then it shows multiple frames in front of Maki, which then Naoya hits, and they all explode with extreme force, sending Maki flying backwards and Noritoshi having to cover up his face.
That's an application of his ability to freeze what he touches for 1 second. He froze the air and then struck it to make it explode.
Then it shows Naoya coming in between Maki and Noritoshi, and he goes speeding off into the distance. Is he fleeing?
No. He's speeding up.
And he's using the same technique he was going to use against Maki beforehand. And he goes speeding off with extreme force that he's kicking up everything in his wake. He'll charge once he reaches top speed.
He'll charge once he reaches top speed.
And how fast is that?
Well, he was faster than sound before, so...
And it shows a barrier, like the sound barrier, starting to come up around him as his speed increases. We need a counter.
Yeah, if he's gonna come for us at the speed of sound, then we can prepare our attack and wait for him. It'll be like that one time.
And it shows him getting faster and faster and faster.
Stay back, Noritoshi.
And she throws a lot of spike balls into the air, like caltrops in the air. And Naoya is moving so fast, he's moving fast enough to shatter every window he's flying past. So think about how fast Neo was flying and how he was ripping apart those buildings, but moving at a speed where you can't even see him move, and all you just see are all the windows in the buildings he's flying past just explode instantly. Naoya's cursed spirit body drew in air through vents and used thrusting pressure and cursed energy to compress and eject it for increased propulsion. And he's moving at such a speed that it gets to Maki, and he hits Maki. He hits Maki with extreme force and used thrusting pressure and cursed energy to compress and eject it for increased propulsion. Naoya's speed had reached Mach 3, and with that speed, he hits Maki with enough force to cause her to cough up blood and embed her into the ground.
No way. And to think you beat me once.
And that's the end of chapter 193. Onwards to chapter 194. Chapter 194, Sakurajima Colony, Part 4.
This sort of thing takes me back. There are things children can't do that are easy for adults. After you grow up, you can't even remember the time that you couldn't do it. Well, this is like that.
And then Maki, still conscious, is able to get up and laugh.
When have you ever been an adult?
Well, how about asking Mai?
And she just glares at him. And Naoya goes,
how scary.
And then Maki gets up as 2 arrows hits Naoya in his arm.
Hey, we're in the middle of something here.
As Maki tries to hit him, Maki does hit him. She like does a sweeping roundhouse kick and knocks him away as Kamo comes up behind with like a giant blade of blood and hits Naoya.
Huh? Is that his blood? Expending so much should kill him. Does he keep blood packs with him? Ah, I get it. He could be circulating the blood he uses externally and bringing it back. That way he won't die of blood loss. But that must be exhausting. You're gonna die, Noritoshi.
And then Noritoshi says, Maki, we can't afford to lose you right now. I'll hold him off. You get outside the barrier.
Not gonna happen. You'll die.
The way things are going, we'll both die. I suspect you've suffered internal damage. A brief rest won't be enough.
No, I'm fine.
Hey, I'm not bluffing. Trust me. But I need time.
Hey,
I'm not bluffing, but trust me, I need time. I can heal my injuries. Give me 5 minutes.
And the chances of victory?
I'd say 8-2.
Who's the 2?
Me.
Good enough. So stay alive for 5 minutes. No promises. And actually, whether I live or die doesn't really matter anymore. And then it shows Naoya heading towards Kamo, heading towards Noritoshi and Maki, as Noritoshi creates like a giant cage, or like giant bars out of blood, as Naoya rushes towards him. Oh no, he creates like this bars of blood that splatter on top of Naoya.
Huh? Where's Maki? I can't sense her here like this. This reminds me of Toji.
He's faster than anything, but in terms of toughness, he barely compares to that thing, and he's thinking back to Hanami. He curls up when hitting top speed, so his own speed won't destroy him, which increases his toughness. But due to a binding vow, he isn't that tough the rest of the time. And he reacts to the blood of blood manipulation users, which is poison to cursed spirits. And then it shows Toji taking some of his, like, tentacle arms and slapping Kamo away through some trees. The toughness of the people of this series is insane. And then it shows Naoya hitting him full force and trying to drive him through and hit him with enough force and try and drive him through more trees and try to hit him more. But it shows Noritoshi holding on to him, like on one of the holes in his body, he holds on to him and never lets go. And he starts spitting blood on Naoya.
Tui! He blew blood into my inlet. What a dirty move.
Naoya seems to think that I won't use a big technique because I'm afraid of blood loss. And then as he's right there in front of Naoya, he uses piercing blood point blank in front of him. Piercing blood. He uses piercing blood point blank on Naoya.
Enough already.
What would Mother say? Would she chide me for not becoming a clan head? I failed to create a place for her in the house. But Mother... And I guess this is Noritoshi Kamo thinking about his childhood as he's walking with his mom and dad. And then it cuts to an older Noritoshi. The one who has no place to go is...
You get a prize for effort.
And then Naoya proceeds to blast away. Noritoshi, and Noritoshi gets back up. And Naoya says,
You're persistent.
If no one needs you, then burn away your life. Let my comrades burn away their lives upon my ashes. And it shows... Noritoshi standing up with blood all around him. And then all of a sudden, before Naoya can do anything, a person steps in and goes, Sumo! Katana! And two more people just appear in the opposite directions of Naoya. Who are these people? What? Who are these people? That's the end of chapter 194. Onwards to 195. One more and then I'm done. November 2nd, Kagoshima Sakurajima Colony. Chapter 195, Sakurajima Colony, Part 5.
Why isn't there a katana anywhere? Aren't katana the soul of Japanese boys?
Hagane Daido, player in the culling game. Katana! 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 And he's just running all these places trying to find a katana. Katana? First form, water surface slash. Oh, excuse me? I did not know that Demon Slayer was a manga series in the world of Jujutsu. What? What do you mean? What do you mean first form, water surface slash? That's water breathing from Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer is a manga series in the manga of Jujutsu. Okay. He takes the katana out, and he takes out, he takes out Giyu. He takes out, what is his name, Giyu? I think his name is Giyu. He takes out Giyu's sword. First form, water surface slash, splash. Katana, come on! November 2nd, Miyazaki. Let's play sumo! Rokujushi Mio, player in the culling game. No. Come on, let's wrestle! Sumo? Not my thing, man.
Can girls do sumo? Nope, can't even go in the ring.
And then it has a dog growling at him.
Why? No one will play sumo with me. Boys, girls, not even kids.
No kotika, no kotika. No kotika, no kotika. And then this dude just bursts into this person's house. Just casually, basically bursts in through the glass paneling of their home and goes, "You watching sumo, lady? Who are these guys and where are they?" No kota, no kota!
Ryogoku in Tokyo.
Ryogoku. Why was I having such trouble saying that?
Ryogoku in Tokyo.
Ryogoku in Tokyo.
That's it. Tokyo means the capital of the East. So I go right.
And he goes in the opposite direction of where Tokyo is. But apparently we have Daido and Mio arriving in front of Naoya. Who are you?
Who cares?
And it shows a fist coming up close. Naoya's fist coming close to Noritoshi, but Maki appears and cuts it off.
Welcome back. It hasn't even been...
And then Noritoshi goes,
It hasn't even been 3 minutes.
it hasn't even been 3 minutes.
Oh, sorry, but I'm impatient.
I should make sure Maki can leave the barrier as soon as possible. It's obvious she hasn't fully healed. Maki, you really should. And then Daido goes, Katana!
Katana!
Breaking a stalemate. Maki requires the arrival of an external piece to the game board. And then Maki lets go of her sword and tosses it towards Daido. And Daido grabs it. And then Naoya, Maki, Mio, and Noritoshi look on as this dude grabs his sword. And they're stuck, and they are absolutely filled with fear as we get this description. Daido is a nameless reincarnate master swordsman without peer. He's an outlaw among players who can wield a blade but not cursed energy. It wasn't cursed energy that overwhelmed the other four. It was something that had surfaced when he acquired a katana. Sheer lethality. Yes, yes! And he cuts in one direction, and Naoya almost gets hit. But it does graze him and cause a crack to appear over the side of his body plate.
Yes, an unmarked blade with no guard, but not bad. Could this be a demonic sword? Hey!
And he looks over at Maki and she goes, huh?
The katana chooses its wielder, huh? So what was that? You aren't trying to shame me, are you?
Hey!
And then Naoya's right there, and he tries to hit Daido, but Daido dodges.
Girl, something's there, right? Some kind of ayakshi.
You can't see it?
Can I see it, you ask? No, but if I see everything else, then it's the same as if I'm seeing it.
And he slashes in the direction of Naoya. He can't even see him. This is just like when Chad was able to sense that something was in front of him when he was fighting that one hollow that had those exploding toads that Rukia needed his help with in Bleach. He slashes in the direction of Naoya with such speed that not only is Naoya is unable to react, but causes his entire body to be slashed in half.
What the heck?
Yeah, why didn't you do that in the first place?
What was that? My attacks didn't do that.
If I see everything else.
What is it I'm not seeing? What's the difference between me and that guy?
Referencing Toji Zenin. What is it that Toji Zenin can do that Maki can't do right now? Maki's strong, but she's not Toji Zenin strong. And that's saying something given all the things that she's done. And then a sumo rope appears outside. A sumo rope appears with Mio in the middle and Maki's outside of the ring.
Is that simple domain?
Hakeyoi!
And that's the end of chapter 195. Onwards to the final, oh my goodness, I can't believe I'm saying this, the final chapter and the most recent one released. Chapter 196, Sakurajima Colony Part 6. Mio's domain only functions when he does sumo. It's a barrier focused on one thing.
You're too tense, girl. It's taking away your edge. Do you like sumo?
Then how about we have a sumo bout? A pure sumo bout. To avoid needing a binding vow for all things jujutsu related, both the challenger and challenged must agree to a match to complete the domain.
Or do you also refuse to do sumo?
Okay, fine.
Maki! Goes Noritoshi. For real? And then that whole domain envelops them as Daido and Noritoshi have to face off against Naoya. What are you thinking? Goes Noritoshi.
I've been overthinking. So let me blow off some steam.
And then it cuts to Maki preparing to do sumo against Mio.
What am I not seeing? What am I?
And then it shows her preparing to try and use sumo against and try and fight Mio, but Mio dodges her moves and appears behind her. And every time she tries to swipe at him, he dodges and then he proceeds to grab her arm. And then proceeds to body slam her a little bit. I love sumo, but you got more than that, right? I knew right away you'd eat me up if I took you head on. So tell me what's wrong. Why can't you focus? What's on your mind? And yo, I love this dude. He's so chill. He's not the one who's not out for blood. He just wants to have a friendly match. So he's even willing to just like pop a squat and talk to Maki. I like Mio. I like him. Why can't you focus? What's on your mind? And then Maki just thinks,
Maki doesn't have anyone to call a teacher.
Thinking that Satoru Gojo and Kusakabe are blockheads. She never rejected that idea, nor was she too proud. It just never occurred to her to rely on others to make herself stronger. And she starts to speak, and she goes like, you don't know what that samurai meant, right? As for me, I know. On your feet. Let's play sumo. That's the only way I know how to explain. You've become entangled, girl.
Huh? In what?
Yourself. Others. Curses. Basically people.
But isn't sumo about grappling?
Yes, in the ring. One person clashes with another in an intense back and forth. The wrestlers themselves, however, develop outside the ring. Pressing your opponent in the ring requires stepping outside the ring even though you actually can't.
Huh.
And as they go through numerous sumo moves, he's training her and giving her advice. At the moment of impact, everything that led up to entering the ring flows into the combatants. It's like smelling light or seeing sound. You sense everything about your opponent and yourself. And then the body before your eyes and even victory and defeat themselves become meaningless. In other words, the samurai was talking about freedom. And then it shows Maki stretching as she's embracing this ideal and goes, now, you'll just have to experience it for yourself. So let's do some sumo! And then the domain expires. And then it cuts to Naoya, it cuts to Daido, and it cuts to Noritoshi as Maki comes out smiling, saying, I'm at my best! And that's the end of chapter 196. Ladies and gentlemen, it's probably going to be about 6 hours as soon as I do give my last words. We have done it. I have done it. I have finally done it. Ladies and gentlemen, I have finally fully caught up to Jujutsu Kaisen. I might as well call it 6 hours of me reading through 44 chapters, not 43 chapters, for 44 chapters. I finally caught up to Jujutsu Kaisen. And now, whenever new chapters come out, I don't know when chapters come out for Jujutsu. Let me look at the full chapter list. If it comes out on a day where I'm already doing something, comes out in 3 days. In 3 days, it's going to be Sunday. I'll probably read Jujutsu on a Monday. Because I already deal with One Piece and My Hero Academia on those days as well. So I don't want to bog myself down with too much on a Sunday. So I'll read through One Piece and My Hero Academia on Sundays. And then I'll follow up with Jujutsu's newest chapter the following day as well. Just so that way I don't stretch myself too thin. But we've done it. We're done. We're finished. I've conquered it. And this isn't even a long stream for me. This isn't. I think my longest stream I've ever done was me playing through Metal Gear Solid, and that was a combined hours of nonstop 15 hours. But I did it. We're done. And now I'm going to get myself some rest, chill, and eat the rest of my sandwich, and then just relax the rest of the day. Tomorrow, we not only have the beginning after the end chapter to react to, but Disney's D23 Marvel Games Showcase, which I will be doing a reaction to, so I can't wait for that. But 6 hours has passed. It's about to be 6 hours and a minute and less than 3 seconds. But overall, all I can say to everyone here is, we did it. Now I can just look forward to singular chapters. And at some point, I'm going to reach that point for One Punch Man. But for now, I'm content with where I've ended. I'm fully caught up on Jujutsu. Now I can talk to Gajil about it. But all I can say at the end of the day for everyone who's been here all these 6 hours, Ogata-san, I'm just like, bruh, you've been here for the past 6 hours. And I'm like, to everyone who stuck from the beginning all the way to the end, especially with all the numerous breaks and numerous times I had to get up and leave, I just want to say thank you. It was amazing. It was amazing reading through this chapter. I'm so glad I finally caught up. You guys don't even know. It's such a big sigh of relief because whenever I do reactions now, it's not going to be like an hour long. I did it. I'm happy. That's all I can say. So all I can say at the end of the day is, hope you all enjoyed. Can't wait to see you all in my next video. And if you're new to the channel and you enjoyed what you saw here today, then like, subscribe, and maybe even consider becoming a member because I am always looking forward to entertaining you. So have a fantastic day. And once again, as always, later, peoples. We did it. That's another milestone, ladies and gentlemen, and I feel good about it.